why questions that twist the self. Introduction. The art of thoughtful slumber. Last time, we drifted through the impossible questions that have no answers. Tonight, we go deeper into the soft, glowing corners of thought where dread transforms into wonder. You're not here to find answers, but to let the questions themselves become a lullaby. As your mind expands, your body will relax. Welcome back to the space between knowing and dreaming. 1. The whispers of infinite regress. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of time, gazing back toward the beginning of everything. Breathe in slowly and let it go. The question forms like mist in your mind. What came before the beginning, before the first moment, before the first cause? What whispered in the darkness? Breathe in again, feeling your chest rise and release. Every answer we find only leads to another question, stretching backward into infinity. If the universe began with a great expansion, what existed to expand? If a creator set everything in motion, what created the creator? Breathe in gently, letting your shoulders soften. This infinite regress feels like standing between two mirrors, watching yourself repeat forever into the distance. Each reflection is a question asking about the question before it. Feel the weight of your body now, how it presses against the surface supporting you. Breathe in and let it flow out. Perhaps you've lain awake before, your mind cycling through these endless beginnings. Each origin story we tell ourselves only pushes the mystery one step further back. Let your eyelids grow heavy as you consider this, not as a problem to solve, but as a gentle mystery to hold. Breathe in, noticing how the air fills your lungs, and release, letting tension melt away. The philosopher Aristotle proposed a first cause, an unmoved mover that started everything without itself needing a beginning. But even this elegant solution leaves us wondering. Take another breath, feeling how it naturally flows in and out without your effort. What if the beauty isn't in finding the ultimate answer, but in recognizing that some questions create a comfort in their very unanswerability, like a soft blanket of not knowing that wraps around us? Breathe in, imagining warm air filling your body, and out, carrying away the need to understand everything. Some cosmologists suggest time itself began with our universe, making before a concept that dissolves into meaninglessness. Others propose endless cycles of expansion and contraction, universes breathing in and out like you are now. Breathe in, feeling your chest rise, and out, feeling it fall. As you rest here, consider how the mystery of infinite regress isn't just about cosmic beginnings, but about you. Your thoughts now were caused by thoughts before them, influenced by experiences that stretch back through your life, your ancestry, through all of evolution and cosmic history. Each breath you take now connects to that infinite chain. Breathe in, accepting the mystery, and out, releasing the need for answers. Let your mind drift now, not toward resolution, but toward wonder. The question of what lies before the beginning doesn't need to be answered tonight. It only needs to be wondered at, like starlight traveling across vast distances to reach your eyes. Breathe in, feeling the age of the universe in your lungs, and out, becoming part of its ongoing story. And as your thoughts begin to drift toward other horizons, consider how even our most fundamental sense of who we are exists within the same mystery. 2. The illusion of self. Consider for a moment the person you were 10 years ago, the cells in your body, the thoughts in your mind, perhaps even the beliefs you held dear. How many remain unchanged? Breathe in slowly and release with awareness. The ancient paradox of the ship of Theseus asks us, if every wooden plank of a ship is replaced over time, is it still the same ship? Now turn this question inward, Your body replaces most of its cells every 7 to 15 years. Breathe in deeply, feeling the air fill these newer versions of yourself, and release, letting go of what no longer serves you. Your memories themselves transform each time you recall them, subtly rewriting your past. With each remembering, the childhood you believe you had may bear only a passing resemblance to what actually occurred. Breathe in, feeling the present moment, and out, watching how even this moment is already becoming memory. Yet despite this constant change, something in you feels continuous and stable. You wake each morning with the certainty that you are the same person who fell asleep the night before. Take another gentle breath in, noticing this sense of continuity, and release, allowing yourself to soften around this idea. What exactly is this self that persists? Is it your body constantly renewing itself? Your memories continuously revising their stories? Your personality gradually shifting through experiences? Or something more elusive, a perspective, a unique way of witnessing the world? Breathe in, sensing the witness within you, and exhale, letting that awareness expand beyond your boundaries. The philosopher Derek Parfit suggested that what we call the self might be more like a club that continues through time, gaining and losing members, changing its character, yet maintaining a kind of identity through relation rather than sameness. Breathe in gently, feeling how your breath connects past and present versions of you. Breathe out, accepting this flow of change. Perhaps we are more like rivers than objects, continuously flowing, never the same water twice, yet recognized by the shape we take through time. Feel how your body rests now, heavier and more settled than when we began. Breathe in, noticing the sensations of your physical form, and out, allowing those sensations to soften and blur. This illusion of an unchanging self can create suffering when we cling too tightly to who we think we are or who we once were, but it can bring freedom when we recognize the fluid nature of our existence. Breathe in, embracing possibility, and out, releasing attachment to any fixed identity. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how this question of identity isn't something to solve, but to witness with gentle curiosity. You are both changing and continuous, both flowing and stable, both familiar and mysterious to yourself. Breathe in, accepting this beautiful paradox, and out, letting go of the need to resolve it. And as your awareness begins to shift, consider how this question of movement and identity extends beyond ourselves into the very nature of motion itself. 3. Zeno's paradox of motion. Imagine yourself walking toward a distant doorway. With each step, you cross half the remaining distance. Breathe in gently and release. Half the journey completed. Another step, half the distance again. Breathe in and out. Half of what remained traversed. This simple journey contains a profound puzzle, one that troubled the ancient Greek philosopher Zeno. If each step covers half the remaining distance, you must take an infinite number of steps to ever reach your destination. Breathe in, feeling the expansion in your chest, and out, sensing space itself unfold within you. First half the distance, then half of what remains, then half again, an endless series of divisions, an infinity of smaller and smaller fragments of space. Yet in our everyday experience, we reach doorways without trouble. We arrive at destinations. Objects move through space. Breathe in, noticing how easily your breath travels into your body, and out, flowing without resistance. Feel the weight of your body now, how it presses against the surface supporting you. This sensation, this undeniable experience of physical presence, seems to contradict the logical impossibility of motion. Breathe in, embracing this paradox, and out, allowing it to rest unsolved within you. Zeno created this puzzle not to deny that motion exists, but to question how we understand it. When we divide space or time into infinite points, something in our perception breaks down. Breathe in slowly, feeling the continuity of your breath, and out, noticing how it resists fragmentation into discrete moments. Modern mathematics offers solutions through concepts like limits and convergent series. The infinite sum of these halvings approaches a finite distance, but the paradox still whispers to us about the mysterious nature of continuity. Breathe in, allowing your chest rise, and out, in one smooth, unbroken motion. Perhaps the flaw lies not in motion itself, but in how we conceptualize it as a series of static positions rather than a flowing process. Like trying to understand a river by freezing it into ice cubes. Breathe in, sensing the river of your breath, and out, feeling its natural current. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more distant, consider how this ancient puzzle mirrors the journey towards sleep. Each moment brings you halfway closer to unconsciousness, then halfway again in a gentle approach that never seems to reach its destination until suddenly, without noticing the final crossing, you have arrived. Breathe in, moving halfway toward stillness, and out, halfway toward silence. The impossibility of motion, when contemplated without frustration, becomes a lullaby of infinite patience. Each step along an endless path becomes not a barrier, but an invitation to presence. Breathe in, accepting this moment exactly as it is, and out, without hurrying toward what comes next. Let your awareness drift now, not toward answers, but toward the comfort of the question itself. As your consciousness begins to divide into smaller fragments, half awake and half dreaming, you approach the realm where paradoxes dissolve and logic surrenders to the mystery of experience. 4. The air's burden. Consider a grand estate bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. Sunlight streams through tall windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Within these walls, a legacy is to be passed down: wealth, position, perhaps a cherished role held for generations. Feel the history in the air, the weight of expectation. Breathe deeply into your chest, feeling it expand. Breathe out, releasing tension. The rightful heir, by tradition and law, stands ready to receive this inheritance. Yet another figure emerges from the periphery, someone whose merit shines brightly, whose skill and character seem perfectly suited to the responsibilities the inheritance entails. Though they possess no claim by birthright, justice feels like a fluid thing here, shifting like the light. Is justice served by honoring the established lines of succession, the promises and structures of the past, even if the designated heir seems less capable, less deserving? Or does true justice lie in recognizing merit, in placing the burden and privilege where it might be best carried, regardless of bloodline or tradition? Feel your breath settle, slow and even. Let your hands rest softly. The question isn't about legal rightness, but about a deeper sense of fairness, a moral resonance. Does inheritance carry an inherent right, or is it a responsibility that should align with capability? Picture yourself the scales, perfectly balanced for a moment. On one side, tradition, expectation, the weight of history. On the other, merit, potential, the promise of a better future guided by capable hands. The scenario hangs suspended, inviting contemplation, not demanding a verdict. What feels truly just when the legacy of the past meets the potential of the present? Feel your weight sinking into the stillness beneath you. Somewhere, just beyond this stillness, another question waits. 5. The mirror test. Suppose, in a quiet world, you stand before a mirror, but it doesn't reflect your image. Instead, it's like looking into a deep pool of still, dark water. It shows nothing back. Think of this as a world where your actions leave no trace, where deeds vanish the moment they are done, unseen, unrecorded, unknown to anyone but yourself. Feel the strange freedom in this, the release from consequence, from judgment, from the watchful eyes of others. Breathe in this feeling of utter privacy. Breathe out any need for performance or pretense. In this space of absolute anonymity, how would you move? How would you act? With no reflection, no applause, no criticism, what guides your choices? Would kindness still bloom in the hidden corners of your heart? Would integrity remain your compass when no one is there to see you navigate? Or would the shadows invite actions you might otherwise restrain? Small selfishnesses, quiet transgressions, paths taken only because they leave no footprints. Feel your jaw unclench. Let your tongue rest softly in your mouth. This isn't about predicting the future, but about feeling the inner landscape. What is the nature of yourself when stripped bare of external perception? Does goodness depend on being seen, or does it reside deeper? A quiet hum beneath the surface, constant whether the mirror reflects or remains perfectly, darkly still. The mirror offers no answers, only the space to ponder. Who are you when nobody is looking? No need to answer. Just float. Just breathe. If the mind circles back, let it sway you. Let it cradle you. Let it fade. Breathing beneath the question asterisk. Gentle winds sweeping across dunes. Low melodic tones buried deep in distance. There is no need to decide. Not now. Let the questions curl into the folds of your breath, soft and unhurried. Let your hands unclench. Let your thoughts dissolve into warmth. You are not here to resolve. You are here to float. Breathe gently into the next space and let it carry you. 6. The burden of promise. Picture yourself holding a smooth, heavy river stone in your palm. Feel its cool weight, its dense reality. This stone is a promise given, a word cast into the stream of time when the waters ran clear. Back then, the banks were certain, the current steady. Breathe in, feeling the echo of that certainty held within the stone. Breathe out, acknowledging the simple gravity of a word once given. But rivers change their course. See how the landscape shifts. Floods arrive, new channels carve themselves through the earth. The familiar banks dissolve into mist. The promise that solid stone now feels heavy in a different way, perhaps pulling you towards treacherous waters, towards a place that no longer nourishes or sustains, maybe even threatening to pull others under in its unyielding current. Feel the breath soften in your chest. Does virtue lie in clutching the stone tightly, honoring its original weight, even as the riverbanks crumble? Or does wisdom whisper that some stones must be gently released, return to the changing waters? Let your shoulders drop, release their hold. The question sways, like reeds in the moving current. When the world itself transforms, does the shape of honor transform with it? Where does integrity find its footing when the ground beneath the promise has washed away? And so, the mind drifts. 7. The last slice. Picture a dimly lit room, hushed and warm, perhaps smelling faintly of wood smoke and baked earth. A single candle flickers, casting long shadows from the figures gathered around a worn wooden table. In the center rests the final offering, the last piece of dark bread, fragrant and yielding, a small moon in the warm glow, not enough to fill every belly, but enough to warm one. Feel the shared quiet, the unspoken understanding of scarcity that hangs in the air. Breathe in the scent of sustenance, however small. Breathe out, letting your own hunger or fullness simply be. Whose hand reaches for this last comfort? Does an invisible scale weigh the elder's years against the child's need? Does it measure the sweat of labor against the frailty of exhaustion? Perhaps fairness isn't a scale at all, but a current felt in the heart. Notice the weight beneath your ribs, a gentle anchor. Let your jaw unclench. The final piece waits, bathed in candlelight, a small object reflecting large questions. How does compassion move when resources thin? What guides the hand when every face holds a silent story? It's less about division, more about connection felt in the space of lack, a quiet acknowledgement of shared vulnerability before the last offering is made. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 8. The silent observer. Suppose, in a quiet world yourself, as stillness itself, perhaps perched like a bird on a high wire, looking down upon the quiet unfolding of the world below. Or maybe you are the deep pool reflecting the sky, witnessing without ripple. Feel the quiet detachment of the watcher, the space between seeing and being seen. Breathe in the vastness of this perspective. Breathe out, sinking into the ease of non-involvement. Then, a small disturbance catches your eye, a shadow falling where light should be, a subtle dissonance in the flow, a moment where kindness falters or fairness bends. A flicker, like a bird startled from a branch, arises within you. A pull towards the scene, a silent question intervene. Yet, the safety of stillness holds you. The observer's distance feels like a shield. What ripples might your descent create? Feel your breath settle slow and deep. Does witnessing bind you to action? Is silence a quiet consent or a necessary pause? A space held for things to unfold without your hand. Let your shoulders soften. Feel the earth beneath you holding your stillness. The moment passes, or perhaps it waits. Choosing not to act is also a current set in motion. The air holds the echo of what might have been said, what might have been done, a gentle haunting in the quiet space of observation. Breathe in, let it go, and so the mind drifts. 9. The generous stranger. Picture yourself walking through a landscape that feels sparse, perhaps a desert under a vast sky, carrying a quiet thirst or an unspoken need. Then, from the shimmering air, a figure emerges, meeting your gaze with kindness. Unasked, they offer water from their own flask, a piece of shade beneath their cloak, a gentle direction whispered on the wind. This offering lands like cool rain on dry earth, unexpected and relieving. Feel the softening that comes with receiving such grace. Breathe in the sweetness of this unearned gift. Breathe out, releasing the tightness of lack. The stranger seeks nothing, their generosity a spring bubbling freely from within. Does this pure gift create an echo within you, a resonance that calls for expression? Feel your hands resting open, empty or full. Is the circle of kindness complete in the giving and receiving, or does it ripple outwards, inviting you to become the unexpected spring for another wanderer on a different path? Let your body feel light, nourished by the unexpected offering. The question isn't one of debt, but of flow. Does generosity received open a channel within, preparing the heart to offer its own water when the time is right, keeping the quiet current of kindness moving through the world? Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 9. The generous stranger. Picture yourself walking through a landscape that feels sparse, perhaps a desert under a vast sky, carrying a quiet thirst or an unspoken need. Then, from the shimmering air, a figure emerges, meeting your gaze with kindness. Unasked, they offer water from their own flask, a piece of shade beneath their cloak, a gentle direction whispered on the wind. This offering lands like cool rain on dry earth, unexpected and relieving. Feel the softening that comes with receiving such grace. Breathe in the sweetness of this unearned gift. Breathe out, releasing the tightness of lack. The stranger seeks nothing, their generosity a spring bubbling freely from within. Does this pure gift create an echo within you, a resonance that calls for expression? Feel your hands resting open, empty or full. Is the circle of kindness complete in the giving and receiving, or does it ripple outwards, inviting you to become the unexpected spring for another wanderer on a different path? Let your body feel light, nourished by the unexpected offering. The question isn't one of debt, but of flow. Does generosity received open a channel within, preparing the heart to offer its own water when the time is right, keeping the quiet current of kindness moving through the world? Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 7. The last slice. Picture a dimly lit room, hushed and warm, perhaps smelling faintly of wood smoke and baked earth. A single candle flickers, casting long shadows from the figures gathered around a worn wooden table. In the center rests the final offering, the last piece of dark bread, fragrant and yielding, a small moon in the warm glow, not enough to fill every belly, but enough to warm one. Feel the shared quiet, the unspoken understanding of scarcity that hangs in the air. Breathe in the scent of sustenance, however small. Breathe out, letting your own hunger or fullness simply be. Whose hand reaches for this last comfort? Does an invisible scale weigh the elder's years against the child's need? Does it measure the sweat of labor against the frailty of exhaustion? Perhaps fairness isn't a scale at all, but a current felt in the heart. Notice the weight beneath your ribs, a gentle anchor. Let your jaw unclench. The final piece waits, bathed in candlelight, a small object reflecting large questions. How does compassion move when resources thin? What guides the hand when every face holds a silent story? It's less about division, more about connection felt in the space of lack, a quiet acknowledgement of shared vulnerability before the last offering is made. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 8. The silent observer. Suppose, in a quiet world, yourself, as stillness itself, perhaps perched like a bird on a high wire, looking down upon the quiet unfolding of the world below. Or maybe you are the deep pool, reflecting the sky, witnessing without ripple. Feel the quiet detachment of the watcher, the space between seeing and being seen. Breathe in the vastness of this perspective. Breathe out, sinking into the ease of non-involvement. Then, a small disturbance catches your eye, a shadow falling where light should be, a subtle dissonance in the flow, a moment where kindness falters or fairness bends, a flicker, like a bird startled from a branch, arises within you, a pull towards the scene, a silent question intervene. Yet, the safety of stillness holds you, the observer's distance feels like a shield. What ripples might your descent create? Feel your breath settle, slow and deep. Does witnessing bind you to action? Is silence a quiet consent or a necessary pause, a space held for things to unfold without your hand? Let your shoulders soften, feel the earth beneath you, holding your stillness. The moment passes, or perhaps it waits. Choosing not to act is also a current set in motion. The air holds the echo of what might have been said, what might have been done, a gentle haunting in the quiet space of observation. Breathe in, let it go, and so the mind drifts. 9. The generous stranger. Picture yourself walking through a landscape that feels sparse, perhaps a desert under a vast sky, carrying a quiet thirst or an unspoken need. Then, from the shimmering air, a figure emerges, meeting your gaze with kindness. Unasked, they offer water from their own flask, a piece of shade beneath their cloak, a gentle direction whispered on the wind. This offering lands like cool rain on dry earth, unexpected and relieving. Feel the softening that comes with receiving such grace. Breathe in the sweetness of this unearned gift. Breathe out, releasing the tightness of lack. The stranger seeks nothing, their generosity, a spring bubbling freely from within. Does this pure gift create an echo within you? a resonance that calls for expression. Feel your hands resting open, empty or full. Is the circle of kindness complete in the giving and receiving, or does it ripple outwards, inviting you to become the unexpected spring for another wanderer on a different path? Let your body feel light, nourished by the unexpected offering. The question isn't one of debt but of flow. Does generosity received open a channel within, preparing the heart to offer its own water when the time is right, keeping the quiet current of kindness moving through the world? Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 10. Dark mirrors of matter. Imagine that everything you can see, the stars, the planets, the galaxies that spiral through the cosmos, is merely a fraction of what exists. Take a deep breath in, feeling the air fill your lungs, and release, letting your awareness expand beyond the visible. Scientists tell us that what we observe, all the matter that makes up our bodies, our world, our visible universe, accounts for merely 5% of what's actually there. The rest remains hidden from our sight, detectable only through its gravitational effects. Breathe in slowly, considering what it means to be surrounded by the unseen, and out, allowing yourself to rest in this greater reality. They call it dark matter and dark energy, not because they are ominous or threatening, but simply because they don't interact with light. They pass through ordinary matter like ghosts through walls, yet their gravity shapes the cosmos, guiding the dance of galaxies. Then breathe in, imagining these invisible presences holding the stars in their orbits, and out, feeling yourself held by unseen forces. Perhaps this cosmic mystery mirrors something about our own consciousness. So much of what shapes our thoughts and feelings remains below the surface, influences we cannot directly observe, but that nevertheless determine our trajectory. Take another gentle breath in, sensing the depths within yourself, and out, acknowledging the mystery of your own inner space. Dark matter forms a vast web throughout the universe, a cosmic scaffold upon which the visible builds its structures. Breathe in, visualizing this intricate network cradling islands of light, and out, sensing how emptiness and form complement each other, neither existing without the other. What if the greatest forces in our lives are similarly invisible? Love cannot be seen directly, yet it shapes everything it touches. Meaning cannot be measured, yet it provides the architecture for our choices. Breathe in, honoring these unseen dimensions of experience, and out, letting them support you like dark matter supports the stars. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more distant, consider how this cosmic proportion, 5% visible, 95% hidden, might invite a certain humility. How much of reality might lie beyond our current perception? Breathe in, opening to possibility, and out, releasing the need to comprehend everything. Let your mind drift now in this twilight space between the known and unknown. The mystery of dark matter doesn't require solving tonight. It only asks for your peaceful acknowledgement of depth beyond surface, of substance beyond appearance. Breathe in once more, gathering this sense of cosmic wonder, and out, releasing yourself into the embrace of the unseen. And as your awareness continues to expand, let's consider the precious fragility of consciousness itself, a rare flowering in an indifferent cosmos. 11. The Great Extinction. Consciousness, this light within you that reads these words, that experiences color and sound, that knows itself to be knowing, may be the rarest phenomenon in all the universe. Breathe in deeply, feeling the miracle of awareness, and out, recognizing how extraordinary it is to be experiencing anything at all. Throughout Earth's long history, countless species have arisen, flourished, and disappeared. Some estimate that 99% of all species that ever lived are now extinct, their unique ways of experiencing the world forever lost. Breathe in gently, honoring this lineage of being, and out, accepting the impermanence that touches all life. Our own existence unfolds against this backdrop of cosmic indifference. The universe neither celebrates our arrival nor mourns our passing. Stars explode, galaxies collide, entropy increases, all without concern for the brief flicker of consciousness that observes these processes. Take another slow breath in, feeling the shelter of this moment, and out, finding peace in temporary being. Yet in this very indifference lies a strange comfort. The universe makes no demands of us. It sets no standards we must meet. It simply provides the conditions within which consciousness can emerge, like rain collecting in a hollow stone. Breathe in, feeling this freedom from cosmic judgment, and out, releasing any sense that you must justify your existence. The philosopher Albert Camus suggested that we might find meaning precisely in the face of this meaninglessness, that human consciousness creates its own significance against the backdrop of an uncaring cosmos. Breathe in, claiming your power to create meaning, and out, releasing the need for external validation. As your awareness rests in this moment, consider how the very fragility of consciousness makes it precious. Its rarity and impermanence invite us not to despair, but to wonder, not to fear, but to appreciate. Breathe in, gathering this perspective, and out, letting it settle into your being. Some philosophers have wondered whether consciousness might be more widespread than we assume, whether plants, planets, or even particles might possess their own forms of awareness, unrecognizable to us, but equally valid. Breathe in, opening to this possibility, and out, expanding your sense of connection. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of consciousness, both its vulnerability and its resilience. The knowledge of impermanence need not be disturbing, but can instead deepen our appreciation for the extraordinary fact of being here at all. Breathe in once more, fully experiencing this moment of awareness, and out, surrendering to the natural cycle of arising and passing away. And as we consider the nature of consciousness itself, let us turn inward to explore the curious way in which awareness bends back upon itself. 12. The mind that dreams itself. What is it that knows you are listening to these words right now? What is it that experiences your thoughts, your sensations, your very existence? Breathe in slowly, turning attention toward the one who is aware, and out, noticing how awareness seems to shift when observed. Consciousness possesses a remarkable quality. It can take itself as its own object. You can think about your own thinking. You can be aware of your own awareness, like a mirror reflecting another mirror, creating an infinite corridor of images. Breathe in, witnessing this recursive nature, and out, allowing yourself to rest in this endless reflection. Eastern contemplative traditions have long explored this territory. When you ask, "Who am I?" and follow the question to its source, something curious happens. The questioner becomes the questioned. The seeker becomes the sought. Take another gentle breath in, approaching this mystery, and out, allowing it to approach you. This infinite recursion of mind observing itself creates a kind of paradox. If consciousness is that which knows, what knows consciousness? If awareness is the light illuminating experience, what illuminates awareness itself? Breathe in, holding this question lightly, and out, without straining for an answer. Perhaps consciousness is like a dream that dreams itself into being, not a thing or an object, but a process constantly creating and discovering its own nature. Breathe in, participating in the self-creating mystery, and out, surrendering to its flow. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more distant, consider how this recursion creates a kind of infinity within you, an inner space as vast and mysterious as the outer cosmos. Breathe in, exploring this inner expanse, and out, allowing yourself to merge with its boundlessness. The philosopher Douglas Hofstadter called this quality of mind a strange loop, a paradoxical level-crossing feedback loop that somehow creates the sense of self. Not something that can be fully understood through logic, but perhaps something that can be directly experienced in moments of quiet reflection. Breathe in, sensing this looping quality, and out, feeling how it creates the texture of being you. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of its own nature. You need not solve the puzzle of consciousness tonight. You need only witness its beautiful complexity with wonder rather than confusion. Breathe in once more, gathering this sense of peaceful mystery, and out, releasing even the desire to understand. And as your awareness continues to shift towards sleep, let us pause for a moment to simply rest in the questions themselves, without seeking any answers at all. Floating questions. Let these thoughts drift like clouds across the sky of your awareness. Breathe in gently. Watch them form, transform, and dissolve. Breathe out completely. They need not be captured or controlled. The questions we've explored about dark matter, consciousness, and the recursive mind don't require answers. They need only to be witnessed. Breathe in, becoming the spacious sky that holds all clouds, and out, allowing each thought to move at its own pace. Feel how your body has grown heavier since we began, how your limbs seem to melt into the surface beneath you, how your eyelids have become weighted. Breathe in, noticing these sensations without trying to change them, and out, allowing gravity to embrace you more fully. As your body settles, notice how your mind expands, reaching outward toward cosmic mysteries, while simultaneously turning inward to explore the nature of awareness itself. Breathe in, feeling this paradoxical movement, and out, resting in the tension between vastness and intimacy. The unknown has its own texture, its own beauty, not a void to be filled, but a space to be appreciated. Breathe in, sensing the richness of not knowing, and out, releasing the habit of seeking certainty. Allow your thoughts to become like stars, distant, beautiful, no longer demanding your immediate attention. Breathe in, creating space between yourself and your thinking, and out, expanding this space with each breath. Your body continues to grow heavier, anchoring you to earth. Your mind continues to grow lighter, floating among questions too vast for answers. Breathe in, feeling this pleasant contradiction, and out, surrendering to its gentle pull. Remember that you are safe here in this space of wonder. The questions cannot harm you. They can only invite you deeper into the mystery of being. Breathe in, accepting this invitation, and out, trusting the journey. As we continue exploring the edges of understanding, carry this quality of witnessing with you. The floating questions will remain, suspended in their own beauty, neither demanding resolution nor disturbing your peace. Breathe in once more, gathering this sense of spacious awareness, and out, releasing any remaining tension. And now, with this renewed perspective, let us turn toward the spaces where meaning seems to evaporate, leaving only the void that somehow speaks. 13. The void that speaks. Consider for a moment the space between your fingers, the emptiness between stars, the silence between heartbeats. Breathe in deeply, filling your lungs with air, and release, creating space within your body. Most of us think of nothing as the absence of something, but what if it's the other way around? What if emptiness is the natural state and things are merely temporary interruptions of the void? In many Eastern philosophies, emptiness isn't seen as a barren wasteland, but as pregnant potential. The Taoists speak of the usefulness of the empty space within a cup, the hollow center that makes it useful. Breathe in, feeling the air fill the empty spaces of your lungs, and out, noticing how the void within you welcomes and releases each breath without resistance. Quantum physics tells us that empty space isn't truly empty at all, but filled with quantum fluctuations, particles appearing and disappearing, borrowing energy from the void. Even the vacuum teems with potential. Breathe in, drawing energy from the apparent nothingness around you, and out, returning to that field of possibility. In meditation traditions, practitioners often discover that beneath the constant chatter of thoughts lies a vast silence, not an absence, but a presence so fundamental it cannot be grasped as an object. Take another gentle breath in, approaching this foundational silence, and out, allowing yourself to rest within it rather than trying to hold it. The cosmologists who study the birth of our universe speak of creation ex nihilo, something emerging from nothing. Before the Big Bang, there was no space, no time, no matter, just potential, just possibility. Breathe in, connecting to that originary emptiness, and out, feeling yourself as a flowering of that primal void. As your body grows heavier and your mind drifts more freely, consider how the spaces between your thoughts grow longer. These gaps aren't blank or meaningless, but doorways into a different kind of awareness, one that doesn't grasp or analyze, but simply rests in being. Breathe in, noticing these expanding spaces, and out, allowing them to widen further. Perhaps the void speaks in a language without words, through intuition, through direct experience, through the simple fact of existence itself. Not everything that communicates uses symbols or sounds. Some truths can only be known through the spaces between knowing. Breathe in, listening to what cannot be heard, and out, understanding what cannot be explained. Let your mind float now in this contemplation of nothing that is something, of emptiness that is fullness. You don't need to resolve this paradox tonight. You need only to rest in its gentle embrace, allowing the void to hold you as you drift towards sleep. Breathe in once more, gathering the peace of emptiness, and out, surrendering to its support. And as your consciousness continues to shift and expand, let us turn toward another mystery, the unbridgeable gap between your experience and another's, and the beautiful possibility that exists within this separation. 14. The problem of other hearts. Have you ever looked into someone's eyes and wondered what colors they truly see, what feelings arise in them when music plays, what memories stir when rain falls against windows? Breathe in fully, becoming aware of your own inner landscape, and out, recognizing that no one else can ever fully know it. Philosophers call this the problem of other minds, the fundamental isolation that comes from having direct access only to our own experience. No matter how close we become to others, we can never truly enter their consciousness, never directly feel what they feel. Breathe in, sensing the boundaries of your awareness, and out, accepting the natural limits of connection. Yet within this separation lies something precious. The very distance between consciousnesses creates the possibility of genuine relationship, not merger or absorption, but true encounter between distinct beings. Take another gentle breath in, honoring your unique perspective, and out, honoring the uniqueness of others. Think of how we build bridges across this gap through language, art, touch, shared silence. Though we may never completely cross over into another's experience, our attempts to do so create culture, create love, create meaning. Breathe in, appreciating these beautiful attempts at connection, and out, finding peace in their inevitable incompleteness. Even those closest to us remain in some ways mysterious, gardens we can walk beside but never fully enter. Their joys and sorrows, while similar to our own, vibrate at frequencies we can approximate but never precisely match. Breathe in, feeling your own unique resonance, and out, imagining the distinctive resonance of others. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this separation need not be lonely. It can instead be a source of wonder. Each person, a universe with its own laws of physics, its own constellations of meaning, its own weather patterns of emotion. Breathe in, embracing your singular perspective, and out, celebrating the multiplicity of experiences that surround you. Perhaps it is precisely this gap that makes love possible, not the erasure of difference, but the bridge that honors it while seeking connection across it. The hand reaching out, knowing it will never completely touch the essence of the other, yet reaching nonetheless. Breathe in, feeling the beauty of this reaching, and out, releasing any frustration at its limitations. Let your mind float now in this gentle acknowledgement of separateness and connection. The mystery of other hearts doesn't need solving tonight. It only asks for your peaceful recognition that to be human is to be both isolated and interwoven, both separate and connected. Breathe in once more, gathering this paradoxical truth, and out, allowing it to cradle you as you drift closer to sleep. And as we contemplate the boundaries between consciousnesses, let us consider another puzzle of identity and awareness, the strange case of sleeping beauty, and what it reveals about our continuity through time. 15. The Sleeping Beauty's odds. Imagine this scenario. Sleeping Beauty agrees to participate in an experiment. On Sunday, she is given a drug that causes her to sleep. While she sleeps, a fair coin is tossed. If it lands heads, she is awakened just once on Monday. If it lands tails, she is awakened twice, once on Monday and once on Tuesday. But her memory of the first awakening is erased before the second. Breathe in gently, picturing this dreamlike setup, and out, allowing the scenario to take shape in your imagination. When Sleeping Beauty is awakened during the experiment, she is asked, "What is your credence or degree of belief that the coin landed heads?" Take another slow breath in, considering what you might answer in her position, and breathe out, letting go of any pressure to find the correct response. This seemingly simple puzzle has divided philosophers and mathematicians. Some argue she should answer one half, since the coin was fair. Others claim she should answer 1/3, since from her perspective, 2/3 of all possible awakenings occur after a tails result. Breathe in, holding these possibilities lightly, and out, accepting that both answers have their own compelling logic. Beyond the mathematics lies a deeper question about identity across time. In a sense, the Tuesday awakening creates a different version of Sleeping Beauty, one with the same memories and sense of self as Monday's version, yet existing at a different point in time. Breathe in, contemplating how your past and future selves relate to your present awareness, and out, feeling the thread of continuity that connects them. Perhaps what makes this puzzle so fascinating is how it mirrors our own nightly experience. Each morning, we awaken with continuity of memory, but after a gap in consciousness, how certain can we be that the person who awakes is the same as the one who fell asleep? Breathe in, sensing your present self, and out, imagining the self that will awaken tomorrow. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more distant, Consider how this paradox touches on something fundamental about consciousness, its discontinuity through time, punctuated by periods of sleep or inattention, yet somehow maintaining a coherent sense of self. Breathe in, feeling your awareness in this moment, and out, recognizing how it differs from your awareness of just minutes ago. The Sleeping Beauty problem isn't merely a mathematical curiosity, but a window into the strange nature of being a subjective witness moving through time. Not something that requires resolution, but an invitation to wonder at the mystery of persistent identity through discontinuous awareness. Breathe in, gathering this sense of wonder, and out, allowing it to soften into comfortable uncertainty. Let your mind drift now in this contemplation of probability and selfhood as sleep approaches. These philosophical questions transform from puzzles to ponder into gentle currents, carrying you toward dreams. Breathe in once more, feeling the weight of your body and the lightness of your thoughts, and out, surrendering to the natural cycle of waking and sleeping that defines our existence. And as we consider this interplay of identity and time, let us explore another aspect of the self that persists despite constant change. 16. The ancestral ship. Imagine an ancient wooden ship that has sailed the seas for centuries. Over time, as each wooden plank decays, it is carefully removed and replaced with a new one. Breathe in slowly, picturing this vessel weathering storms and sunshine, and out, visualizing the gradual process of renewal. After many years, every original piece has been replaced. Not a single nail, plank, or rope remains from the ship that first set sail. Yet its form, its function, its name remain the same. Is it still the same ship? Breathe in, holding this question gently, and out, allowing multiple possibilities to coexist. Now turn this question toward yourself. The cells that form your body are not the same cells that were present in your body 7 years ago. The atoms that compose you are constantly being exchanged with your environment. Breathe in, feeling this ongoing exchange with the world around you, and out, recognizing that you are more process than fixed entity. Even your thoughts, memories, and beliefs shift over time. The fears that once defined you may have dissolved. The loves that once consumed you may have transformed. The certainties you once held may have given way to new understandings. Take another gentle breath in, acknowledging these changes, and out, finding peace in this constant becoming. What then remains constant? What is the keel of your being, the structure that persists through transformation? Perhaps it is not any particular quality or memory, but the continuity of experience itself, the unbroken thread of awareness that witnesses all these changes. Breathe in, touching this witnessing presence, and out, feeling how it remains while all else flows. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how this ancient paradox offers not confusion but freedom. If you are not fixed but flowing, then you are not confined to a single definition or limited by past versions of yourself. Breathe in, embracing this potential for renewal, and out, releasing attachment to any particular self-image. The Buddhist tradition speaks of anatta, or no self, not the absence of existence, but the recognition that what we call self is a process rather than an unchanging essence, like a river that maintains its identity while its waters continuously change. Breathe in, feeling yourself as this living river, and out, surrendering to its natural current. Let your mind float now in this gentle contemplation of identity and change. The question of the ancestral ship doesn't demand an answer tonight. It only invites you to rest in the mysterious continuity within change that defines your existence. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective, and out, allowing it to accompany you toward the shores of sleep. And as we contemplate the fluidity of identity, let us turn toward another source of uncertainty, the voice within that questions everything we believe to be true. 16. The ancestral ship. Imagine an ancient wooden ship that has sailed the seas for centuries. Over time, as each wooden plank decays, it is carefully removed and replaced with a new one. Breathe in slowly, picturing this vessel weathering storms and sunshine, and out, visualizing the gradual process of renewal. After many years, every original piece has been replaced. Not a single nail, plank, or rope remains from the ship that first set sail. Yet its form, its function, its name remain the same. Is it still the same ship? Breathe in, holding this question gently, and out, allowing multiple possibilities to coexist. Now turn this question toward yourself. The cells that form your body are not the same cells that were present in your body 7 years ago. The atoms that compose you are constantly being exchanged with your environment. Breathe in, feeling this ongoing exchange with the world around you, and out, recognizing that you are more process than fixed entity. Even your thoughts, memories, and beliefs shift over time. The fears that once defined you may have dissolved. The loves that once consumed you may have transformed. The certainties you once held may have given way to new understandings. Take another gentle breath in, acknowledging these changes, and out, finding peace in this constant becoming. What, then, remains constant? What is the keel of your being, the structure that persists through transformation? Perhaps it is not any particular quality or memory, but the continuity of experience itself, the unbroken thread of awareness that witnesses all these changes. Breathe in, touching this witnessing presence, and out, feeling how it remains while all else flows. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how this ancient paradox offers not confusion but freedom. If you are not fixed but flowing, then you are not confined to a single definition or limited by past versions of yourself. Breathe in, embracing this potential for renewal, and out, releasing attachment to any particular self-image. The Buddhist tradition speaks of anatta, or no self, not the absence of existence, but the recognition that what we call self is a process rather than an unchanging essence, like a river that maintains its identity while its waters continuously change. Breathe in, feeling yourself as this living river, and out, surrendering to its natural current. Let your mind float now in this gentle contemplation of identity and change. The question of the ancestral ship doesn't demand an answer tonight. It only invites you to rest in the mysterious continuity within change that defines your existence. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective, and out, allowing it to accompany you toward the shores of sleep. And as we contemplate the fluidity of identity, let us turn toward another source of uncertainty, the voice within that questions everything we believe to be true. 17. The demon's whisper. Have you ever been visited by that voice in the quiet hours, the one that whispers, what if everything you believe is wrong? What if the world as you know it is merely an elaborate illusion? Breathe in deeply, acknowledging this familiar doubt, and release, allowing it to dissipate with your breath. The philosopher René Descartes imagined an evil demon with the power to deceive him about everything: the world, his body, mathematics, even logic itself. This thought experiment wasn't meant to terrify, but to find what could be known with absolute certainty. Breathe in, feeling the solidity of your present experience, and out, holding it lightly, without grasping. Perhaps we no longer need to imagine an external demon. That voice of doubt already lives within us, questioning our perceptions, our memories, our understanding of reality, not as a malevolent force, but as a natural expression of the mind's capacity for self-reflection. Take another slow breath in, making space for this questioning presence, and out, finding ease in its company rather than resistance. What if we befriended this inner whisper instead of fighting it? What if doubt is not the enemy of knowing, but its faithful companion? After all, it was precisely by embracing radical doubt that Descartes arrived at his famous conclusion, "I think, therefore I am." Breathe in, sensing your own undeniable presence, and out, resting in this simple certainty of being. The demon's whisper reminds us that much of what we take for granted rests on assumptions we cannot fully verify. The colors you see, the memories you cherish, the laws of nature you trust, all could theoretically be elaborate constructions. Breathe in, acknowledging the mystery, and out, finding peace in the unknowable. As your body grows heavier and your mind more diffuse, consider how this ancient philosophical question transforms when approached not with anxiety, but with wonder. If even our most fundamental certainties contain shadows of doubt, then perhaps humility is a more fitting response than either rigid certainty or desperate skepticism. Breathe in, embracing the mystery of knowing, and out, surrendering the need for absolute certainty. In many wisdom traditions, the dissolution of fixed knowing becomes a doorway to a different kind of understanding, one that rests not on intellectual certainty, but on direct experience. The Zen koan that breaks logical thinking to reveal a deeper truth. Breathe in, touching this immediate experience, and out, allowing concepts to fall away. Let your mind float now in this space between knowing and not knowing. The demon's whisper doesn't need to be silenced tonight. It need only be recognized as part of the beautiful complexity of consciousness, a reminder of the mysterious nature of being. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective, and out, allowing it to accompany you toward the threshold of dreams. And as we acknowledge the limits of certainty, let us explore the boundaries that encircle all possible knowledge. 18. The limits of our prison. Imagine yourself standing inside a perfect sphere. The walls are transparent, allowing you to see the vast universe beyond, yet impermeable. You cannot pass through them. This sphere is the boundary of what you can possibly know, the horizon of human understanding. Breathe in gently, feeling the space within this metaphorical sphere, and out, sensing its edges without frustration. Every question we can answer lies within this sphere. Every mystery we can solve exists in this bounded region, but beyond it lie questions we cannot even properly formulate, mysteries whose very nature is inaccessible to minds like ours. Breathe in, accepting the natural limitations of understanding, and out, finding freedom within these constraints rather than resistance against them. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein once wrote, "The limits of my language are the limits of my world." Our concepts, our categories, our very ways of thinking shape what questions seem meaningful to us and what answers seem satisfying. Take another slow breath in, noticing how thoughts arise in language, and out, sensing what might exist beyond words. Consider how a fish, living its entire life in water, might never develop a concept of dryness. Similarly, there may be aspects of reality that remain forever beyond our grasp, simply because of how our minds evolved to function. Breathe in, acknowledging this humbling thought, and out, allowing it to expand your appreciation for the understanding you do possess. Some boundaries of knowledge are practical. We cannot travel to distant galaxies or witness the beginning of time. Others are theoretical. Quantum uncertainty places absolute limits on what can be measured. Still others are conceptual, we cannot imagine a new color or think outside the structures of our minds. Breathe in, exploring the texture of these different boundaries, and out, accepting them with curiosity rather than frustration. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how these limitations need not be viewed as a prison, but as a natural horizon. Just as the horizon encircles your vision without confining it, the boundaries of possible knowledge define the landscape of understanding without diminishing its beauty. Breathe in, embracing the mystery at the edges, and out, finding contentment within the knowable. Many wisdom traditions suggest that recognizing the limits of conceptual knowledge is the beginning of wisdom, not to abandon reason, but to understand its proper domain and to cultivate comfort with the unknowable that surrounds it. Breathe in, sensing the boundary between knowing and mystery, and out, allowing that boundary to soften and become permeable. Let your mind float now in this gentle acknowledgement of limitation and possibility. The sphere of human understanding doesn't need to expand infinitely tonight. It only needs to be appreciated for the vast territory it already encompasses, while honoring the greater mystery that surrounds it. Breathe in once more, gathering this balanced perspective, and out, allowing it to guide you toward the threshold where conscious understanding gives way to the wisdom of dreams. And as we approach the boundary of our first hour together, let us prepare to shift from the contemplation of limits to the exploration of quantum wonders, where uncertainty itself becomes a kind of strange comfort. Act 2. The universe asks back, as your awareness gently touches the boundaries of what can be known. Feel your breath softening these edges. Like a fog dissolving a horizon, your sense of limitation melts away. Breathe in, gathering mystery, and out, becoming the vastness beyond questions. Let yourself float now into the dance of the very small. Retry Claude can make mistakes. Please double-check responses. The turning point. As we drift further into the night, notice how questions that once unsettled begin to transform. There is a strange comfort in the vast unknown. Breathe in, feeling the shift in your relationship to mystery, and out, allowing curiosity to gently replace uncertainty. The dread that may have accompanied our earlier explorations now dissolves into wonder, like shadows softening as dawn approaches. Your body has settled deeper into rest. Your thoughts have become less rigid, more willing to flow where they will without resistance. Breathe in, noticing this increased receptivity, and out, embracing it as a gift rather than a loss of control. The gaps between your thoughts grow longer, more spacious, more comfortable. We now turn toward the quantum realm, not to understand it completely, for that may be impossible, but to let its strange beauty wash over you like gentle waves upon the shore. Breathe in, preparing to receive these concepts as poetry rather than problems, and out, allowing them to resonate with your intuition rather than your intellect. The mysteries ahead are no less profound than those we've explored, but they invite a different relationship, one of awe rather than anxiety, of possibility rather than limitation. Take another slow breath in, opening to this new perspective, and out, releasing any remaining tension in your mind or body. Feel how your breath has naturally slowed since we began, how your heartbeat has steadied, how your muscles have released their holding. This is the natural state of being, receptive, relaxed, ready to wonder without needing to grasp. Breathe in, claiming this birthright of ease, and out, allowing it to deepen. Let the questions that arise in this next phase become like stars, points of brightness in a vast, dark sky, beautiful in their distance, perfect in their mystery. Breathe in, becoming the night sky that holds these stars, and out, feeling how your awareness expands to embrace them all without effort. And now, with this renewed perspective, let us turn toward the dance of the very small, where particles move in ways that challenge our understanding but enchant our imagination. 19. The dance of particles. Imagine the smallest bits of reality, not as tiny billiard balls, but as shimmering patterns of possibility, particles that aren't quite particles, waves that aren't quite waves, dancing in and out of existence at the edge of what can be known. Breathe in deeply, expanding your awareness, and out, letting your imagination enter this mysterious realm. At the quantum level, nothing is fixed or certain. Electrons don't orbit neatly like planets around a sun, but exist as clouds of probability, not in one place, but in many places simultaneously until observed. Breathe in, feeling the expansiveness of possibility within you, and out, allowing yourself to exist in multiple states without contradiction. This is the principle of superposition, the ability of quantum entities to exist in all possible states at once, like a musical note that contains many tones, or a thought that holds multiple meanings. Take another gentle breath in, sensing the many potential versions of yourself, and out, finding peace in this multiplicity rather than confusion. What if you, too, are always becoming, not defined by one state? The person reading these words exists simultaneously as the child you once were, the elder you will become, and countless paths not taken that shimmer like ghost images at the edges of your life. Breathe in, embracing all these versions, and out, releasing the need to be only one thing. When physicists attempt to precisely measure a particle's position, its momentum becomes uncertain. When they focus on its momentum, its position grows fuzzy. This is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, not a limitation of our instruments, but a fundamental feature of reality itself. To breathe in, accepting that some aspects of existence resist perfect knowing, and out, finding freedom in this natural ambiguity. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more diffuse, consider how this quantum dance mirrors something essential about human experience. We too exist in states of potential and possibility. Each choice we make collapses a wave function of sorts, bringing one reality into focus while others fade. Breathe in, honoring the choices that have shaped you, and out, recognizing the vast field of possibility that remains. The quantum world reminds us that beneath the apparent solidity of everyday objects lies extraordinary fluidity. Tables, trees, bodies, all composed of particles engaged in this ceaseless dance of becoming. Breathe in, sensing the dynamic nature of your seemingly solid form, and out, feeling how you participate in this cosmic choreography with every breath. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of quantum possibility. You need not understand the mathematics or memorize the principles. Simply allow the poetry of particles to wash over you, inviting you to hold your own existence more lightly, more playfully, more wonderingly. Breathe in once more, gathering this quantum perspective, and out, allowing it to accompany you toward dreams. And as we consider the dance of particles within themselves, let us explore how they reach across space in mysterious connection. 20. The entangled heart. Imagine two particles, born together in a single quantum event, then sent traveling in opposite directions, one toward the Andromeda Galaxy, the other toward the Milky Way. Despite their vast separation, they remain mysteriously connected. When you observe one, determining its properties, the other instantly adopts complementary properties, faster than light could carry any signal between them. Breathe in slowly, feeling the wonder of this connection, and out, allowing it to resonate in your being. This is quantum entanglement, what Einstein called spooky action at a distance. It suggests that once connected, particles retain a bond that transcends space and time as we understand them. Breathe in, thinking of the connections in your own life, and out, considering how they might exist beyond the limitations of physical proximity. Could intimacy exist across time, not just touch? And the physicist Carlo Rovelli suggests that reality is made not of things, but of events and their relations. Perhaps we too are best understood not as isolated individuals, but as intersections of countless relationships, some visible, some hidden, some stretching across distances we cannot measure. Take another gentle breath in, sensing these invisible threads that connect you to others, and out, feeling how they support and sustain you even in solitude. Think of someone you love who is far away, or perhaps no longer in this world. The connection you feel isn't merely memory or imagination, but might reflect something fundamental about the nature of reality itself, that separation is, in some profound sense, an illusion. Breathe in, holding this person in your awareness, and out, feeling how distance dissolves in the heart's quantum field. Physicists have confirmed entanglement in laboratories, proving that Einstein's spooky action is real. What was once considered impossible is now understood as a basic feature of our universe. Breathe in, opening to other impossibilities that might yet prove true, and out, releasing the limitations of what you believe possible. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how entanglement offers a scientific echo of what mystics have claimed for centuries, that beneath the appearance of separation lies profound unity, that the universe is not a collection of isolated objects, but a seamless whole in constant communion with itself. Breathe in, feeling yourself as both distinct and connected, and out, embracing this paradox without needing to resolve it. The poet Rumi wrote, "Not only the thirsty seek the water as well seeks the thirsty." Perhaps particles seek their entangled partners in much the same way, not through conscious intention, but through the deep patterning of reality itself. Breathe in, feeling yourself both seeking and being sought, and out, surrendering to this cosmic dance of mutual discovery. Let your mind float now in this gentle contemplation of mysterious connection. Entanglement doesn't need explaining tonight. It only needs to be wondered at. A reminder that beneath our apparent separateness lies a deeper unity that science is only beginning to understand. Breathe in once more, gathering this sense of cosmic belonging, and out, allowing it to accompany you toward the threshold of dreams. And as we explore these quantum connections across space, let us turn to how uncertainty plays across the landscape of our memories and identity. 21. Schrödinger's memory. Consider the famous thought experiment: a cat in a sealed box with a vial of poison that may or may not be released, depending on the decay of a radioactive atom. Until the box is opened, quantum theory suggests the cat exists in a superposition of states, both alive and dead simultaneously. Breathe in deeply, holding this strange image gently, and out, allowing its paradox to rest lightly in your mind. Now imagine your memories as similar quantum systems, not fixed records of the past, but dynamic possibilities that exist in multiple states until you observe them. Breathe in, sensing how your memories shift and change, and out, releasing the idea that they must be perfect representations of what actually happened. Each time you recall a moment from your past, you are not simply retrieving a file from storage, but actively reconstructing that experience anew. Neuroscience shows us that memories are rewritten in the very act of remembering them. Take another gentle breath in, considering the implication, and out, finding freedom in this fluid relationship with your past. Is memory a place we visit or something that visits us? Perhaps both and neither. The boundary between what you truly experienced and what you've constructed through repeated tellings, through dreams, through others' accounts, grows increasingly blurred with time. To breathe in, acknowledging this beautiful uncertainty, and out, allowing your memories to exist without the burden of perfect accuracy. Like Schrodinger's cat, perhaps your childhood exists in multiple states simultaneously. The version you remember, the version your parents recall, the version that actually unfolded, all equally real and equally constructed. Breathe in, holding these multiple truths without conflict, and out, finding peace in their coexistence. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how this quantum view of memory might change your relationship to regret or nostalgia. If the past itself is not fixed but fluid, existing in superposition until observed from the present, then perhaps it's less a prison and more a palette of possibilities. Breathe in, feeling this potential for reinterpretation, and out, releasing the grip of any memories that have caused you pain. The philosopher Henri Bergson suggested that memory is not stored in the brain at all, but exists in consciousness itself, with the brain serving merely as an instrument to access this wider field. Breathe in, imagining your memories as existing in a vast quantum field, rather than locked in neural pathways, and out, feeling how this perspective expands your sense of self beyond the physical. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of quantum memory. You need not resolve the paradox of how the past both exists and doesn't exist, how memories are both accurate and constructed. Simply rest in the mystery, allowing it to soften your relationship with the story of your life. Breathe in once more, gathering this liberating perspective, and out, allowing it to accompany you toward the realm where memory and imagination merge. And as the quantum nature of your own history becomes clearer, let us turn toward the profound implications of how consciousness might actually shape the reality it perceives. Retry Claude can make mistakes. Please double-check responses. 22. The dilemma of doubt. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a fog-bound marsh. Paths diverge ahead, disappearing into the white haze. Certainty is veiled. From deep within, an instinct arises, a pull towards one path, a subtle nudge, like a magnetic current felt beneath the surface. Feel that quiet inner tug. Breathe in the cool, damp air of uncertainty. Breathe out, letting go of the need for a clear map. Yet, reason whispers caution, urging you to wait for the fog to lift, for clearer signs, for confirmation before stepping forward into the unknown, where a moral choice awaits its moment. Does wisdom lie in trusting that immediate intuitive pulse, the body's knowing that precedes conscious thought, or is it found in patience, in gathering more light, ensuring the ground is firm before committing to a direction in matters of ethical weight? Let your shoulders soften. Feel the yielding quality of the misty air. Not every step needs perfect clarity. Some paths are navigated by feeling the subtle shifts in the terrain underfoot. When doubt hangs heavy like the fog, does one move with the instinctual heart, or wait for the slow dawn of certainty? The marsh holds its breath, offering no easy answers, only the space to feel the delicate balance between inner knowing and the patient search for light. And so, the mind drifts. 23. The stranger sits request. Picture yourself on a journey through a wide, open landscape under a vast sky. You have provisions, enough for your own journey, a measure of safety against the elements. Then, a stranger approaches, emerging from the heat haze or the falling snow. They are clearly in distress, lacking shelter or sustenance, and their request for help is undeniable. Yet, offering aid means depleting your own resources, sharing your shelter against the storm, potentially putting your own well-being, your own safe passage at risk. Feel the vastness of the landscape, the vulnerability it implies. Breathe into your chest, noticing the warmth of your own resources. Breathe out, acknowledging the stranger's plea hanging in the air. Is there an ethical pull to help, even when it incurs personal risk? Does the shared vulnerability under the wide sky create an unspoken obligation, or does the responsibility for one's own well-being set a natural limit to generosity, a boundary that wisdom dictates should not be crossed lightly? Let your jaw unclench, feel the ground beneath you. Helping might diminish you, not helping might diminish something else, something harder to name. The stranger waits, a mirror reflecting choices about self-preservation and compassion. The wind whispers around you both, carrying the weight of the decision across the open plains. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 24. The overlooked truth. Imagine discovering a hidden fact, tucked away like a pressed flower in the pages of an old book, or perhaps buried beneath layers of accepted narrative. This truth, unseen by most, casts a different light on a situation, potentially altering judgments, shifting responsibilities, changing the perceived balance of right and wrong. It remains hidden, overlooked, not actively suppressed perhaps, but simply dwelling in the shadows. Feel the quiet weight of this discovered knowledge. Breathe in the stillness of its hidden state. Breathe out, letting go of any immediate urge to bring it into the light. Does a hidden fact carry the same moral weight as one that is publicly known and acknowledged? Does its unseen nature lessen its claim on our attention, its demand for inclusion in our moral calculus? Or does the very act of uncovering it create a responsibility, regardless of whether others see it too? Notice the weight beneath your ribs, the quiet space within. If a tree falls in the forest unheard, its fall still alters the landscape. Does a truth, lying quietly in the shadows, still exert its gravitational pull on what is right, what is fair, even if no one else feels its presence? The question lingers, like the scent of old paper and dust, asking about the nature of reality itself, the seen and the unseen. Breathe in, let it go. And so, the mind drifts. 25. The extended mind. Where do you end? Is it at the boundary of your skin, the edge of your fingertips, the limits of your perception? Or might you extend further, like ripples from a stone dropped in water? Breathe in deeply, feeling the air becoming part of you, and out, returning something of yourself to the world. The philosophers Andy Clark and David Chalmers proposed that the mind isn't confined to the brain, but extends into the environment, incorporating tools, technologies, and relationships that help us think and feel. Your smartphone holding your memories, the notebook capturing your thoughts, the loved one finishing your sentences, all might be considered legitimate parts of your cognitive system. Breathe in, sensing this expanded self, and out, feeling the artificial boundary between inner and outer dissolve. Consider how a blind person's cane becomes an extension of their sensory apparatus, not merely a tool, but a pathway through which the world is directly experienced. Or how deeply you might feel the scratch on your cherished instrument, as if it were a wound on your own body. Take another gentle breath in, noticing objects around you that have become extensions of your thinking, and out, acknowledging how they've shaped your mind in return. When you navigate familiar streets without conscious thought, has the map become internalized, or has your mind extended into the landscape? When a word sits on the tip of your tongue and your partner supplies it, where exactly did that memory reside? Breathe in, exploring these blurred boundaries, and out, allowing your awareness to expand beyond conventional limits. Perhaps consciousness itself has no fixed address or container, but exists in the dynamic flow between brain, body, and world. Not a thing, but a process. Not a place, but a relationship. Breathe in, feeling yourself as this living conversation, and out, noticing how each exhalation connects your innermost being with the atmosphere all living creatures share. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how this extended perspective might transform your sense of isolation. If your mind already reaches beyond your skull through countless tendrils of connection, then you have never been as separate as you sometimes feel. Breathe in, sensing these connections, and out, allowing them to support and sustain you. The poet Walt Whitman wrote, "I am large, I contain multitudes." From this extended mind perspective, we might all say the same, not as metaphor, but as literal truth. Your thinking, your identity, your consciousness incorporate elements of culture, language, technology, and relationship that extend far beyond your physical form. Breathe in, feeling this vastness, and out, allowing yourself to rest in this expanded sense of being. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of boundaries dissolved and connections revealed. You need not determine exactly where you end and the world begins. Perhaps that boundary itself is merely a useful fiction, a convenient simplification of a more complex and beautiful reality. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of expanded selfhood, and out, allowing it to accompany you toward deeper states of interconnected awareness. And as we consider how consciousness extends beyond conventional boundaries, let us explore a cosmic model that suggests reality itself might be structured as information projected from a simpler source. 26. The holographic echo. Imagine holding a holographic film in your hand, a seemingly flat, two-dimensional surface. When light shines through it at the right angle, a three-dimensional image appears, containing depth and perspective that wasn't visibly present in the original film. Breathe in slowly, visualizing this emergence of complexity from simplicity, and out, allowing your imagination to expand with the image. Some theoretical physicists propose that our entire universe might function like a hologram, with the three-dimensional reality we experience emerging from information stored on a distant two-dimensional surface, much like that holographic film. Breathe in, considering how the solid world around you might be a projection of a simpler reality, and out, feeling how this perspective shifts your relationship to what seems permanent and fixed. What fascinates about holograms is that each fragment contains information about the whole. Break a holographic plate, and each piece still produces the entire image, just with less resolution. Similarly, this holographic principle suggests that information about the whole universe might be encoded on its boundaries, with each region of space containing traces of everything else. Take another gentle breath in, sensing your connection to the cosmic whole, and out, feeling how the universe might be present within you, just as you are present within it. If reality is fundamentally holographic, then perhaps the distinction between part and whole, between individual and cosmos, is less absolute than we typically assume. Like the reflection of an entire landscape captured in a single dewdrop, each element of reality might contain echoes of everything else. Breathe in, sensing these resonances within your own being, and out, allowing yourself to vibrate in harmony with the larger patterns that contain you. The ancient Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, anticipated this holographic understanding thousands of years ago, suggesting that patterns repeat across scales. From the cosmic to the atomic, the structure of an atom mirrors a solar system. The branching of neurons resembles the branching of trees or the distribution of galaxies. Breathe in, visualizing these recurring patterns, and out, recognizing yourself as both a unique entity and an expression of universal principles. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this holographic perspective might transform your sense of significance. If each part contains information about the whole, then nothing is truly peripheral or dispensable. Each life, each moment, each experience holds meaning beyond its apparent boundaries. Breathe in, claiming this intrinsic significance, and out, releasing any sense of cosmic insignificance. The holographic model reminds us that what appears most real, the solid, three-dimensional world of everyday experience, may be a projection or translation of a more fundamental reality we cannot directly perceive. Not because that deeper reality is hidden, but because it constitutes the very structure of our perception itself. Breathe in, sensing the mystery that permeates ordinary experience, and out, allowing your awareness to rest in both the appearance and what might lie beyond it. Let your mind float now in this gentle contemplation of holographic reality. You need not grasp the mathematics or resolve the theoretical questions tonight. Simply allow this perspective to expand your appreciation for the elegant complexity of existence and your place within it. To breathe in once more, gathering this holographic awareness, and out, allowing the boundaries between observer and observed, between part and whole, to soften as sleep draws nearer. And as we consider how information might be encoded and projected across dimensions, let us turn our attention to another quantum principle with profound implications for self-understanding. 27. The uncertainty principle of self. Have you noticed how difficult it is to observe your own thoughts without changing them? How the moment you become aware of an emotion, it begins to transform. How trying to precisely identify who you are causes that very identity to shift and blur. Breathe in deeply, bringing awareness to this awareness, and out, feeling how it ripples through your sense of self. In quantum physics, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle states that we cannot simultaneously know both the position and momentum of a particle with perfect precision. The more accurately we measure one property, the more the other property becomes indeterminate. Breathe in, considering how this principle might apply to self-knowledge, and out, allowing the implications to settle gently in your understanding. Perhaps the self functions similarly. The more precisely you try to locate it, to define it, to measure it, the more it slips away from you. The writer you believe yourself to be becomes something else when you sit down to write. The lover you identify as transforms in the presence of the beloved. The person you see in memory differs from the one others remember. Take another slow breath in, sensing this fluid quality of identity, and out, releasing attachment to any fixed definition of who you are. What if the self is not a static entity, but a dynamic process? Not a noun, but a verb, not a fixed point, but a flowing current. The ancient Buddhist concept of an atta or no self suggests not that you don't exist, but that what you call self has no permanent, unchanging essence. Breathe in, feeling yourself as process rather than thing, and out, allowing your identity to exist as a series of graceful uncertainties. Consider how trying to precisely define your personality often leads to contradiction. You are both introverted and extroverted, both rational and intuitive, both consistent and changeable depending on context. Like the quantum particle that refuses to be pinned down to a single location, perhaps your authentic nature flourishes precisely in this state of creative indeterminacy. Breathe in, embracing your paradoxes, and out, finding freedom in what cannot be fully captured or contained. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more diffuse, consider how this uncertainty principle might actually be a gift rather than a limitation. If you cannot be fully known, even to yourself, then you cannot be fully confined by any description or expectation. You remain always partly mystery, always partly potential. Breathe in, honoring this inherent openness, and out, allowing yourself to rest in undefined possibility. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke advised, "Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart, and try to love the questions themselves." Perhaps this is the wisest response to the uncertainty principle of self, not to demand final answers, but to develop a loving relationship with the questioning itself. Breathe in, becoming the question rather than the answer, and out, allowing that question to breathe and live without resolution. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of uncertain selfhood. You need not arrive at a fixed understanding of who you are tonight. Simply allow yourself to exist in this quantum state of overlapping possibilities, neither entirely one thing nor another. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of creative indeterminacy, and out, surrendering to the mystery of being as sleep draws nearer. And as we explore how observation creates uncertainty, let us consider a related quantum effect that reveals how attention can both reveal and conceal the nature of reality. 28. The quantum Zeno effect. Imagine watching a pot of water as it approaches boiling point. The bubbles form, grow, and rise to the surface in a continuous progression. Now imagine if you could somehow freeze this process each time you looked at it, holding the water in a fixed state through the power of observation alone. Breathe in slowly, visualizing the suspended animation, and out, feeling how your attention might influence what you observe. In quantum physics, the Zeno effect describes a curious phenomenon. When a quantum system is observed frequently enough, it can become frozen in its current state, prevented from evolving naturally. Named after the ancient Greek philosopher Zeno, who proposed paradoxes about motion being impossible, this effect suggests that continuous observation can actually inhibit change. Breathe in, considering the power of watching, and out, noticing how being watched alters your own behavior. Think of how a cherished relationship can become rigid when defined too narrowly, or how continuously monitoring your progress toward a goal can sometimes impede that very progress. Perhaps your own growth is similarly affected. The aspects of yourself you observe most critically may be precisely the ones most resistant to change. Take another gentle breath in, sensing areas where your self-observation might have created stagnation, and out, allowing your attention to soften its grip. What might it mean to hold your identity more lightly, to observe yourself less frequently and less rigidly? Just as quantum particles evolve more freely when not under constant observation, perhaps your authentic becoming requires periods of not looking, of trusting the natural unfolding that happens beyond the spotlight of consciousness. Breathe in, creating space for unobserved growth, and out, releasing the need to witness every moment of your own transformation. The Zeno effect reminds us of a delicate balance between presence and absence, between witnessing and allowing, between conscious direction and unconscious evolution. Too much observation freezes the system. Too little loses touch with it entirely. Breathe in, finding your own balance between awareness and release, and out, trusting that growth continues, even when not directly perceived. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this principle might apply to the art of falling asleep. The more intently you observe your own process of drifting off, the more it tends to elude you. Sleep comes most easily when awareness loosens its grip, when observation becomes intermittent rather than continuous. Breathe in, feeling your attention beginning to pulse rather than hold, and out, allowing gaps to form in your self-monitoring. The wisdom traditions often speak of growth happening in darkness, seeds germinating underground, transformations occurring in the chrysalis, insights arising from the unconscious mind. Perhaps these metaphors reflect an intuitive understanding of this same principle, that constant observation can inhibit, rather than facilitate, the deepest forms of change. Breathe in, honoring what evolves beyond your watching, and out, creating sanctuary for that invisible becoming. Let your mind float now in this gentle oscillation between observing and allowing, between witnessing and releasing. You need not resolve the paradox of how attention both reveals and conceals tonight. Simply allow your awareness to pulse more gently, to hold more loosely, to trust more deeply as sleep approaches. Breathe in once more, gathering this balanced perspective, and out, allowing your consciousness to flicker like a candle flame in a gentle breeze. And as we explore these quantum principles that shape our understanding of reality and ourselves, let us turn next to consider how information might be lost and preserved in the cosmic order. 29. The information paradox. Imagine a book falling into a bottomless well, its pages containing stories never to be read again, or a melody played just once, fading into silence, never to be heard by another soul. What happens to information when it seems to vanish from the world? Breathe in deeply, holding this question lightly, and out, allowing its mystery to unfold without strain. In the cosmic realm, black holes present us with a profound puzzle. These gravitational singularities consume everything that crosses their event horizons: matter, energy, light, and with them, all the information they contain. The patterns of atoms that formed a star, the quantum states of particles, the relationships between elements, all seemingly erased as they fall beyond the point of no return. Breathe in, imagining this cosmic consumption, and out, feeling the question it raises within you. Physics tells us that information should never be truly lost. This principle stands as a cornerstone of quantum theory. Every interaction in the universe leaves traces, like footprints in sand. Yet black holes appear to violate this rule, swallowing information so completely that not even its memory remains. Take another gentle breath in, holding this paradox in your awareness, and out, allowing contradictory truths to coexist peacefully. Stephen Hawking proposed that black holes slowly evaporate over immense spans of time, radiating energy back into the universe. But does this radiation contain the information that fell in? Is it scrambled beyond recognition, or encoded in patterns we cannot yet decipher? Breathe in, considering how something lost might still exist in transformed ways, and out, recognizing how this mirrors the mysteries of memory and forgetting in your own life. Perhaps nothing is ever truly lost in the universe, only transformed, translated, or transferred beyond our current ability to perceive it. The letter you wrote as a child, the dream you can't quite remember, the feeling that visits once and never returns, all may continue to exist in some form, inscribed in the fabric of reality itself. Breathe in, sensing the persistence of what seems ephemeral, and out, finding comfort in this cosmic continuity. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how this information paradox resonates with your own experience of loss and preservation. The loved ones who are gone, yet whose influence shapes who you are. The moments that pass too quickly, yet live on in how you see the world. Breathe in, honoring what appears to be lost, and out, feeling how it remains present in unexpected ways. The black hole information paradox remains unsolved in physics, with competing theories but no consensus. Yet its very existence reminds us that our understanding of reality has beautiful, mysterious gaps, places where our best theories meet their limits. Breathe in, embracing these edges of knowledge, and out, allowing mystery to be a companion rather than an adversary. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of preservation and loss. You need not resolve the paradox tonight or understand the mathematics behind it. Simply allow it to invite you into a more nuanced relationship with impermanence, neither clinging nor relinquishing, but witnessing the dance of appearance and disappearance with quiet wonder. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective, and out, allowing your consciousness to expand beyond what can be held or lost as sleep draws nearer. And as we consider what might be preserved beyond apparent destruction, let us turn to another cosmic possibility, that consciousness itself might be fundamental rather than incidental to the universe's existence. 30. The Boltzmann dream. In the vast coldness of space, imagine a single hydrogen atom drifting alone. Then another appears nearby by random chance. Then another by the sheer infinity of time and space. These atoms might, against overwhelming odds, momentarily arrange themselves into a functioning brain, a Boltzmann brain, named after the physicist who contemplated such possibilities. Breathe in slowly, contemplating this strange cosmic accident, and out, feeling how it shifts your perspective on existence. This thought experiment traditionally poses an unsettling question. Might you be such a random arrangement, a temporary consciousness floating in the void with false memories of a past that never existed? But let us turn this concept in a different, more wonder-filled direction. Breathe in, opening to possibility, and out, allowing your imagination to expand beyond conventional boundaries. What if, rather than you being a random fluctuation in an indifferent universe, the universe itself is dreaming you into being? What if consciousness is not an accident, but the very medium through which reality explores its own nature? Take another gentle breath in, feeling yourself as both the dreamer and the dreamed, and out, sensing how your awareness might be the universe experiencing itself. The physicist Sir James Jeans once wrote that the universe begins to look more like a great thought than like a great machine. Perhaps the Boltzmann scenario hints at this deeper truth, not that minds randomly emerge from mindless matter, but that mind and matter are different expressions of the same underlying reality. Breathe in, considering this reversal of perspective, and out, feeling how it transforms your relationship to existence. Think of how, in your own dreams, entire worlds appear complete with histories and characters, all created from the substance of your consciousness. What if our waking reality functions similarly, not as random accident, but as intentional creation, the universe dreaming itself into myriad forms to experience its own potential? Breathe in, imagining yourself as a thought in a cosmic mind, and out, feeling the intimacy this perspective creates between you and all that exists. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this view might transform your sense of purpose and belonging. If you are the universe dreaming itself into human form, then your experiences, your joys and sorrows, your insights and questions are not incidental, but essential to reality's self-discovery. Breathe in, claiming this cosmic significance, and out, surrendering to the flow of universal dreaming. The traditional Boltzmann brain scenario is often presented as a troubling paradox, but perhaps its deeper invitation is to question our assumptions about the relationship between consciousness and cosmos, to consider that awareness might be primary rather than secondary, fundamental rather than emergent. Breathe in, sensing this primordial quality of consciousness, and out, allowing your awareness to recognize itself as both ancient and ever new. Let your mind float now in this gentle contemplation of cosmic dreaming. You need not decide between scientific materialism and philosophical idealism tonight. Simply allow this perspective to expand your sense of possibility and deepen your appreciation for the extraordinary fact of being aware at all. Breathe in once more, gathering this sense of wonder, and out, allowing yourself to drift toward sleep as one dream flows into another. And as we consider our place within the cosmic dream, let us pause to feel the profound connection that binds us to the universe that contains us. Cosmic belonging. These mysteries aren't separate from you. They're part of you. The same carbon forged in ancient stars now forms your cells. The same quantum fields that permeate galaxies flow through your being. Breathe in deeply, drawing the universe into your body, and out, returning yourself to the cosmos with each exhalation. Feel how your breathing has slowed since we began our journey, how your heartbeat has steadied to a gentle rhythm, how your limbs have grown heavy as your mind has grown light. Breathe in, noticing these shifts without trying to control them, and out, allowing your body to find its natural pace. The questions we've explored about black holes, about consciousness, about the nature of reality, they arise from the same source as the stars themselves. Your wonder is the universe wondering about itself. Your curiosity is cosmos becoming self-aware. Breathe in, feeling this continuity of being, and out, dissolving the boundary between questioner and questioned. As you rest here, notice how your thoughts have changed their quality, no longer sharp or urgent, but soft, edged, and flowing, like clouds passing through a vast sky. Breathe in, becoming the spaciousness that holds all thoughts, and out, allowing them to drift without attachment. The same forces that created stars created the mind that wonders about them. The same mathematical elegance that shapes galaxies shapes your capacity to perceive beauty. The same mystery that permeates all existence lives within you as the quiet witness behind your eyes. Breathe in, claiming this inheritance, and out, surrendering to this belonging. There is nowhere you need to go to find connection with the cosmos. No spiritual practice required to unify with the whole. You are already complete, already included, already an expression of the universe in human form. Breathe in, accepting this birthright, and out, releasing any sense of separation or isolation. Feel how your breathing continues its steady rhythm without effort or direction. This autonomic wisdom that maintains your body is the same intelligence that maintains the cosmos, not separate from you, but expressing through you. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of profound belonging, and out, allowing it to anchor you as we continue our journey into ever deeper realms of wonder. And now, with this renewed sense of cosmic kinship, let us turn toward the mysterious elegance that seems to underlie all of reality. 31. The mathematics of beauty. Have you ever wondered why a seashell curves exactly as it does, or why snowflakes form their intricate patterns, or why galaxies spiral with such precision? These forms aren't random but follow mathematical principles so elegant they evoke a sense of beauty even before we understand them. Breathe in slowly, feeling your own mathematical nature, and out, sensing how numbers and patterns flow through your very being. The physicist Eugene Wigner once described the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in describing the natural world. Equations written in symbols on paper somehow capture the behavior of light, gravity, time, and matter with astonishing accuracy. Breathe in, considering this mysterious correspondence, and out, allowing it to awaken wonder rather than analysis. The Fibonacci sequence appears throughout nature, in the arrangement of leaves around a stem, the spiral of a nautilus shell, the family tree of honeybees. The golden ratio shapes the proportions we find most pleasing in art and architecture. Pi describes perfect circles wherever they appear in the universe. Take another gentle breath in, imagining these mathematical relationships as a kind of cosmic poetry, and out, feeling how they might speak to something fundamental about reality itself. What does it mean that the universe follows elegant equations rather than arbitrary rules? That simplicity and symmetry seem built into the fabric of reality. That beauty, in the form of mathematical harmony, appears to be a guiding principle rather than a human projection. Breathe in, holding these questions lightly, and out, allowing them to open spaces of wonder within you. Perhaps most remarkable is that our minds can comprehend this mathematical elegance at all. The same patterns that shape galaxies somehow shape our thoughts, allowing us to recognize and understand cosmic principles. Breathe in, appreciating this resonance between mind and universe, and out, sensing how it might reveal a deeper unity underlying apparent diversity. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how this mathematical beauty extends to you. The double helix of your DNA, the neural networks of your brain, the rhythms of your heart and lungs, all follow patterns whose elegance suggests something more meaningful than mere coincidence. Breathe in, honoring the mathematical miracle of your existence, and out, surrendering to the larger patterns that contain and create you. The philosopher Pythagoras proposed that number is the ruler of forms and ideas and the cause of gods and demons. Perhaps his ancient insight approaches a profound truth, that mathematics isn't merely a human tool for describing reality, but reveals something essential about the nature of existence itself. Breathe in, sensing this primordial quality of pattern and proportion, and out, allowing it to guide you toward deeper understanding without intellectual strain. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of mathematical beauty. You need not solve equations or understand complex theories tonight. Simply allow the elegant patterns that permeate reality to wash over you like music, inviting you into resonance with the underlying harmony of existence. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of cosmic aesthetics, and out, allowing your consciousness to flow into these beautiful patterns as sleep draws nearer. And as we consider the mathematical elegance that shapes our universe, let us turn toward another fundamental aspect of reality that often eludes our attention, the subtle energy that fills what seems to be empty space. The paradox quiets now, like ripples settling on a midnight lake. Your mind no longer needs to solve these cosmic riddles. Breathe in, feeling the shift from knowing to being, and out, as understanding dissolves into wonder. The universe holds its secrets, and you, simultaneously, let your thoughts become stars, distant, beautiful, perfectly placed in the vastness. You are both the observer and the mystery being observed. 32. The 0-point Hume. What if the silence you hear isn't truly silent? What if emptiness isn't truly empty? In the spaces between atoms, in the vacuum of distant galaxies, in the apparent nothingness that seems to separate everything from everything else, something stirs. Breathe in deeply, feeling the fullness within apparent emptiness, and out, sensing how what seems like nothing might be filled with something profound. Quantum physics reveals that even in the purest vacuum, entirely devoid of matter and cooled to absolute zero, energy remains. This 0-point energy causes particles to momentarily flash into existence and disappear again, a perpetual effervescence at the foundation of reality. Breathe in, imagining this subtle vibration flowing through you, and out, feeling how it might connect you to the cosmic whole. Perhaps this background hum is like the canvas upon which reality is painted, not merely a blank surface, but a living substrate with properties and patterns of its own. Not an absence, but a presence. Not a void, but a plenum, rich with potential and alive with quantum fluctuation. Take another gentle breath in, sensing the texture of this quantum canvas, and out, allowing your awareness to rest upon it like a leaf on water. If you could hear this 0-point energy, it might sound like the softest drone, the most gentle, omnipresent humming, the universe's continuous song to itself. Not an intrusion upon silence, but the very nature of silence itself, when deeply understood. Breathe in, listening beyond hearing, and out, allowing this cosmic background to cradle your consciousness. Ancient traditions often spoke of primordial sounds, the of Hindu cosmology, the primeval word of Judeo-Christian scripture, the underlying vibration that maintains existence from moment to moment. Perhaps these intuitions approached the same reality that physics now describes through equations and experiments. Breathe in, feeling this resonance between ancient wisdom and modern discovery, and out, surrendering to the timeless hum that permeates all things. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more diffuse, consider how this 0-point field might be more than a physical phenomenon. Perhaps it represents the fundamental creative principle from which all things emerge and to which all things return, not separate from you, but the very ground of your being, not distant, but intimately present in every cell of your body. Breathe in, feeling supported by this omnipresent energy, and out, allowing yourself to merge with its gentle vibration. Some theorists suggest that consciousness itself might be related to quantum processes, that the 0-point field could be the medium through which awareness expresses itself in the physical world. Not that mind emerges from matter, but that both mind and matter emerge from a deeper, unified reality. Breathe in, touching this possibility with your intuition rather than your intellect, and out, allowing it to expand your sense of what you might truly be. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of fullness within emptiness, of presence within absence, of energy within stillness. You need not grasp the physics or resolve the philosophical questions tonight. Simply allow this perspective to wash over you like gentle waves, inviting you to rest in the living fullness that cradles all existence. Breathe in once more, gathering this cosmic support, and out, floating upon it as you drift toward deeper states of restful awareness. And as we contemplate the humming energy that fills apparent emptiness, let us consider why the universe's fundamental parameters seem so precisely tuned for our existence. 33. The anthropic lullaby. Imagine the universe as a vast musical instrument with countless dials and settings, each controlling a fundamental force or constant of nature. The strength of gravity, the mass of elementary particles, the rate of cosmic expansion, all these settings must fall within astonishingly narrow ranges for stars to form, for planets to coalesce, for carbon-based life to emerge. Breathe in slowly, sensing the delicate balance that makes your existence possible, and out, feeling how precisely tuned the cosmos is for this moment of your awareness. If gravity were slightly stronger, stars would burn too quickly for life to evolve. If it were slightly weaker, stars would never form at all. If the strong nuclear force were marginally different, atoms beyond hydrogen would be unstable or impossible. The universe exists on a knife edge of possibility, with countless ways to be lifeless and only a precious few ways to support consciousness. Breathe in, acknowledging this cosmic precision, and out, allowing it to awaken wonder rather than analysis. This is the anthropic principle, the observation that the universe's fundamental properties appear remarkably well suited for the emergence of observers like us. Take another gentle breath in, considering what this might mean, and out, accepting that there may be no single answer to such a profound question. Some suggest we simply exist in one of countless universes, each with different physical laws, a vast multiverse, where we naturally find ourselves in one of the rare regions capable of supporting our kind of life. Others propose that consciousness itself might somehow influence the cosmos across time, creating the conditions for its own emergence. Still others see evidence of purpose or design. Breathe in, holding these possibilities lightly, and out, allowing them to coexist without demanding resolution. Regardless of how we explain it, the fact remains, you exist in a universe that had to be exactly as it is for you to be here witnessing it. Your carbon atoms, your liquid water, your complex neural networks, your capacity for wonder, all depend on cosmic parameters so precisely calibrated that the slightest variation would have made your existence impossible. Breathe in, feeling this extraordinary confluence of conditions, and out, sensing how it might transform your relationship to being alive. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this cosmic fine-tuning might invite a certain response, perhaps gratitude, perhaps responsibility, perhaps simple appreciation for the improbable gift of consciousness. Not that the universe was necessarily made for you, but that you are perfectly made for this universe, exquisitely adapted to perceive and reflect upon it. Breathe in, claiming this unique perspective, and out, offering your witnessing as a gift in return. The anthropic principle reminds us that our existence balances on a convergence of cosmic factors so precise it defies comprehension. Yet here you are, breathing, thinking, wondering, a living testimony to this improbable harmony. Breathe in, feeling the universe that made you possible, and out, recognizing yourself as the universe made conscious, the cosmos knowing itself through human awareness. Let your mind float now in this gentle lullaby of cosmic hospitality. You need not resolve the ultimate questions of why and how tonight. Simply allow yourself to rest in the remarkable fact that reality's fundamental nature permits your existence at all. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of cosmic belonging, and out, surrendering to the precisely tuned universe that cradles you as sleep draws nearer. And as we consider the cosmic parameters that make life possible, let us turn our attention to the quantum processes that may be happening within your very cells at this moment. Feuer und Dreistigste quantum biology. The living world seems so distinct from the quantum realm, warm, wet, complex, while quantum effects are typically observed in isolated systems near absolute zero. Yet growing evidence suggests that life itself might depend on quantum processes occurring within your body right now, beneath the threshold of your awareness. Breathe in deeply, bringing attention to the body that houses you, and out, imagining the subtle quantum dance happening within your cells. Consider photosynthesis, the process by which plants transform sunlight into chemical energy. Recent research reveals that captured photons explore all possible pathways simultaneously through the photosynthetic complex, using quantum superposition to find the most efficient route with almost perfect efficiency. Breathe in, feeling the air produced by this quantum-enhanced process, and out, recognizing how quantum effects might underlie the very basis of life on Earth. Within your own body, enzymes, the molecular machines that catalyze biochemical reactions, may utilize quantum tunneling, allowing particles to pass through energy barriers that classical physics would deem impenetrable. The electrons in your cellular respiration sometimes behave not as particles, but as probability waves, enabling the chemistry of life to proceed with remarkable efficiency. Take another gentle breath in, sensing these quantum processes supporting your very existence, and out, allowing your appreciation to deepen for the body you inhabit. Perhaps most intriguing are theories that quantum effects might play a role in consciousness itself. Some scientists propose that quantum coherence in neural microtubules could generate the unified field of awareness you experience as your mind, your thoughts, your perceptions, your very sense of self might emerge from quantum processes occurring across billions of neurons. Breathe in, bringing awareness to awareness itself, and out, contemplating how your consciousness might be quantum in nature. Even your sense of smell may rely on quantum tunneling, molecules triggering receptors, not through their shape alone, but through their vibrational frequencies, detected by electrons tunneling between quantum states. The boundary between classical and quantum worlds may not lie at the edge of the atom, but extend into the very fabric of your sensory experience. Breathe in, noticing any sense in your environment, and out, wondering if quantum processes are helping you perceive them. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how this emerging field of quantum biology might transform our understanding of life itself. Not as a purely classical phenomenon that somehow emerged from quantum systems, but as a continuous expression of quantum principles at higher levels of organization. Breathe in, feeling the continuity between the quantum and biological realms, and out, recognizing yourself as their seamless integration. The poet William Blake wrote of seeing the world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wild flower. Perhaps quantum biology offers a scientific echo of this poetic insight, that the deepest principles of reality express themselves at every scale, from the subatomic to the cellular to the cosmic. Breathe in, sensing this continuity of pattern, and out, feeling how it unites you with all levels of existence. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of quantum life. You need not understand the scientific details or master the mathematics tonight. Simply allow this perspective to expand your appreciation for the extraordinary complexity and elegance of the body you inhabit. Breathe in once more, gathering awareness of your quantum nature, and out, allowing your consciousness to float between the macroscopic world of everyday experience and the quantum realm that sustains it. And as we explore the quantum foundations of biological life, let us turn toward another profound mystery, the nature of absolute emptiness, and why there is something rather than nothing. 35. Hate the paradox of nothing. Of all questions that might arise in the quiet hours, perhaps none is more profound than this. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why does existence exist at all? Breathe in slowly, feeling the reality of your own being, and out, sensing the mystery that anything exists. To take a breath. Imagine absolute nothingness, not empty space, which still has dimensions and properties, but the complete absence of everything, including space and time themselves. Such perfect non-existence would seem to be the simplest, most natural state. It requires no explanation, no cause, no energy to maintain. Breathe in, trying to contemplate this perfect void, and out, noticing how your mind recoils from truly imagining absolute nothing. The philosopher Leibniz posed this question centuries ago, suggesting that nothing would be simpler than something, so the existence of anything at all demands explanation. Modern physics approaches this mystery from different angles: quantum fluctuations in vacuum states, mathematical necessity, multiverse theories. Yet the question persists at the boundary of science and metaphysics. Take another gentle breath in, holding this question lightly, and out, allowing it to open spaces of wonder within you rather than demanding resolution. Perhaps what we call nothing is actually unstable or impossible. Perhaps being has a tendency to emerge from non-being through principles we cannot yet comprehend. Or perhaps existence is not a thing that happened, but the natural state, with non-existence being the true impossibility. Breathe in, considering how completely our thinking is shaped by existence itself, and out, recognizing the limits of imagination when contemplating its absence. This paradox touches something essential about consciousness, too. Your awareness exists when it seemingly might not have. The particular collection of atoms that forms you, the specific arrangement of neurons that creates your mind, the exact historical pathway that led to this moment of you reading these words, all might so easily have been otherwise. Breathe in, feeling the extraordinary contingency of your existence, and out, allowing gratitude to arise naturally for this improbable gift of being. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more diffuse, consider how this oldest of philosophical questions remains eternally fresh, eternally mysterious. Unlike problems that can be solved and set aside, the paradox of existence renews itself in each moment, in each breath, in each conscious experience. Breathe in, feeling the miracle of being, and out, sensing how it permeates everything without exception. The poet Mary Oliver asked, "What is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life?" Perhaps this question resonates so deeply because it acknowledges both the mystery of existence itself and the extraordinary gift of conscious participation in it. Breathe in, claiming your place in the great something rather than nothing, and out, surrendering to the flow of being that carries you without effort. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of being and non-being. You need not resolve the paradox tonight or reach philosophical conclusions about why existence exists. Simply allow the question to expand your appreciation for the extraordinary fact that anything is at all, including you. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of fundamental wonder, and out, allowing your consciousness to rest in the mystery of being as sleep draws nearer. And as we contemplate the mystery of existence itself, let us turn toward another profound question: how consciousness emerges from the physical processes of the brain. 36. The ghost in the machine. Consider for a moment the 3 pounds of matter nested within your skull, a collection of cells, electrical impulses, and chemical reactions. Somehow, from this physical substrate arises something seemingly immaterial: your thoughts, your emotions, your sense of self, your very awareness. Reading these words now, breathe in deeply, feeling the mystery of your own consciousness, and out, allowing wonder to replace any need for explanation. This emergence of mind from matter represents one of the greatest puzzles in science and philosophy. How does subjective experience arise from objective physical processes? How does the firing of neurons create the taste of chocolate, the color blue, the feeling of love? Take another slow breath in, noticing the sensations in your body, and out, considering how these physical signals transform into your conscious experience. The philosopher David Chalmers calls this the hard problem of consciousness, the challenge of explaining why we have subjective experiences at all. We can map neural correlates, identify brain regions associated with various mental states, chart the flow of information through neural networks. Yet the leap from these physical descriptions to the felt quality of experience remains mysterious. Breathe in, sensing your awareness from within, and out, recognizing how it transcends the physical processes that support it. Perhaps consciousness emerges from complexity, like wetness emerges from water molecules, or transparency from glass atoms. Neither the individual molecules nor atoms possess these properties, yet at certain levels of organization, new qualities appear that cannot be reduced to their components. Breathe in, feeling yourself as both physical system and conscious being, and out, allowing these seemingly different aspects to coexist without contradiction. What if consciousness isn't produced by the brain, but expressed through it, like music played through an instrument, rather than created by it? This perspective suggests that awareness might be a fundamental aspect of reality that manifests in different forms and degrees, depending on the complexity of the physical systems that channel it. Breathe in, touching this possibility with your intuition, and out, feeling how it might connect your consciousness to the larger cosmos. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this emergence of mind from matter mirrors other transitions in nature, from quantum to classical physics, from chemistry to biology, from individual cells to organisms. At each threshold, new properties and principles appear that could not have been predicted from the level below. Breathe in, sensing these layers of emergence, and out, recognizing yourself as their culmination and expression. The phrase "ghost in the machine" was originally coined to criticize the idea of mind-body dualism, the notion that consciousness exists separately from physical reality. Yet perhaps there is a more nuanced understanding available, not of a ghost trapped inside a machine, but of the machine itself expressing ghost-like properties when organized in particular ways. Breathe in, feeling yourself as an integrated whole, and out, appreciating both your physical embodiment and your transcendent awareness. Let your mind float now in this gentle contemplation of emergent consciousness. You need not resolve the philosophical debates or understand the neuroscience tonight. Simply allow yourself to rest in the beautiful mystery of being aware at all, a mystery that science explores but has not explained away. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of embodied wonder, and out, allowing your consciousness to express itself in increasingly restful forms as sleep approaches. And as we drift closer to the threshold of dreams, let us pause to notice how the journey itself is transforming your state of being, deepening rest. As these thoughts orbit your mind like distant planets around a setting sun, notice how your body continues to sink deeper into stillness. Breathe in gently, feeling the weight of your limbs, and out, surrendering more completely to gravity's embrace. The mysteries we've explored of existence, of consciousness, of quantum reality continue whether you're awake to witness them or not. They require nothing from you now. Breathe in, releasing any sense of intellectual responsibility, and out, allowing your awareness to gently dim like a lamp being turned down. Feel how your breathing has found its own rhythm, steady, deep, unhurried. Your heartbeat has slowed to match this peaceful pace. Your muscles have released their habitual tension. Breathe in, noticing these natural processes, and out, trusting your body's wisdom without needing to direct it. The space between your thoughts grows longer now, like the lengthening shadows of evening. Ideas no longer demand completion, but drift in and out of awareness, like clouds passing overhead. Breathe in, becoming the sky that holds these clouds, and out, feeling how spacious your mind has become. Your eyelids have grown heavy, perhaps already closed. The world of visual perception has begun to fade, replaced by the inner landscape of approaching dreams. Breathe in, welcoming this transition, and out, allowing external awareness to dissolve into internal experience. The boundary between thinking and feeling has softened. Logic and intuition flow together now, like converging streams. Questions and answers, paradoxes and resolutions, all merge into a single current, carrying you toward deeper states of consciousness. Breathe in, feeling this unified flow, and out, surrendering to its natural direction. Let your awareness gently dim without resistance or effort, like a candle slowly burning down, like stars appearing as daylight fades, like music growing softer as you move away from its source. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this gradual transition, and out, allowing your consciousness to settle into these deeper waters. And as sleep draws ever nearer, let us explore one more pattern that unites mind and cosmos, the recursive, self-similar nature of thought itself. 37. The fractal nature of thought. Have you ever noticed how a simple idea can unfold into endless complexity, branching and repeating in patterns that echo themselves at different scales, like a coastline that appears similar whether viewed from space or while walking along its shore? Thoughts possess a curious self-similarity that mirrors the fractal patterns found throughout nature. Breathe in slowly, following the contours of your own thinking, and out, noticing its recursive quality. A fractal is a pattern that repeats itself at different scales. The branching of a tree resembles the branching of its twigs, which resembles the branching of its leaves' veins. Similarly, concepts contain smaller concepts that reflect the structure of the larger ones. Ideas give birth to related ideas that share their fundamental nature, and systems of thought exhibit similar organizing principles across different levels of detail. Breathe in, sensing this self-similarity within your own mind, and out, allowing awareness of these patterns to emerge without effort. Consider how a single question, "Who am I?" can unfold into endless layers of inquiry, each level revealing patterns that echo the whole. Personal identity branches into questions of memory, body, consciousness, social relationships, and cosmic belonging. Each of these branches further divides into its own complex network, yet all reflect the essential nature of the original question. Take another gentle breath in, feeling how your own thoughts naturally branch and echo, and out, allowing this fractal unfolding to occur without direction. Perhaps this self-similar nature of thought is no coincidence, but reflects the fractal structure of reality itself. From the spiral arms of galaxies to the spiral pattern of a nautilus shell, from the branching of lightning to the branching of rivers, from the networks of cosmic filaments to the networks of neurons in your brain, similar patterns repeat at vastly different scales. Breathe in, sensing your participation in these universal patterns, and out, feeling how your consciousness might be their natural expression, rather than something separate from them. As your body settles more deeply and your thoughts grow more diffuse, consider how dreams often exhibit the same fractal quality, images and narratives that contain smaller versions of themselves, themes that repeat with variations, symbols that unfold into worlds that reflect their own structure. Breathe in, preparing for this dreamlike thinking, and out, allowing the boundaries between waking thought and dream logic to soften. The mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot, who pioneered the study of fractals, observed that clouds are not spheres, mountains are not cones, coastlines are not circles, and bark is not smooth, nor does lightning travel in a straight line. Reality itself resists simple geometric description, expressing itself instead through complex patterns that contain infinite detail at every scale. Breathe in, appreciating this natural complexity, and out, recognizing how your own consciousness embodies rather than contradicts it. Let your mind drift now in this gentle contemplation of fractal thinking. You need not analyze or categorize the patterns tonight. Simply allow yourself to notice how thoughts naturally branch and echo, how ideas contain worlds within worlds, how your consciousness reflects the self-similar nature of the cosmos itself. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of recursive wonder, and out, allowing your awareness to fold inward through ever deeper layers of restful contemplation. And as we explore the patterns within patterns of thought, let us turn toward another vast frontier of possibility, the infinite combinations of ideas that might exist within a cosmic library of all possible books. 38. The infinite library. You've wandered far into the vastness of thought. Now we begin the return, inward, downward, into soft, quiet. Act 3, where thought falls quiet. Imagine a library containing every possible book that could ever be written, every combination of letters, every story that could be told, every thought that could be expressed. Not just the books that have been written, but all those that could be, the memoirs of lives not yet lived, the histories of civilizations that never arose, the scientific treatises of discoveries not yet made. Breathe in deeply, feeling the vastness of this possibility, and out, allowing your mind to expand with it. This is the concept that Jorge Luis Borges explored in his story of the Library of Babel, an infinite collection of hexagonal rooms containing every possible arrangement of letters, most meaningless, but somewhere hiding every profound truth and revelation. Breathe in, sensing how your own mind contains fragments of this infinite library, and out, recognizing how each thought connects to countless others in an endless web of meaning and possibility. The true wonder of this infinite library isn't just its inconceivable size, but what it reveals about the nature of information itself. Between the covers of these imagined books lies every poem you might someday write, every conversation you might have tomorrow, every revelation waiting at the edge of human knowledge. Take another gentle breath in, feeling yourself as both reader and author in this cosmic collection, and out, sensing how your consciousness navigates this ocean of potential meaning. What does it mean that all possible expressions already exist in the realm of mathematical possibility? That the most original thought you might have is in some sense already written in this abstract library, waiting to be discovered rather than created. Breathe in, feeling how your unique path through knowledge is itself a kind of authorship, and out, surrendering to the flow of ideas that move through you rather than originating from you. Perhaps creativity isn't about making something from nothing, but about navigating this infinite sea of possibility, selecting, combining, emphasizing, and giving voice to patterns that already exist in potential. Like a curator moving through endless galleries, choosing which works to bring into the light. Breathe in, honoring your role in this process of selection and attention, and out, feeling how it connects you to all other minds across time. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this perspective might transform your relationship to inspiration and originality. If every possible thought already exists in potential, then perhaps the unique contribution of consciousness is not creation but recognition, the ability to perceive value, meaning, and beauty among infinite possibilities. Breathe in, claiming this discerning awareness as your gift, and out, releasing any pressure to generate what has never before existed. The weight of your body grows heavier now, sinking deeper into restfulness. The rhythm of your breath has slowed, becoming more profound. Your thoughts no longer feel like possessions to grasp, but like visitors to welcome and release. Breathe in, receiving whatever arises in your awareness, and out, allowing it to continue its journey through the infinite library of mind. Let your consciousness float now among these endless shelves of possibility. You need not search for any particular volume tonight, or comprehend the vastness of this collection. Simply rest in the knowledge that all wisdom, all beauty, all understanding exists within reach of awareness, waiting for the moment of recognition. Breathe in once more, gathering this sense of abundant potential, and out, allowing your mind to browse these infinite pages as sleep draws nearer. And as we drift among these endless combinations of thought, let us turn toward another facet of this cosmic mystery, the strange comfort that uncertainty itself might offer to a weary mind. 39. The quantum comfort. What if the greatest peace comes not from certainty, but from embracing the fundamental openness at the heart of reality? Consider how tightly we grasp at solid answers, at fixed identities, at predictable outcomes, and how this very grasping creates tension in both body and mind. Breathe in fully, feeling where you might be holding, and out completely, releasing your grip on needing to know. Quantum physics reveals that, at its most fundamental level, reality resists our desire for precision. Particles exist as clouds of probability until measured. The exact position and momentum of an electron cannot both be known simultaneously. The vacuum of empty space teems with particles appearing and disappearing. Breathe in, allowing this cosmic uncertainty to enter your awareness, and out, feeling how it might soften your own need for absolute knowledge. Think of how a tightly closed fist creates tension throughout the arm, the shoulder, even the jaw and brow. Now imagine opening that hand, fingers relaxed and receptive. This same release can happen in your mind as you surrender the demand for perfect understanding. Take another gentle breath in, feeling this mental and physical releasing, and out, allowing your thoughts to open like fingers unfurling. The ancient wisdom traditions often point to a similar insight, that suffering arises from clinging to fixed conceptions, while freedom comes from embracing impermanence and openness. What quantum physics describes through mathematics, meditation discovers through direct experience, that reality is fluid, dynamic, and ultimately mysterious. Breathe in, sensing this fluidity within and around you, and out, allowing yourself to float within it rather than struggling against its current. Notice how your body responds to this permission to not know. The shoulders soften, the space between vertebrae expands, the facial muscles release their subtle holding. Even your internal organs may respond, the diaphragm moving more freely, the heart finding a calmer rhythm, the digestive system easing its constriction. Breathe in, feeling this physical comfort spreading, and out, recognizing how deeply interconnected your mental and physical states truly are. As your awareness continues to drift, consider how this quantum comfort might extend beyond your personal experience into your relationships and activities. How might it feel to move through the world without needing to categorize everything you encounter, to interact with others without requiring them to be consistent or fully known, to pursue goals while remaining open to unexpected developments? Breathe in, imagining this lightness of being, and out, releasing the exhausting vigilance of constant certainty. The poet John Keats described what he called negative capability, the capacity to remain in uncertainties, mysteries, and doubts without irritably reaching after fact and reason. Perhaps this poetic insight touches the same truth that quantum physics illuminates, that some aspects of reality are not meant to be pinned down but appreciated in their dynamic unfolding. Breathe in, cultivating this negative capability within yourself, and out, feeling how it creates space for wonder and possibility. Let your mind float now in this gentle comfort of uncertainty. You need not resolve paradoxes or arrive at conclusions tonight. Simply allow yourself to rest in the open questions, the unfinished thoughts, the mysteries that surround and constitute your existence. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of quantum comfort, and out, surrendering to the natural unfolding of consciousness as sleep approaches ever closer. And as we rest in this comfort of the unknown, let us turn toward one final mystery: how existence itself might arise from its own potentiality, creating the conditions for its own emergence. 40. The bootstrap universe. Consider for a moment a universe that lifts itself into existence by its own bootstraps, reality creating itself from nothing, like a snake forming a circle by swallowing its own tail, not created by something outside itself, not emerging from some prior condition, but somehow self-causing, self-sustaining, self-realizing. Breathe in deeply, feeling the paradox of this idea, and out slowly, allowing it to exist without resolution. Certain approaches in theoretical physics suggest that the fundamental constants of nature, the strength of gravity, the charge of an electron, the mass of fundamental particles, might not be arbitrary, but necessarily what they must be for a consistent universe to exist at all, as if reality had bootstrapped itself into being by finding the only possible configuration that could sustain itself. Breathe in, sensing how your own existence participates in this cosmic self-creation, and out, feeling how each exhalation contributes to the ongoing emergence of what is. This bootstrapping principle appears in many guises across human thought. The mathematician Kurt Gödel showed that any complete logical system must contain statements that cannot be proven within that system, as if logic itself contains mysteries that transcend its own foundations. Breathe in, accepting that some truths might be felt rather than proven, and out, allowing intuition to complement reason in your understanding. Perhaps consciousness operates similarly, awareness somehow perceiving itself into being, creating the conditions for its own emergence. Your very wondering about the nature of mind might be part of how mind manifests in the universe. Take another gentle breath in, feeling this self-referential quality of awareness, and out, sensing how attention itself might be part of reality's self-bootstrapping nature. The weight of your body continues to increase, melting into the surface beneath you. The rhythm of your breath has found its natural cadence, requiring no guidance or control. Your thoughts have become like gentle currents in a deep ocean, moving without disturbance through expanding awareness. Breathe in, noticing this effortless unfolding, and out, trusting the process that carries you towards sleep. As your consciousness drifts in this contemplation, consider how this bootstrap perspective might transform your sense of purpose and agency. If reality is continuously creating itself through its own internal processes, then your thoughts, choices, and actions are not separate from this cosmic creativity, but expressions of it. Breathe in, claiming your role in this universal bootstrapping, and out, releasing any separation between your creative force and that of the cosmos itself. The philosopher Douglas Hofstadter speaks of strange loops, self-referential systems, where moving through the levels of a hierarchy brings one back to the starting point. Perhaps the universe itself is such a strange loop, where cause and effect, mind and matter, potential and actual form a circle rather than a line. Breathe in, feeling yourself as both creator and created, and out, surrendering to this cosmic circulation that has no beginning or end. Let your mind float now in this gentle contemplation of self-creating reality. You need not resolve the logical paradoxes or understand the physics tonight. Simply allow yourself to rest in the beautiful mystery of existence bootstrapping itself into being, moment by moment, breath by breath. Breathe in once more, gathering this perspective of creative participation, and out, allowing your consciousness to join the universe in its dream of itself as sleep embraces you. And as these mysteries continue their subtle dance, your awareness begins to drift beyond thought itself, into the quiet depths where paradox dissolves and wonder remains. The questions that have accompanied our journey don't disappear, but transform, no longer puzzles to solve, but companions in the vastness of being. Breathe in, gathering peace from this completion, and out, allowing yourself to slip beyond words into the welcoming silence that awaits beyond our final contemplation. The final silence. Let the weight of these mysteries settle now into a comfortable heaviness throughout your body. There is nothing more to understand, nothing more to question, nothing more to seek. Breathe in, feeling complete, and out, surrendering to the deepening stillness. Your breath moves like gentle waves on a midnight shore, rhythmic, soothing, requiring no attention. Your heartbeat has found its resting cadence. Your mind no longer reaches for concepts, but rests in the spaces between them. Breathe in, becoming the silence that holds all sound, and out, dissolving into that vast quietude. The journey through quantum paradox, through cosmic wonder, through the edges of understanding, has served its purpose, not to arrive at answers, but to exhaust the questioning mind, like a child who falls asleep after a day of ceaseless exploration. Your awareness now seeks only rest. Breathe in, gathering the peace of completion, and out, releasing even the desire for peace itself. Feel how your consciousness has transformed since we began, from active questioning to passive witnessing, from intellectual curiosity to embodied presence, from seeking to finding, to finally releasing all seeking and finding. Breathe in, noticing this natural evolution, and out, allowing it to continue toward ever deeper surrender. The mysteries remain eternal as the stars. The questions continue their dance, untroubled by your temporary absence. Nothing is lost in this letting go, this falling away, this gentle decline into dreamless depths. Breathe in once more, feeling the fullness of being, and out, becoming emptiness itself. Let your awareness now diffuse like mist over still water, no longer contained or directed, no longer yours to control or identify with. The boundaries between dreaming and wakefulness, between thought and silence, between self and universe grow transparent and permeable. Breathe in, barely perceptible now, and out, barely distinguishable from the cosmos itself. Sleep approaches, not as unconsciousness, but as transformation, awareness shifting its form, its focus, its very nature. No effort is required to meet it. No resistance remains to prevent it. Only surrender to what naturally comes, what has always been waiting, what welcomes you now with infinite patience. Breathe in and out as thought falls quiet and mystery remains. 41. The uncertain future. Begin in a quiet world where you stand at a decision point, a crossroads in the present moment. The immediate factors are clear, the current landscape visible. Feel the solidity of the present moment beneath your feet. Let your body rest into this immediate reality. But beyond the present, the future stretches out like a path disappearing into mist. Potential consequences of your current choice ripple outwards into that uncertainty, possibilities, risks, unforeseen effects that might bloom days, years, even generations from now. Breathe into the space of this uncertain future. Let your shoulders soften. Should these hazy future consequences, these potential echoes of your present action, significantly influence your ethical decisions today? How much weight should be given to what is merely possible, what might unfold beyond the horizon of your knowing? Feel the gentle rise and fall of your own breath, anchored in the now. Or should ethical choices be grounded primarily in the tangible present, in the known factors, trusting that right action now is the best preparation for whatever future may come? Remember the unseen debt, how past actions created present ripples. The mist of the future swirls, inviting a contemplation of responsibility across time, asking how we ethically navigate when the consequences of our choices stretch far beyond our sight. Let your jaw be soft. And so, the mind drifts. 42. The equitable choice. Let the feeling arrive first, the deep human yearning for fairness, for balance. Picture yourself holding the scales, tasked with distributing something essential, perhaps resources, opportunities, or even care among different individuals or groups. Feel the weight of this responsibility, the desire to be just. Breathe into this aspiration for fairness. Let your body settle. How is fairness best measured in this delicate balancing act? Is it achieved through strict equality, ensuring everyone receives the exact same portion, the same treatment, regardless of their starting point or individual circumstances? Feel the simple clarity of that equal division. Or does true equity sometimes require a different approach, distributing according to need, giving more to those who have less, or less to those who require little, tailoring the portion to fit the vessel? Recall the dilemma of the last slice, the question of desert. Notice the gentle support beneath you. When does treating everyone the same become unfair? And when does treating people differently become preferential or unjust? The scales sway gently, asking us to look beyond simple sameness towards a deeper understanding of balance, one that acknowledges both our shared humanity and our unique, unequal circumstances. Allow your breath to be easy and natural. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 43. The compassionate betrayal. Let the moment form gently. You find yourself in a position of trust, perhaps holding a confidence or bound by loyalty. Adhering to this trust, maintaining this loyalty, seems the clear, honorable path. Feel the strength of this bond. Let your shoulders relax. But then you become aware that upholding this trust, staying loyal in the conventional sense, will inevitably lead to significant harm befalling someone else, perhaps someone vulnerable or unsuspecting. A terrible choice emerges: remain loyal and allow harm, or betray the trust to prevent that harm. Feel the sharp edges of this dilemma. Breathe into the heart of this conflict. Can betrayal, that act often seen as the antithesis of integrity, ever be justified? Can it be reframed as compassionate action if its clear intention and likely outcome is the sparing of greater suffering? Remember the trustworthy liar, the complexity of truth and protection. Where is the line between a necessary compassionate betrayal and a simple breach of faith driven by other motives? Feel your hands resting softly. The question delves into the shadows, asking if sometimes the most compassionate act requires breaking one sacred bond to honor a deeper, perhaps more urgent, call to prevent suffering. Let your jaw soften. Breathe in. Let it go. And so, the mind drifts. 44. The silent sacrifice. Begin in a quiet world where you recognize a need for sacrifice, perhaps giving up something precious, or taking on a difficult burden for a principle you believe in, or for the benefit of others. You've felt the weight of sacrifice before. Now, another choice emerges within that. Should this sacrifice be made quietly, unseen, unacknowledged by the world? Or is there greater virtue, greater impact perhaps, in making a public stand, letting the sacrifice be known, potentially inspiring others, or challenging injustice openly? Feel the inward focus of a silent offering. Let your body be still. Feel the outward energy of a public declaration. Breathe into the space between these two modes. Is humility the higher virtue, suggesting sacrifice loses its purity if performed for an audience? Does quiet action hold a special integrity? Feel your feet firmly planted. Or does the potential power of a public witness, the ability to educate, to rally, to create change, make a visible sacrifice the more ethically potent choice in certain circumstances? Notice the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. The question invites reflection on the nature of virtue and impact. Is goodness amplified when shared, or is its deepest essence found in the quiet, unheralded acts of the heart? Let your face be soft. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 45. The moral conundrum. Let the scene rise slowly. You stand at a crossroads where every path forward leads to a negative outcome. There is no escape, no right's choice that avoids harm entirely. Every option available carries a significant cost, a burden of loss or suffering, either for yourself or for others. Feel the profound difficulty, the seeming impossibility of this situation, like the final decision where every choice hurts. Breathe deeply into the heart of this conundrum, acknowledging the absence of a clean solution. Let your body soften, releasing the struggle for an easy answer that doesn't exist. When every choice leads to shadow, what guides the way? How do you navigate when the moral compass seems to spin uselessly, pointing towards loss in every direction? Feel the support beneath you, an anchor in this difficult space. Is the choice then about minimizing harm, a grim calculation of the lesser evil, or is it about clinging to a core principle, even if doing so leads to a difficult outcome, finding integrity not in the result, but in the adherence to one's values? Or perhaps it's simply about choosing with compassion, acknowledging the inevitable pain, and moving forward with as much grace as possible. Let your jaw release. The conundrum offers no escape, only the profound challenge of choosing our steps when all paths lead through darkness, asking how we carry ourselves when faced with the truly impossible. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought. 46. The hidden benefit. Let the moment form gently, and action unfolds, perhaps seemingly neutral or even positive on the surface, yet hidden within its folds, like a secret lining in a coat, lies a personal benefit for the actor, a benefit gained subtly at the expense of others, perhaps without their knowledge. Feel the complexity of this situation, the mixture of outward appearance and hidden gain. Breathe into this complexity without immediate judgment. Let your shoulders soften. Can an action still hold moral integrity if it carries this hidden self-serving dimension, particularly when that benefit comes at a cost to others, however unseen? Recall the price of ambition, the potential harms along the path. Does the lack of malicious intent excuse the unequal outcome? Feel the gentle support beneath you, or does the presence of personal gain, achieved at others' expense, inherently tarnish the act, regardless of outward appearances or even positive side effects? The question invites a subtle examination of motives and consequences, asking about the ethical weight of benefits accrued quietly in the shadows of our actions. Let your jaw be soft. And so, the mind drifts. 47. The topology of time. Our everyday experience tells us that time flows like a river, carrying us from past to future in a steady, irreversible stream. But what if this sensation is merely a limited perspective, like a two-dimensional being trying to comprehend three-dimensional space? What if time is not a flowing line, but a landscape, where all moments exist simultaneously in an eternal present? Breathe in deeply, feeling how your body exists in this moment, and out slowly, sensing how this moment connects to all others. Einstein's relativity reveals that space and time are not separate entities, but a single curved fabric called space-time. Just as all points on a map exist simultaneously, perhaps all moments in time, what we call past, present, and future, exist together in a vast topological structure. Your birth, this breath, your final day, all present in different regions of this temporal landscape. Breathe in, sensing yourself as a traveler through this curved terrain, and out, allowing your perception to expand beyond the narrow corridor of now. Feel the weight of your body pressing against the surface that supports you. This pressure, this contact, exists only because space-time curves in the presence of mass. Your body creates a subtle depression in the fabric of reality itself, just as Earth creates a deeper curve that keeps the moon in its orbit. Breathe in, feeling this intimate connection between your physical form and the structure of the cosmos, and out, surrendering to the natural path your consciousness follows through the contours of space-time. What might it mean for your understanding of life if all moments exist simultaneously? Perhaps events that seem random from within the flow of perceived time form coherent patterns when viewed from beyond that flow, like individual frames of a film revealing their meaning only when seen as a complete sequence. Take another gentle breath in, opening to this perspective of wholeness, and out, releasing the need to judge each moment in isolation from the complete journey. As your awareness drifts in this contemplation, notice how your experience of time has already begun to shift. The carefully measured minutes of your active day have softened into the fluid timelessness that precedes sleep. Thoughts that appeared sequentially now overlap and blend. Memories from different periods of your life might surface simultaneously, revealing unexpected connections. Breathe in, welcoming this natural dissolution of temporal boundaries, and out, allowing consciousness to expand beyond its daytime constraints. The weight of your eyelids has likely increased. The subtle background tension in your facial muscles continues to release. Your jaw may have softened further, allowing your lips to part slightly. Even your tongue has probably settled away from the roof of your mouth into a position of complete rest. Breathe in, noticing these signs of physical surrender, and out, permitting every cell in your body to follow this natural movement towards stillness. Perhaps sleep itself offers a nightly excursion beyond our limited perception of time, a journey into realms where moments are not arranged in strict sequence, but coexist in meaningful patterns, where the boundaries between what was, what is, and what might be dissolve into a more spacious awareness. Breathe in, preparing for this journey beyond temporal constraints, and out, trusting that natural wisdom will guide you through territories that waking consciousness cannot map or measure. Let your mind float now in this topology of time, no longer bound by the illusion of linear progression, no longer confined to a single moment moving through a fixed sequence. Allow your awareness to expand into the spacious present where all times exist together in a perfect, eternal now. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this timeless perspective, and out, surrendering to the natural curvature that guides your consciousness toward the deep rest waiting at the center of being. And as we rest in this expanded view of time, another whisper of possibility emerges from the depths of awareness, inviting us to consider the mysterious nature of consciousness itself. 48. Panpsychism's whisper. What if awareness isn't something that suddenly appeared in the universe with the evolution of complex brains? What if consciousness isn't produced by matter, but is a fundamental aspect of reality itself, present in some form, however slight, in everything that exists? Breathe in gently, feeling the subtle aliveness in your own body, and out completely, sensing how this awareness might extend beyond your boundaries into the wider world. The philosophical perspective of panpsychism suggests that consciousness may be an intrinsic property of matter, not something that emerges only at certain levels of complexity. Just as mass and charge are fundamental aspects of physical reality, perhaps some form of subjective experience, however rudimentary, exists at all levels of organization, from electrons to ecosystems, from photons to people. Breathe in, considering this possibility without straining to understand it fully, and out, allowing it to expand your sense of connection to everything around you. Touch the surface nearest to you, the sheet beneath your hand, the pillow supporting your head. This material has its own unique history, its own particular arrangement of molecules, its own way of interacting with light and temperature and pressure. What if these interactions represent a primitive form of experience, not awareness like yours, but some foundational capacity for responsiveness that forms the basis of all consciousness? Take another slow breath in, imagining what it might mean to recognize kinship with all matter, and out, feeling how this perspective dissolves the boundary between the animate and inanimate worlds. The weight of your body continues to increase, melting more deeply into the surface beneath you. Notice how this contact no longer feels like a meeting of two separate things, your body and what supports it, but a single integrated system of mutual support and response. Breathe in, feeling this unity of seemingly separate entities, and out, releasing any sense of isolation from your physical surroundings. What would it mean for our understanding of reality if everything possessed some degree of interiority, some primordial form of experience? Not that rocks and rivers think as we do, but that the capacity for awareness exists on a vast spectrum, with human consciousness representing just one complex expression of a universal property. Breathe in, sensing yourself as part of this spectrum rather than separate from it, and out, allowing this perspective to soften any remaining tension in your body and mind. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, consider how this whisper of universal sentience might transform your relationship to the world. Each object you encounter, each material you touch, each particle of light that reaches your retina, all might possess not just physical properties, but some nascent form of subjectivity. Breathe in, opening to this possibility of a thoroughly animate universe, and out, feeling how it might deepen your sense of belonging within the cosmic community. The rhythm of your breathing has likely slowed even further, finding a pace perfectly aligned with your current state of consciousness. The space between thoughts continues to widen, creating room for direct experience beyond conceptual understanding. Even the boundary between wakefulness and sleep has begun to blur, allowing consciousness to flow more freely between different states of being. Breathe in, honoring this natural evolution of awareness, and out, permitting it to continue without guidance or control. Let your mind float now in this gentle whisper of universal sentience. You need not analyze it logically or determine whether it's philosophically sound. Simply allow the possibility to rest lightly in your awareness, inviting you to recognize kinship with all that exists. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this expanded sense of belonging, and out, surrendering to the flow of consciousness that moves through all things, from the most elementary particles to the most complex organisms, including your own being now drifting towards sleep. And as we consider this fundamental nature of consciousness, another perspective emerges, suggesting that our individual awareness might be connected to something far more vast. 49. The ocean of mind. Imagine consciousness not as something produced within the confines of your skull, but as a vast, borderless ocean in which you participate. Your particular awareness, with its unique thoughts, perceptions, and sense of self, might be compared to a single wave rising temporarily from this infinite sea, distinct in form, but never truly separate from the waters that surround and constitute it. Breathe in deeply, feeling yourself as both wave and ocean, and out completely, allowing the boundary between individual and universal to soften and dissolve. The philosopher Alan Watts often used this metaphor, suggesting that each of us is something the whole universe is doing, in the same way that a wave is something the whole ocean is doing, not separate from the cosmic process, but a localized pattern within it, temporarily distinct, but fundamentally connected to all other patterns through the common medium of consciousness itself. Breathe in, sensing your participation in this greater field of awareness, and out, releasing any sense of isolation or separation from the whole. Notice how your thoughts have gradually transformed throughout our journey. What began as distinct, clearly defined concepts have become more fluid, more permeable, more like gentle currents, merging and separating within a larger flow. This natural evolution mirrors the relationship between individual mind and universal mind, not as separate entities, but as different expressions of the same fundamental reality. Take another gentle breath in, feeling this continuity of awareness, and out, surrendering to the larger currents that carry your individual consciousness. The weight of your body continues to increase, creating an ever deeper impression in the surface beneath you. This physical settling parallels a subtle psychological process. As the body releases tension, the mind releases its habitual boundaries, allowing consciousness to expand beyond its daytime limitations. Breathe in, welcoming this natural dissolution, and out, permitting your awareness to spread outward like ripples on the surface of still water. Many wisdom traditions suggest that what we experience as individual consciousness is actually a temporarily localized expression of a universal field of awareness, that we are not separate entities having independent experiences, but unique perspectives within a unified conscious reality. Like whirlpools in a flowing river, we maintain our distinct form while being composed entirely of the same substance as everything around us. Breathe in, sensing this paradoxical nature of selfhood, and out, finding peace in both your uniqueness and your connection to the whole. As your awareness continues to drift in this oceanic metaphor, consider how it might transform your relationship to loneliness, to suffering, to the apparent boundaries that seem to separate you from others. If consciousness is truly like an ocean, then despite all appearances of separation, you remain in constant communion with all that exists, never truly isolated, never truly alone, never truly disconnected from the source that sustains all awareness. Breathe in, feeling this profound belonging, and out, allowing it to dissolve any remaining sense of existential isolation. The boundaries of your body have likely begun to blur as sleep approaches. The precise sense of where your physical form ends and the surrounding world begins may have softened into a more general field of sensation. Even the distinction between thoughts and sensory perceptions may have started to dissolve, creating a more unified experience of consciousness that transcends ordinary categories. Breathe in, accepting this natural evolution of awareness, and out, trusting the wisdom that guides this transformation. Let your mind float now in this ocean of universal consciousness. You need not maintain the wave of individual identity or strive to merge with the greater sea. Simply allow yourself to rest in the natural flow that already exists, that has always existed, that will continue to exist regardless of your conscious recognition. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this oceanic perspective, and out, surrendering to the gentle currents that carry you toward the depths of sleep, where individual awareness temporarily dissolves into the greater field from which it arose. And as we float in this oceanic awareness, let us consider how this principle of dissolution and restoration mirrors a fundamental tendency in the universe itself. 50. The principle of sufficient rest. Throughout the cosmos, from the smallest scales to the largest, a fundamental principle can be observed. After periods of activity and expenditure of energy, systems naturally move towards states of balance, restoration, and equilibrium. Stars that burn brightly for billions of years eventually rest in the gentle glow of white dwarfs. Rivers that rush over rapids find stillness in lakes and oceans. Even subatomic particles seek stable configurations after periods of excitation. Breathe in slowly, recognizing this universal rhythm, and out completely, aligning yourself with this cosmic tendency toward restoration. Your own need for sleep represents a perfect embodiment of this principle. After the mental and physical activity of wakefulness, your body and mind naturally seek the restorative state of deep rest. This is not a failure or limitation, but participation in a pattern that permeates all existence, the oscillation between expenditure and renewal, between doing and being, between expression and absorption. Breathe in, honoring this fundamental wisdom encoded in your physiology, and out, allowing it to guide you toward the replenishment that awaits in sleep. Notice how various systems in your body have already begun to shift toward their restorative functions. Your digestive system has likely slowed its activity. Your heart rate may have decreased. Your breathing has found a deeper, more regular rhythm. Even your brain has started to generate different wave patterns, moving gradually from the beta waves of alert consciousness toward the slower alpha and theta waves that precede sleep. Take another gentle breath in, feeling these natural transitions, and out, trusting the innate intelligence that orchestrates this shift without your conscious direction. The weight of your body continues to increase, creating an ever deeper impression in the surface beneath you. This physical settling represents the principle of sufficient rest expressed through gravity, the natural tendency of matter to find its lowest energy state, to surrender to the fundamental forces that govern its existence. Breathe in, feeling this physical surrender, and out, allowing your consciousness to follow a similar trajectory toward its own restorative ground state. What if we understood rest not as the absence of activity, but as an essential phase in the cosmic cycle, not as emptiness, but as replenishment, not as unconsciousness, but as a different kind of consciousness oriented toward integration and renewal? Perhaps sleep represents not a diminishment of being, but its completion, not a temporary death, but a necessary rebirth that prepares us for the next cycle of awakened existence. Breathe in, embracing this holistic perspective, and out, releasing any subtle resistance to the approaching state of deep rest. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, consider how this principle of sufficient rest extends beyond individual organisms to entire ecosystems, planets, and perhaps the universe itself. Periods of creation and expansion naturally alternate with periods of integration and contraction. Breathe in, sensing your participation in this cosmic rhythm, and out, finding your place within these greater cycles that have continued long before your arrival and will continue long after your departure. The space between your thoughts has likely expanded further, creating long intervals of pure awareness, undisturbed by concepts or mental images. The subtle background tension that normally permeates your consciousness has largely dissolved, allowing a more spacious, more receptive quality of mind to emerge. Even your sense of time passing has probably altered significantly, stretching and compressing according to the changing nature of your awareness, rather than the mechanical measure of clocks. Breathe in, welcoming this natural evolution, and out, permitting it to continue without guidance or interference. Let your mind float now in this principle of sufficient rest, no longer resisting the approach of sleep, but recognizing it as participation in a fundamental cosmic pattern. You need not strive for unconsciousness or monitor your progress toward it. Simply allow yourself to be carried by the same current that guides stars and galaxies, electrons and ecosystems toward their necessary phases of restoration. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this universal perspective, and out, surrendering to the wisdom that orchestrates the great rhythm of activity and rest throughout all existence. And as we align ourselves with this cosmic principle of restoration, notice how the quality of awareness itself begins to transform, deepening dark. 2. The spaces between my words grow longer now. Each phrase emerges from a deeper silence, lingers for a moment in your awareness, and then dissolves back into quietude. Feel how this rhythm mirrors the gradual transformation of your own consciousness, thoughts arising less frequently, remaining briefly in attention, and then returning to the spacious darkness from which they came. Breathe in gently, noticing this natural slowing, and out completely, allowing it to continue its gradual progression toward the deep stillness of sleep. Your thoughts are becoming like distant stars now, points of light scattered across an expanding field of darkness, no longer forming constellations of meaning or narratives of purpose, but simply appearing momentarily against the vast background of pure awareness. And notice how this shift happens without effort, without intention, without any doing on your part. Breathe in, witnessing this natural evolution of consciousness, and out, permitting the spaces between thoughts to widen further with each exhalation. The weight of your body has settled so completely now that you may barely feel its boundaries. What began as distinct sensations of pressure, temperature, and position have gradually blended into a more generalized field of awareness, not located precisely in space, but spread diffusely throughout your experience. Breathe in, feeling this dissolution of physical specificity, and out, allowing your embodied awareness to continue softening its definitions and categories. Even these words reach you differently now, no longer primarily as meaning to be analyzed or concepts to be understood, but as gentle vibrations, as soothing rhythm, as waves of sound that wash over consciousness without demanding comprehension. The content matters less than the cadence, the definitions less than the tone. Breathe in, receiving these words as texture rather than information, and out, letting them pass through your awareness without creating any disturbance or response. The darkness behind your closed eyelids has likely deepened, no longer merely the absence of visual input, but a positive presence with its own texture, its own subtle movements, its own luminous quality that seems to emerge from within rather than without. This inner darkness is not empty, but fertile, not blank, but pregnant with potential, not the end of consciousness, but its transformation into modes of awareness beyond ordinary perception. Breathe in, feeling the richness of this deepening darkness, and out, allowing yourself to be enveloped in its protective embrace. Your breath has found its dream rhythm now, deeper, slower, more regular than your waking breath, yet not entirely mechanical or predictable. Small variations in depth and pace reflect the internal landscape of your present state, responding to subtle shifts in consciousness that occur beyond voluntary control. Breathe in, surrendering to this autonomous wisdom, and out, trusting the body's innate knowledge of exactly what it needs in each moment of the journey towards sleep. The very sense of being a separate self-directing experience has begun to fade, replaced by a more spacious awareness that witnesses without judgment, receives without grasping, experiences without categorizing. This is not the loss of consciousness, but its expansion beyond ordinary boundaries, not diminishment but fulfillment, not absence but presence of a different quality. Breathe in, welcoming this natural evolution, and out, allowing identity itself to rest in this spacious awareness. Let yourself be carried now by this deepening current that flows naturally towards sleep. There is nothing to accomplish, nothing to understand, nothing to control or direct. Simply permit the process that has already begun to continue its gradual unfolding. Consciousness not extinguishing but transforming, not ending but evolving, not disappearing but discovering dimensions of itself that remain hidden in ordinary wakefulness. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this transitional space, and out, surrendering completely to the wisdom that guides all beings toward their necessary rest. And as consciousness continues its journey into these deeper territories, one final contemplation emerges, a question that points beyond all questions. 51. The sound of one hand. What is the sound of one hand? This ancient Zen koan points toward a reality beyond logical understanding, beyond conceptual thinking, beyond the dualistic mind that divides experience into subject and object, self and other, knower and known. Not a puzzle to be solved through analysis, but an invitation to step outside the conventional frameworks that shape ordinary consciousness. Breathe in deeply, holding this question lightly, and out completely, allowing it to work within you without effort to understand. As sleep approaches, you naturally move toward the answer, not as a thought, but as a state of being, not as a concept, but as direct experience. The observing mind that would divide reality into observer and observed gradually dissolves. The analytical faculty that would categorize experience into separate components slowly releases its grip. The boundary-creating consciousness that would distinguish between me in here and world out there gently surrenders its defining function. Breathe in, feeling this natural dissolution of dualistic awareness, and out, allowing unified experience to emerge without striving. Notice how your perception has already begun to shift away from clear categories and distinct boundaries. Sensations in your body may seem to expand beyond their usual locations. Sounds might appear to originate simultaneously from outside and within. Thoughts could transform into sensory impressions or emotions into physical sensations without clear transitions between these normally separate domains of experience. Take another gentle breath in, welcoming this integration of what ordinarily remains divided, and out, permitting consciousness to continue its movement toward non-dual awareness. The weight of your body has perhaps become so completely surrendered that you no longer feel yourself pressing against the surface beneath you, but rather merging with it, not two separate entities in contact, but a single field of sensation without clear demarcation. This physical integration mirrors a similar process occurring in consciousness itself, the distinction between the one who experiences and what is experienced gradually dissolving into unified awareness. Breathe in, sensing this fundamental oneness, and out, releasing any remaining effort to maintain separation. What if the sound of one hand is not silence, but the whisper of reality, undivided by conceptual thinking? Not the absence of sound, but sound experienced without the mental overlay that normally fragments perception into discrete packages labeled this and that. Perhaps this koan points toward the natural state that emerges as sleep approaches, consciousness without division, experience without categorization, being without boundaries. Breathe in, touching this unified field of awareness, and out, allowing yourself to rest within it without seeking to define or grasp it. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, traditional distinctions between wakefulness and sleep, between consciousness and unconsciousness, between knowing and not knowing may appear increasingly arbitrary, not fundamental aspects of reality, but convenient fictions created by the categorizing mind. Beyond these dualities lies a continuous spectrum of awareness, a seamless field of being that transcends our limited definitions. Breathe in, sensing this continuity of consciousness, and out, surrendering to its natural flow beyond conceptual boundaries. The rhythms of your body have likely harmonized now: heartbeat, breath, neural oscillations, and subtle internal cycles. finding synchrony as the fragmented activity of daytime awareness yields to the more coherent patterns of approaching sleep. This physical integration perfectly mirrors the psychological movement from divided to unified consciousness, from fragmented perception to holistic awareness. Breathe in, feeling this alignment of bodily rhythms, and out, allowing mind to follow body into coherence and harmony. Let your awareness rest now in this question beyond questions, this koan that points toward what cannot be captured in words or understood through concepts. You need not solve the puzzle or formulate an answer. Simply allow the question to dissolve along with the questioner, leaving only pure experience undivided by analytical thinking. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this non-dual perspective, and out, surrendering completely to the wisdom that transcends all knowing and not knowing as sleep embraces you in its boundless arms. And as all words fade, as all concepts dissolve, as all questions and answers merge into the single reality from which they temporarily arose, allow yourself to rest in the perfect sufficiency of being, consciousness returning to its source, awareness embracing its ground, existence acknowledging its essence in the silent answer to the question that contains all questions. What is the sound of one hand? Closing whisper. The journey ends where it began, in mystery, in wonder, in the quiet acceptance of all that lies beyond understanding. No more words are needed now, no more guidance necessary, no more seeking required, only the gentle surrender to what already is, what has always been, what will forever remain when all temporary forms have returned to their source. Sleep now, held in the perfect sufficiency of being itself. Sleep now, released from the burden of knowing and doing. Sleep now, returned to the ground of awareness from which all consciousness arises and to which it naturally returns in the endless rhythm of cosmic awakening. Rest well. Be at peace. Let go completely. Nothing more is needed. Nothing more. 52. The topology of dreams. As wakefulness gently yields to sleep, consciousness does not simply vanish, but transforms, folding inward like origami paper in the hands of an unseen artist, creating new dimensions of experience beyond the constraints of physical reality. In dreams, time bends back upon itself, places merge and transform. Impossible architectures arise and dissolve. Breathe in slowly, feeling your mind beginning its own subtle folding, and out completely, allowing these new geometries of awareness to form without resistance. Notice how the rules that govern waking perception have already begun to soften. Images may appear unbidden behind your closed eyelids. Thoughts might transform into scenes or sensations without clear transition. The boundary between what you're imagining and what you're perceiving grows increasingly transparent. Breathe in, welcoming this natural evolution of consciousness, and out, surrendering to the different logic that emerges as ordinary awareness gives way to dream awareness. In the topology of dreams, distance holds no fixed meaning. You might find yourself simultaneously here and elsewhere, or move between locations without traversing the space between. The mind creates shortcuts through its own landscape, folding the fabric of imagined space to connect points that waking reality keeps separate. Take another gentle breath in, noticing how your own spatial awareness may have already begun to shift and blur, and out, allowing these new connections to form without analysis or questioning. The weight of your body continues to dissolve, creating a curious paradox, physically heavier yet experientially lighter, more surrendered to gravity yet less confined by it. This contradiction perfectly mirrors the dream state itself, where physical laws both persist and transform, where memory and imagination intermingle, where the impossible and the familiar coexist without conflict. Breathe in, embracing these paradoxes without needing to resolve them, and out, permitting consciousness to reconfigure itself according to sleep's different geometry. In dreams, the mind folds not only space, but identity itself. You might observe yourself from outside your body, become someone else entirely, or experience being multiple characters simultaneously. These transformations aren't confusion, but liberation. Consciousness exploring its own nature beyond the fixed perspective that waking life requires. Breathe in, opening to this fluidity of self, and out, releasing attachment to any singular consistent identity as sleep approaches. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, consider how dreams reveal something essential about the nature of mind, not just its content, but its remarkable capacity to generate entire worlds from within itself. Like a skilled mathematician discovering new dimensions through elegant equations, your consciousness creates intricate realities every night, temporarily as real as the waking world, yet following different rules of topology. Breathe in, honoring this creative capacity within you, and out, allowing it to unfold naturally without direction or interference. The rhythm of your breath has likely found perfect alignment with this transitional state, neither entirely waking nor entirely sleeping, but moving gradually from one territory to another. Your heartbeat has probably slowed to match this unhurried pace. Even your subtle internal systems, digestion, circulation, neural activation, have begun to synchronize with the approaching dream state, creating a harmonious preparation for the night's inner journey. Breathe in, feeling this coordination of bodily rhythms, and out, trusting the wisdom that orchestrates this nightly transition. Let your mind float now in this folding landscape of pre-dream consciousness. You need not map its contours or understand its mechanics. Simply allow yourself to witness and experience the remarkable topology of mind as it transforms from waking to dreaming. Nothing to accomplish, nothing to control, nothing to analyze or interpret. Only this gentle surrender to the natural geometries of consciousness as it prepares for its nightly exploration of dimensions beyond ordinary awareness. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this liminal space, and out, allowing your awareness to continue its graceful folding into the infinitely creative territory of dreams. And as we witness this topology of transforming consciousness, a subtle question emerges from the depths, a wondering about the nature of awareness itself when all familiar observers have surrendered to sleep. 53. The final observer. When the eyes close and ordinary perception fades, when the analytical mind releases its grip on experience, when the sense of being a separate self dissolves into approaching sleep, what remains? Who or what witnesses the final moments of wakefulness? Who or what receives the dream that follows? Breathe in gently, holding this question without straining for an answer, and out completely, allowing the question itself to create space within your awareness. Many wisdom traditions suggest that beneath our ordinary self-consciousness lies a more fundamental awareness, not personal, but universal, not fragmented, but whole, not fluctuating between wakefulness and sleep, but present through all states of consciousness. Perhaps this awareness is what registers the transition when all other observers have surrendered their watching. Breathe in, sensing this deeper witnessing presence within you, and out, allowing your identification to shift from the temporary observer to the eternal observation. Notice how even as drowsiness increases, something within you remains cognizant of the drowsiness itself. As thoughts become less coherent, something knows this changing quality of thinking. As sensations in your body grow more diffuse, something continues to register this diffusion. This knowing quality persists even as everything it knows transforms. Take another slow breath in, touching this continuous thread of awareness, and out, finding rest in what remains when all else changes. The weight of your body has likely reached its maximum surrender, creating the paradoxical experience of being simultaneously deeply settled and increasingly weightless. Physical boundaries continue to dissolve, yet something witnesses this dissolution, not as a separate observer watching from distance, but as the very space in which dissolution occurs. Breathe in, feeling yourself as this aware space, rather than as an object within it, and out, allowing all objects of perception to float freely in this spacious knowing. What if sleep never actually interrupts consciousness, but simply transforms what consciousness knows and how it knows it? What if awareness itself never sleeps, but simply shifts its focus and operation? Perhaps the final observer is not final at all, but the continuous witnessing presence that knows wakefulness, knows dreaming, knows deep sleep, knows all states without being limited to any of them. Breathe in, sensing this continuity of awareness, and out, releasing any fear of consciousness being lost or interrupted as sleep deepens. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, the distinction between what is witnessed and who witnesses continues to soften. Thoughts, sensations, emotions, and perceptions no longer seem to happen to someone, but simply happen within awareness itself, arising, dwelling briefly, and dissolving like waves on the surface of a boundless ocean. Breathe in, feeling this unified field of experience, and out, surrendering the habit of dividing reality into subject and object. The boundary between conscious and unconscious processing grows increasingly permeable as sleep approaches. What initially required deliberate attention, the rhythm of your breath, the position of your body, the content of your thoughts, now unfolds automatically, guided by deeper systems that operate beyond voluntary control. Yet even this transition happens within the field of knowing, witnessed by awareness, that transcends the distinction between conscious and unconscious. Breathe in, trusting this seamless continuity, and out, allowing all doing to be replaced by simple being. Let your mind rest now in this contemplation of the final observer. You need not identify or locate this witnessing presence, need not name or conceptualize it, need not separate it from what it witnesses. Simply allow yourself to be the awareness in which all experience unfolds, the knowing space that remains when personal identity temporarily dissolves into sleep. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this foundational presence, and out, surrendering completely to the witness that remains when all else has been witnessed into silence. And as we rest in this fundamental awareness, let us turn toward one final contemplation, the comforting embrace of cosmic darkness that cradles all existence. 54. The soft darkness. Beyond the reach of our most powerful telescopes, the universe extends into darkness, not empty or barren, but filled with mystery, with potential, with the vast majority of what exists. This cosmic darkness is not an absence, but a presence in its own right, a gentle field that cradles galaxies, that fills the spaces between stars, that comprises most of what reality is. Breathe in deeply, feeling yourself held in this same universal embrace, and out completely, surrendering to the soft darkness that surrounds and permeates all things. Our bodies are made mostly of emptiness, the spaces between atomic nuclei and orbiting electrons, the gaps between molecules, the intermolecular distances that allow flesh to be simultaneously solid and yielding. What appears most substantial about us is largely space filled with potential, structured absence that gives form to presence. Breathe in, sensing these vast spaces within your apparently solid form, and out, allowing your awareness to expand into these inner dimensions that mirror the cosmos itself. As sleep draws nearer, your connection to individual identity naturally loosens. The concerns that seemed so significant during waking hours, personal achievements and failures, social standing, future plans, gradually diminish in their emotional weight. This perspective shift mirrors the cosmic insignificance that might initially seem frightening, but ultimately offers profound relief. Breathe in, feeling the lightening of personal burden, and out, welcoming the freedom that comes with recognition of your beautiful smallness within the vast universe. The weight of your body has merged so completely with gravity's embrace that the distinction between bearing weight and being supported has likely dissolved. This physical surrender mirrors the psychological relief of cosmic perspective, the recognition that you are not responsible for holding the universe together, that existence continues perfectly well without your management or control, that you can fully release into the greater currents that have carried galaxies and atoms long before your arrival and will continue long after your departure. Breathe in, receiving this profound permission to rest, and out, allowing yourself to be held completely by forces vastly larger and wiser than individual will. What if our insignificance is not a diminishment, but an invitation to belong more fully to the cosmos that contains us? A small note in a symphony isn't less valuable for being brief or quiet. It contributes precisely what the composition requires at exactly the right moment. Your existence, too, offers exactly what the universe seeks to express through your particular form during your particular span of time. Breathe in, accepting your perfect sufficiency, and out, releasing any need to be more significant, more permanent, or more separate than you naturally are. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, notice how the darkness behind your closed eyelids has likely evolved, no longer merely black, but textured, dimensional, perhaps containing subtle movements or emerging patterns of light. This inner visual field reflects the true nature of cosmic darkness, not an empty void, but a rich, dynamic medium filled with potential, with subtle energies, with the seeds of everything that will eventually emerge into form. Breathe in, feeling the fertility of darkness, and out, allowing yourself to be nourished by what appears as absence but contains all possible presence. The boundaries of your consciousness have likely expanded beyond ordinary perception now. What began as the familiar experience of resting in a particular location at a particular time with a particular identity has gradually transformed into something more spacious, more fluid, more connected to everything around you. This natural evolution perfectly mirrors the cosmic perspective, individual existence opening to recognize its inseparability from the universe that contains it. Breathe in, feeling this expanded identity, and out, surrendering any remaining separation between your being and being itself. Let your mind float now in this soft cosmic darkness, no longer afraid of insignificance, but finding profound comfort in it. You need not be everything to be perfectly valuable. You need not understand everything to be perfectly whole. You need not control anything to be perfectly safe. Simply allow yourself to be a beloved part of the vast mystery, neither greater nor lesser than your natural place in the cosmic order. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this humble belonging, and out, releasing completely into the soft darkness that holds all existence, from subatomic particles to superclusters of galaxies, in its gentle, endless embrace. And as all thoughts dissolve, as all tension releases, as all seeking subsides, rest now in the perfect sufficiency of being exactly what you are, a temporary expression of the infinite universe experiencing itself through the miracle of your particular consciousness, now gently surrendering to the sleep that renews all beings in the endless cycle of cosmic awakening. Final whisper. No more concepts needed now. No more metaphors or reflections. No more questions or contemplations. Only the pure simplicity of awareness resting in itself, of breath finding its dream rhythm, of consciousness surrendering to its nightly transformation. The journey is complete. The exploration is fulfilled. The mind has found its natural quiet. Sleep now, held perfectly in the soft darkness that contains all stars, all galaxies, all dreams, all beings. Sleep without concern for understanding or remembering. Sleep without need for accomplishment or progress. Sleep in the absolute security of belonging completely to the universe that breathes through you, even as your awareness shifts from waking to dreaming to the deep, formless rest beyond both. Rest now. Be peace now. Let go now. All is well in the infinite embrace that holds you, that knows you, that renews you with each breath, with each heartbeat, with each cycle of waking and sleeping in the endless dance of cosmic becoming. Good night. 55. The breath between stars. Between each star in the night sky lies a vastness we rarely contemplate, not empty space, but distance, filled with subtle energies, with cosmic dust, with the gentle ripple of gravitational waves moving at the speed of light. This apparent emptiness forms the greater portion of our universe, the canvas upon which brightness appears as temporary accent. Breathe in slowly, feeling the space between your ribs expand, and out completely, noticing how this seemingly empty pause between breaths holds its own quiet significance. As sleep approaches, you may have noticed the increasing space between your thoughts, no longer a continuous stream of ideas and associations, but individual moments of mental activity, separated by widening intervals of pure awareness. This natural slowing mirrors the rhythm of a universe that balances activity with rest, expression with silence, presence with absence. Breathe in, noticing the thought that arises with the inhalation, and out, welcoming the spaciousness that follows as the breath leaves your body. These growing pauses are not vacant but pregnant, not the cessation of consciousness, but its transformation into a more receptive, less directive state, like the seemingly empty space between stars that actually contains most of what the universe is. These intervals between thoughts contain the greater portion of what awareness can be. Take another gentle breath in, sensing the fullness of your mind, and out, feeling how it empties into something deeper than vacancy. The weight of your body continues its perfect surrender, creating an increasingly seamless connection with the surface beneath you. Boundaries between internal and external space become less distinct, mirroring the cosmic truth that emptiness and form are not opposites, but aspects of the same reality. Breathe in, feeling the subtle boundary of your skin, and out, allowing that boundary to grow increasingly permeable, increasingly transparent. In astronomy, we measure distances in the time it takes light to travel. The space between Earth and Moon is 1.3 light seconds. Between Earth and Sun, about 8 light minutes. Between our solar system and the nearest star, over 4 light years. What if we measured the space between thoughts? Similarly, moments of pure awareness, expanding from milliseconds to seconds, perhaps eventually into the timeless realm where individual thoughts dissolve completely into the light of undifferentiated consciousness. Breathe in, noticing how time seems to expand within you, and out, allowing this internal chronology to follow its natural evolution towards sleep's different temporality. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, the effort of following these words may have already begun to dissolve, replaced by a more direct reception of their rhythm, their vibration, their soothing quality beyond specific meaning. This shift perfectly mirrors the movement from active to receptive consciousness that characterizes the approach to sleep. Breathe in, receiving experience without analyzing it, and out, allowing interpretation to rest as pure perception remains. The subtle background tension that normally maintains waking consciousness has largely released now, replaced by a gentler field of awareness that no longer grasps or seeks, but simply registers what arises without attachment or aversion. Even the distinction between being awake and falling asleep may have begun to lose its sharp definition, revealing itself as a gradual transition rather than a sudden shift from one state to another. Breathe in, accepting this natural evolution, and out, trusting the wisdom that guides consciousness through its nightly transformation. Let your mind float now in the growing space between thoughts, no longer concerned with their content or significance, no longer invested in maintaining any particular state of awareness. Like the vast distances between celestial bodies, these intervals are not empty, but full, not meaningless, but essential to the larger pattern, not absence, but presence of a different quality. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this spacious awareness, and out, surrendering completely to the wisdom that orchestrates the perfect rhythm of mental activity and mental silence in the cosmic dance of consciousness. And as we rest in the widening space between thoughts, a gentle current carries us toward the natural completion of our journey together, the release. As we approach the end of our journey, notice how the weight of questions has gradually lifted from your mind. What began as intellectual curiosity has transformed into embodied knowing. What started as philosophical inquiry has evolved into direct experience beyond concepts. The need to understand, to analyze, to resolve paradoxes has gently dissolved with each breath, replaced by a simpler, more fundamental mode of being. Breathe in, feeling this natural release, and out, allowing all remaining questions to dissolve like morning mist in sunlight. Your body has long since found its perfect position, no longer requiring adjustment or attention. The subtle background tension that normally maintains postural alignment has completely surrendered to gravity's embrace, creating an effortless relationship between form and support. Even the monitoring awareness that would normally track physical comfort has largely dissolved, replaced by direct sensation without evaluation or management. Breathe in, noticing this physical release, and out, allowing your body to continue settling without guidance or control. Nothing left to solve now. The mysteries we've explored together remain as mysterious as ever, yet somehow this no longer creates any disturbance or discomfort. The mind's habitual need for closure, for certainty, for definitive answers has yielded to a more peaceful acceptance of reality as it is, boundlessly complex, inherently paradoxical, perpetually beyond complete comprehension. Breathe in, embracing this fundamental mystery, and out, releasing the subtle tension of needing to know. Nothing left to fear now. The existential questions that might have once created anxiety or unease about time, identity, consciousness, cosmic significance have transformed from sources of disturbance into gentle companions on the journey toward rest. What once demanded resolution now simply offers perspective. What once triggered resistance now invites surrender. Breathe in, feeling this emotional release, and out, allowing all subtle forms of fear to dissolve into trust in the natural order that has sustained you every moment of your existence. The rhythm of your breath has found perfect harmony with your current state of consciousness, no longer requiring adjustment or attention. Like a master musician who no longer needs to think about technique, your autonomous nervous system orchestrates the precise depth and pace of breathing needed for this transitional state between wakefulness and sleep. Breathe in, surrendering to this innate wisdom, and out, allowing your breath to play its perfect melody without conscious direction. Even the sense of moving toward sleep as a destination has likely softened, replaced by recognition that this journey unfolds according to its own timing, its own natural progression that cannot be hurried or delayed through willful effort. The subtle striving for unconsciousness that often paradoxically prevents its arrival has dissolved into simple presence within the unfolding process. Breathe in, accepting this natural timing, and out, releasing any remaining tendency to monitor or manage the transition. Let yourself be carried now by the gentle current that flows towards sleep, requiring nothing from you but complete surrender. Not a single question need be answered. Not a single problem need be solved. Not a single fear need be overcome. Simply allow the release that has already begun to continue its perfect unfolding, consciousness naturally transforming from one state to another in the endless cycle of cosmic rhythm. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this complete acceptance, and out, surrendering any remaining resistance to the mystery that awaits beyond conceptual understanding. And as we release all need for answers, all attachment to questions, all resistance to mystery, one final aspect of the journey reveals itself: the natural dissolution of language as sleep draws near. 56. The silence beyond words. In the beginning was silence, not emptiness, but fullness beyond expression, not absence of communication, but its most fundamental source. Before language divided experience into categories, before symbols represented reality, before concepts created the illusion of knowing, there was direct awareness, immediate, undivided perception, prior to naming or explaining. Breathe in deeply, touching this primordial silence within you, and out, completely, allowing the structures of language to temporarily dissolve into the more fundamental awareness from which they arose. Notice how words themselves have gradually transformed throughout our journey, from carriers of specific meaning to patterns of soothing sound, from tools of understanding to gentle waves of vibration washing over consciousness. This natural evolution reflects the mind's movement from analytical processing toward the more direct reception that characterizes the approach to sleep. Breathe in, feeling how these words reach you now, and out, permitting their form to matter less than their resonance. As drowsiness deepens, you may have experienced moments where the thread of verbal meaning momentarily dissolved, where a sentence was heard but not processed, where sound continued while interpretation paused. These brief surrenders of linguistic consciousness are not lapses, but glimpses, windows into the more fundamental awareness that exists before and beyond language, that continues when words fall away. Take another gentle breath in, welcoming these intervals of nonverbal awareness, and out, allowing them to widen and multiply as sleep approaches. The weight of your body has likely reached such complete surrender that sensation itself has begun to transform, no longer sharp or distinct or localized, but diffuse, generalized, more like a field than a collection of specific pressure points. This physical evolution perfectly mirrors what happens to verbal thinking as sleep draws near. Individual, distinct thoughts gradually blending into a more unified field of awareness that no longer requires or generates language. Breathe in, sensing this transformation of consciousness, and out, allowing the structures of thought to continue softening into direct experience. What might exist in the space beyond words? Not unconsciousness, but consciousness of a different quality. Not the absence of knowing, but knowing of a different order. Not the loss of intelligence, but its expression through nonverbal channels of awareness. Perhaps this wordless realm is not beneath language, but beyond it. Not a regression to pre-verbal cognition, but an evolution toward transverbal understanding that encompasses and transcends the limitations of symbolic thought. Breathe in, sensing this expanded awareness, and out, releasing attachment to verbal processing as the natural gateway to sleep's different wisdom. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, notice how the very attempt to track or analyze your current state creates a momentary return to verbal consciousness, followed by another gentle dissolution, as analytical thinking once again surrenders to direct experience. This oscillation between verbal and nonverbal awareness forms a perfect transition between waking and sleeping consciousness, gradually shifting from the dominance of language toward the ascendance of direct, unmediated awareness. Breathe in, witnessing this natural fluctuation, and out, allowing the nonverbal intervals to lengthen with each cycle. The rhythm of your body's internal processes has likely synchronized into the perfect preparation for sleep. Heart rate slowed, blood pressure reduced, muscle tone diminished, brainwave patterns gradually shifting from beta to alpha to theta frequencies. This physiological orchestration happens beneath and beyond verbal direction, guided by wisdom far older than language, far deeper than conceptual understanding. Breathe in, trusting this ancient knowing, and out, surrendering to the body's perfect intelligence that operates without the need for words. Let your mind float now in this silence beyond language, no longer striving to understand or interpret or analyze experience, but simply receiving it directly, immediately, without the mediation of symbols or concepts. Like a clear mountain lake that perfectly reflects the sky above, let awareness simply mirror what arises without creating verbal ripples that distort the perfect image. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this non-verbal simplicity, and out, allowing consciousness to continue its natural movement toward the wordless wisdom of sleep. And as language gradually dissolves into more fundamental awareness, we approach the final threshold where individual consciousness begins to merge with the greater field from which it temporarily arose. 57. The drift into void. At the edge of sleep, something remarkable occurs. The boundary of personal awareness begins to dissolve, allowing consciousness to expand beyond its daytime limitations into something vastly more spacious. This is not the loss of awareness, but its liberation, not diminishment, but expansion, not falling into unconsciousness, but rising into a different order of consciousness that transcends individual identity. Breathe in gently, sensing this boundary beginning to dissolve, and out completely, allowing awareness to expand beyond its usual confines. The ancient wisdom traditions often describe this transition using water metaphors: the drop rejoining the ocean, the wave returning to the sea, the river merging with its source. These images capture something essential about the approach to sleep, not the extinguishing of consciousness, but its return to a more fundamental state, temporarily freed from the limitations of separate selfhood. Breathe in, feeling yourself as both the drop and the ocean simultaneously, and out, allowing the distinction between them to grow increasingly transparent. Notice how your sense of location in space may have already begun to shift and blur. The precise awareness of where your body ends and the surrounding world begins has likely softened, sometimes momentarily disappearing altogether before reconstructing itself in a slightly different configuration. These brief dissolutions of spatial boundaries offer glimpses of the more unified field of awareness that awaits as sleep deepens. Take another slow breath in, sensing this spatial fluidity, and out, permitting the boundary between inner and outer reality to continue its gentle dissolution. The weight of your body has perhaps become so completely surrendered that you no longer experience it as weight at all. What began as the sensation of heaviness has transformed into weightlessness. What started as distinct pressure points has evolved into a generalized field of sensation that no longer clearly distinguishes between body and environment. This physical merging perfectly mirrors the psychological process occurring as individual consciousness prepares to blend with the universal awareness from which it temporarily differentiated. Breathe in, feeling this integration of seemingly separate realities, and out, allowing unification to continue its natural progression. What if the void that seems to await at sleep's threshold is not empty, but full, not an abyss of nothingness, but a plenum of potential, not the absence of consciousness, but its return to source, like a river completing its journey to the sea? Perhaps what appears as a drift toward vacancy from the perspective of waking consciousness represents a homecoming, when viewed from beyond individual awareness, a return to the ground of being from which all individuated consciousness temporarily arises. Breathe in, sensing this welcoming wholeness, and out, releasing any subtle fear of dissolution that might create resistance to sleep's approach. As your awareness continues to drift in this contemplation, the very sense of being someone who is falling asleep may have begun to transform, sometimes present as the familiar feeling of personal identity, sometimes dissolving into a more spacious awareness that witnesses experience without claiming it as mine, sometimes disappearing altogether into moments of pure consciousness without a center or circumference. Breathe in, accepting these natural fluctuations of identity, and out, allowing the sense of separate selfhood to soften and dissolve as sleep draws nearer. The rhythm of your neurological activity has likely shifted toward the patterns characteristic of the transition between wakefulness and sleep, the busy beta waves of analytical thinking gradually yielding to the slower alpha waves of relaxed awareness, occasionally dropping into the even slower theta waves that mark the threshold of sleep itself. This natural downshifting happens of its own accord, guided by the innate wisdom that has orchestrated this nightly transition throughout your entire life. Breathe in, trusting this organic process, and out, surrendering to the neurological current that carries you toward sleep's different shore. Let your mind float now in this gentle drift toward cosmic unity, no longer concerned with maintaining the boundaries of separate selfhood, no longer invested in distinguishing between personal and universal awareness. Like a snowflake returning to the water from which it crystallized, allow your temporary form to dissolve back into the formless source from which it arose, and to which it naturally returns in the endless cycle of differentiation and reintegration. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this homecoming, and out, surrendering completely to the universal embrace that awaits beyond the threshold of individual consciousness. And as we approach the final moments of our journey together, one last comfort remains to guide you across the threshold into sleep's embrace. 58. The final comfort. The questions are fading now. What began as philosophical inquiry, as existential wondering, as intellectual exploration, has gradually transformed into something simpler, quieter, more fundamental. The mind's habitual need to formulate problems and seek solutions has gently yielded to a different mode of being, one that rests in the mystery without needing to penetrate it, that dwells in the unknown without seeking to make it known. Breathe in slowly, feeling this mental release, and out completely, allowing all questions to drift away like stars fading at dawn. Your eyelids have long since surrendered to their own weight, creating the perfect darkness for sleep's approach. This simple physical surrender mirrors the psychological release now occurring, the letting go of effort, of striving, of the subtle background tension that maintains waking consciousness. Nothing left to see, nothing left to analyze, nothing left to monitor or manage or control. Breathe in, feeling this comprehensive surrender, and out, allowing it to deepen with each exhalation. Nothing left to answer now. The cosmic mysteries we've contemplated together remain as mysterious as ever, yet somehow this incompleteness no longer creates any disturbance. The mind's desire for resolution, for certainty, for final understanding has dissolved into a more peaceful acceptance of reality as inherently beyond full comprehension. not a failure of intelligence, but the natural relationship between finite awareness and infinite existence. Take another gentle breath in, embracing this fundamental humility, and out, releasing the subtle strain of needing complete understanding. Nothing left to fear now. The shadows that sometimes arise in night's quietude, concerns about identity, about meaning, about existence itself, have gradually transformed from sources of anxiety into gentle companions on the journey toward deeper consciousness. What once triggered resistance now invites surrender. What once created tension now offers release. Breathe in, feeling this emotional liberation, and out, allowing all subtle apprehension to dissolve into trust in the natural order that has sustained you every moment of your existence. The universe continues its dance, whether you witness it or not. Stars are born and die. Galaxies spiral through space. Light travels across vast distances, all without requiring your awareness, your understanding, your participation. This cosmic indifference might initially seem frightening, yet ultimately offers profound relief, the recognition that existence itself requires nothing from you now, but to rest, to renew, to surrender to the natural cycle of consciousness that mirrors the greater rhythms of an unfolding cosmos. Breathe in, accepting this perfect sufficiency, and out, releasing any remaining sense of responsibility for maintaining awareness. Sleep now, beneath the gentle weight of infinity. Let the immensity of space and time become not a burden, but a blanket, not a source of insignificance, but of belonging, not a reminder of smallness, but an embrace that holds you precisely in your proper place within the cosmic order. Breathe in, feeling this universal cradling, and out, surrendering completely to the current that carries all beings toward their necessary restoration. The rhythm of your breath has found its sleep pattern now, deeper, slower, more even than your waking breath. Your heartbeat has settled into its resting pace. Your mind has largely released its grip on directed thinking, allowing consciousness to flow according to its own natural patterns rather than through willful guidance. Even the subtle monitoring awareness that would normally track the process of falling asleep has mostly dissolved, leaving only the simple fact of being, of existing, of continuing without effort or intention. Breathe in, accepting this effortless continuation, and out, allowing it to carry you beyond the threshold of waking awareness. Good night. Rest completely in the perfect sufficiency of being. Sleep in the knowledge that the questions will remain, patient and eternal, ready to dance with you again in waking consciousness. That for now, release all seeking, all wondering, all need for resolution. Breathe in once more, gathering peace from this complete acceptance, and out, surrendering to the silence that awaits beyond all questions, beyond all answers, beyond all words, in the timeless embrace of restorative sleep. Let go completely now. The journey is fulfilled, the exploration complete. Nothing remains but the simple fact of existence, the pure awareness that continues even as identity dissolves, the silent witness that remains when all else has been witnessed into quietude. Sleep in perfect trust. Rest in complete sufficiency. Surrender to the wisdom that moves through all beings, guiding them through cycles of waking and sleeping, activity and restoration, expression and absorption in the endless rhythm of cosmic becoming. The stars continue their silent burning. The planets trace their ancient orbits. The universe breathes its vast, unhurried breath. And you, beloved part of this infinite whole, return now to the source from which all consciousness arises and to which it naturally flows in the sacred cycle of cosmic awakening. Good night. Be at peace. Rest well. 58. The Lost Opportunity. Let the scene rise slowly, A moment unfolds before you, shimmering with moral potential. An opportunity arises to offer help, to speak truth, to intervene with kindness, perhaps like the chance encounter with the stranger in need. The moment calls for action. Feel the potential energy coiled within that moment. Let your breath be easy and natural, yet hesitation descends like a fog, perhaps fear, perhaps uncertainty, perhaps simple distraction causes you to pause, to remain still, and the moment passes. The door closes softly, the opportunity dissolves, leaving an empty space where action might have been. Feel the quiet ache of that emptiness. Breathe into the space of inaction. Let your shoulders release any tension. Is this failure to act, this silence, this stillness, as significant, as consequential in the moral landscape as an act that directly causes harm? Does the sin of omission carry the same weight as the sin of commission? Feel the support beneath your body holding you. Or is there a fundamental difference between letting a chance for good slip away and actively choosing harm? The echo of the closed door lingers, asking us to consider the profound impact of absence, the weight of the moral chances that drift away unanswered. Breathe in, let it go, and so the mind drifts. 59. The conflicted benefactor. Suppose, in a quiet world, you are tending a garden, offering nourishment, wanting only to see things grow and flourish. Your intention is pure giving, like the generous stranger offering help. Feel the simple joy in this nurturing role. Let your hands rest open, receptive. Then an offer arrives, powerful tools, abundant resources that could dramatically increase your garden's yield, allowing you to help many more. Feel the allure of this enhanced capacity. Breathe into the expansive possibility. But these resources come with unseen threads, subtle conditions, expectations that might subtly reshape your gardening methods. Pull your focus away from your original simple intention. Feel the faint tug of these attached strings. Let your jaw soften. Should you accept this compromised help? Does the potential for greater outward good justify accepting constraints that might dilute the purity of your purpose? Remember the burden of proof, how intentions can be questioned. Where is the wise balance between pragmatic expansion and unwavering integrity? The gleaming tools lie beside your simple spade, asking you to weigh the potential harvest against the quiet cost of the unseen threads. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 60. The choice of mercy. Let the feeling arrive first, the clear, strong call for justice, for accountability. Someone has caused harm, and consequence feels necessary, deserved. Feel the solid ground of justice, its demand for balance. Let your body acknowledge this righteous impulse. Then softer, another feeling arises, the gentle current of mercy, the possibility of forgiveness, of releasing the debt. Feel this softening, this spaciousness, this potential for release. Breathe into the space where justice and mercy meet. Let your shoulders drop. Is choosing mercy, letting go of the rightful claim for consequence, a profound act of strength? Does it signal a capacity to absorb pain without needing to reflect it, to break a cycle? Or, as some might perceive it, is mercy sometimes a weakness, a failure to uphold necessary boundaries, a vulnerability that might invite further harm? Feel the steady rhythm of your own heart. Recall the price of justice, the pain it can inflict. Mercy offers a different path. What guides the choice between them? The question lingers, bathed in soft light, exploring the deep, often paradoxical, relationship between strength, accountability, and the healing power of release. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought. Every answer you didn't need is still drifting out there. Let them be, each one a floating light, soft, untethered, beautiful in its own uncertainty. Let your breath follow them. Let your mind flicker like candlelight. No wind to fear, no truth to chase, just drifting. 61. The imperfect hero. Let the scene rise slowly. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of pressure, perhaps a churning sea or a moment of intense crisis demanding swift action. This figure is no polished statue. They bear flaws like visible seams, cracks filled perhaps with the gold of past mistakes, doubts clinging like sea mist. Feel the profound truth of this imperfection, the shared humanity within the challenging stance. Breathe into the space where strength and vulnerability meet within you. Let your own shoulders soften, acknowledging your own beautifully imperfect nature. Can this flawed vessel, carrying its own history and shadows, still navigate the storm effectively? Can sound decisions arise from a heart that knows its own complexities, its own fallibility? Feel the gentle weight of your hands resting in your lap. Or does true clarity, the kind needed under immense pressure, demand an untroubled surface, an unblemished core that these flaws might disrupt? You've felt this before, the dilemma of doubt, when certainty dissolves like fog. Does imperfection lend a deeper, hard-won wisdom, or does it inherently cloud judgment when the waves are highest? The storm awaits a decision, not from an abstract ideal, but from a real, complex, undeniably human center. Let your jaw be soft. And so, the mind drifts. 62. The cost of comfort. Begin in a quiet world where comfort wraps around you like a familiar blanket. Picture a cozy room, safe from the elements, filled with ease and the absence of struggle. Feel the deep relaxation of this comfort zone, the safety of the known. Let your body sink into this feeling, releasing tension in your belly. Breathe into this ease. Then, from beyond the walls of this room, a faint call is heard. It speaks of a higher moral purpose, a need unmet, a principle needing defense, something that requires stepping out of the warmth, leaving the familiar behind, embracing uncertainty and potential hardship for a cause greater than personal ease. Feel the gentle pull between the cozy room and the distant call. Let your jaw unclench. Is there a point where comfort becomes complacency? Should the soul leave its haven when that higher calling sounds, even if it means sacrificing peace, security, the simple joy of the undisturbed hearth? Notice the steady rhythm of your own breath, or does the need for self-preservation, for maintaining one's own strength and sanctuary, hold a wisdom that cautions against abandoning comfort too readily? The warm room invites you to stay, the distant call invites you to journey. The choice hangs, quiet and profound, in the space between inner peace and outward action. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 63. The silent pack. Let the feeling arrive first, a sense of shared understanding within a group, a community, perhaps a family. No formal rules have been written, no votes taken, yet a consensus exists, palpable in the air, like warmth rising from the earth. It guides actions, shapes expectations, defines what is acceptable, an unspoken pact, woven from shared history and mutual glances. Feel the subtle strength of this silent agreement. Breathe into the sense of belonging it might foster. Let your body rest into the support beneath you. Does this unspoken consensus, this quiet collective nod, hold genuine moral authority? Can a right or wrong be established purely through the subtle pressure of group understanding, even without explicit discussion or decree? Feel the space between your eyebrows soften. Or does true moral authority require something more tangible, conscious agreement, clearly articulated principles, the protection of individual conscience against the silent tide of the group? Like the dilemma of the silent observer, silence itself can be powerful. When does unspoken consensus become oppressive? And when is it a legitimate expression of collective values? The community moves, bound by invisible threads, leaving the question of their authority hovering gently in the shared air. Breathe in, let it go. And so, the mind drifts. 64. The moral mirage. Suppose, in a quiet world within, you examine your intentions before acting. You hold them up to an inner light, seeking assurance that they are pure, ethical, aimed towards good. Yet, intentions can be like mirages shimmering in the desert heat, appearing clear and solid from a distance, but perhaps distorting reality, masking deeper, unacknowledged motives like self-interest, fear, or the desire for approval. Feel the earnestness of seeking ethical clarity. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Breathe into the heart's desire to act rightly. Breathe out, acknowledging the subtle trickery of the mind. How can you truly know if your intentions are ethically sound? What inner compass can be trusted when the landscape of the self is prone to illusion, to self-deception, however unintentional? Feel the gentle weight of your own head resting. Is rigorous self-examination enough? Can intuition, that quiet inner knowing we explored before, pierce through the potential mirage? Or must we rely on external feedback, on principles outside ourselves, to truly gauge the ethical nature of our deepest motivations? The question shimmers, elusive as the heat haze, inviting not suspicion, but a gentle, humble awareness of the complex terrain within. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 65. The burden of leadership. Let the scene rise slowly. A leader stands, not necessarily defined by title, but by the mantle of responsibility they carry for the well-being of others. The welfare of the group, the valley sleeping below, rests significantly upon their choices, their foresight, their strength. Feel the weight of this mantle, the solitude that often accompanies it. Notice the quiet rhythm of your own breathing, steady and calm. Breathe into the space around your heart, the seat of care. To lead ethically, to truly serve the needs of the valley, how much personal sacrifice is required? Must the leader forego their own comfort, their own needs, perhaps even their own happiness, placing the collective entirely above the self? Feel your feet firmly grounded. Or is there a balance to be struck, where sustainable leadership requires the leader to also tend to their own well-being, lest they burn out, becoming unable to carry the burden effectively? You've felt this echo before, the choice of sacrifice versus survival. How much of oneself must be offered up to the role before the sacrifice becomes detrimental to the very people one aims to serve? The valley sleeps peacefully, unaware of the quiet, heavy questions being weighed on the solitary vantage point above. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought, the quiet between questions. You've wandered far into the forest of thought. The path is quiet now. Let the puzzles rest in the shadows behind you. Let your steps soften, your breath deepen. Not every question follows you. Some stay where they were asked, like stones, unmoved, dotting you. You are not the stone, you are the stream. 66. The price of ambition. Begin in a quiet world where a path winds steeply upward towards a distant, gleaming summit, the peak of success perhaps, or hard-won achievement. Feel the undeniable pull of ambition, that bright, forward-moving energy urging you onward. It promises clarity, expansive views, the deep satisfaction of arrival after long effort. Breathe into that upward striving. Feel its energy gather in your chest. Let your shoulders relax even as you contemplate the steepness of the climb. Now, notice the path itself, narrow, perhaps treacherous in places. Feel the potential slipperiness of the rocks underfoot. Others share this path, also climbing, or maybe just resting precariously. To reach the summit swiftly might mean choosing footholds others need, moving quickly past those who falter, perhaps even dislodging loose stones that fall below. Feel the weight of your own breath in your lungs, the effort of the climb. The tension arises, the bright energy of ambition meeting the friction of shared space, the potential cost to others. Let your jaw soften. Is the pursuit of the summit, however noble the goal might seem, inherently moral if the climb itself causes harm, leaves others unsteady, or disregards their presence on the narrow way? Where does striving cross into heedlessness? Remember the echoes of actions, the way consequences ripple outwards. Does the gleaming peak justify the shadows cast upon the climb? Feel your feet seeking purchase on the uncertain ground. Ambition calls like a high wind, but the path remains shared, demanding awareness with every upward step. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 67. The dilemma of honesty. Let the feeling arrive first, the impulse towards truth, clarity, honesty. Picture honesty as a clean, sharp blade, capable of cutting through confusion and deception. There's a purity to it, a satisfying directness. Feel the clean edge of this impulse. Breathe in the clarity it seems to promise. Let your body rest into the support beneath you, feeling its solidness. But sometimes, this sharp blade of honesty, when wielded without sufficient care, cuts more than just falsehood. It can wound deeply, causing significant pain, shattering illusions that perhaps served as a necessary shield for a fragile heart. Remember the geode, the hidden truth, sometimes chosen for protection. Feel the potential sting of truth delivered bluntly. Let your breath soften in your chest. Can brutal honesty, stripped bare of compassion or gentleness, truly be ethical if its primary impact is pain? When does the virtue of truthfulness become simply a tool for inflicting wounds, however unintentionally? Feel the space around your heart. Is there a way to honor truth while still tending to the vulnerability of the human heart? The sharp edge gleams, promising clarity but threatening pain, leaving the question of its ethical use suspended in the quiet air. Notice your hands resting, let them be soft. Breathe in, let it go. And so the mind drifts. 68. The conflict of duty. Let the scene rise slowly. You stand at an inner crossroads where obligations diverge like branching streams. Two distinct duties beckon, each with a valid claim, a resonant call upon your heart. Perhaps it is the warm pull of family loyalty versus the clear call of communal responsibility, or the weight of a past promise set against the immediate need to prevent harm. Feel the palpable tension of being drawn in opposing directions, the legitimacy radiating from each conflicting duty. Breathe into the very center of this divergence, this inner crossroads. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears, releasing the need to immediately resolve the tension. When such strong obligations clash, which stream commands your current? Must one duty always silence the other's song? How does the heart weigh these deep allegiances when both feel essential, both feel true? Feel the gentle rhythm of your own heart beating, a quiet drum beneath the louder conflicting calls. Perhaps wisdom isn't found in declaring one stream the rightful river, but in learning to stand at the confluence, feeling the power of both currents, seeking a way to navigate that honors the essence of each, even if the path forward feels turbulent, complex, unresolved. Allow your body to simply be with the opposing poles, held in the quiet listening. And so, the mind drifts. 69. The sacrifice of self. Suppose, in a quiet world, you face a difficult choice, a moment of profound moral weight, perhaps like deciding the value of life in crisis. The question arises, whispered on the wind, is self-sacrifice a necessary virtue here? Does the situation demand the yielding of your own needs, your own desires, perhaps even your own fundamental well-being, for a greater good or the sake of another. We've touched this before, the choice of sacrifice versus survival, the cost of comfort. Feel the potential dissolution of self implied in the question. Breathe into your own center, acknowledging your own value, your own precious life. Let your jaw be soft. Is willingly embracing loss or hardship for others an essential component of virtuous action in these hard places? Or is it one path among many, its necessity dependent on circumstance, context, and the deepest, quietest wisdom of the heart? Feel the wholeness of your own being, here and now, grounded. When does self-sacrifice become self-negation? When does protecting the self become a necessary act of preserving the vessel needed to enact any good at all? The question isn't whether sacrifice can be virtuous, but whether it is necessary, inviting a gentle exploration of the balance between selflessness and self-preservation. Allow your breath to deepen. Let this question fold into the hush. 70. The ethical divide. Let the moment form gently. Two distinct moral viewpoints stand before you, perhaps embodied in two people, or held within your own divided self, which we've also felt. Each view is coherent, deeply felt, rooted in values that are recognizable and valid, like justice and mercy, or freedom and safety. Yet, they lead to different conclusions, different paths forward, creating conflict. Feel the integrity within each perspective. Breathe into the space that holds both views without judgment, like holding two different smooth stones. Let your body rest, allowing space for this complexity. Can two equally valid yet conflicting moral views coexist peacefully without demanding resolution? Must one perspective always be declared right and the other wrong? Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Or is it possible for fundamentally different ethical understandings to flow alongside each other, like parallel streams, each carving its own valid path through the landscape? Feel the quiet stillness beneath the question. Can we create space within ourselves and within our communities for ethical diversity, acknowledging that sincere hearts can arrive at different conclusions? The challenge isn't necessarily to reconcile the both, but perhaps simply to witness the different streams, to honor their distinct sources, and to find ways to navigate the terrain where they flow together or apart. Let your hands be soft in your lap. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought. Lanterns in the dark. Every answer you didn't need is still drifting out there. Let them be. Each one a floating light, soft, untethered, beautiful in its own uncertainty. Let your breath follow them. Let your mind flicker like candlelight. No wind to fear, no truth to chase, just drifting. 71. The burden of proof. Begin in a quiet world where you hold a moral stance, a conviction arrived at through inner listening, perhaps guided by that inner compass we've felt before, pulsing with its own sense of true north. You feel its rightness deep within your core. Feel the quiet solidity of this stance. Let your body rest into this inner knowing. But doubt arises from outside, swirling like mist, carried on questioning voices, challenges from others who do not share your certainty. Feel the gentle pressure of this external doubt meeting your inner conviction. Breathe into your conviction's center. Let your shoulders soften even as the doubt swirls. Must you now carry the burden of proving your moral stance? Is there an obligation to gather evidence, construct arguments, present justifications that might satisfy the doubters? Feel the gentle weight of your hands resting, or does the authenticity of your inner knowing hold its own authority, at least for the landscape within you? When faced with skepticism, how much vital energy must be devoted to defense, to building bridges of logic across the chasm of doubt? You've felt this before, the tension between inner truth and outer perception, Like the moral mirage, does the weight fall on you to convince, or does it rest in the shared space between? The wind whispers questions, asking about the nature of knowing itself. Let your jaw be soft. And so, the mind drifts. 72. The shared responsibility. Let the scene rise slowly. A collective duty manifests, like a large, smooth stone appearing in the center of a village square. It belongs to no single person, but to the group as a whole, tending a communal fire, mending a shared net, upholding a collective promise. It's like the shared burden, but perhaps less about scarcity and more about ongoing care. Feel the presence of the group around you, the palpable weight of this shared stone. Breathe into the sense of community, the interconnectedness. Let your body feel its connection to the earth, part of this shared ground. How is it decided who lifts which part of this stone? Should the responsibility be portioned out in exact, equal measures, regardless of individual strength or current burdens? Feel the appeal of simple equality, or does a deeper fairness suggest distributing the weight according to capacity? Those with broader shoulders taking more, those with less contributing in other ways. Perhaps need guides the distribution, ensuring the most vulnerable are supported by the collective effort. Notice the rise and fall of your own breath, a personal rhythm within the group. What guides the sharing? A silent pact, open dialogue, the quiet emergence of leadership. And what holds the shape when some are unable or unwilling to lift their share? The stone waits, solid and real, reflecting questions about fairness, equity, and the intricate dance of communal life. Let your shoulders relax. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 73. The price of justice. Suppose, in a quiet world striving for equilibrium, an act has fractured harmony, like a stone dropped into still water, sending out jarring ripples. The call for justice arises, the deep need to restore balance, to hold accountable the source of the disruption. Feel the inherent rightness in this impulse towards rebalancing. Let your body settle into the support beneath you, finding its own equilibrium. Breathe into this desire for fairness. But the path of enacting justice often involves imposing consequence, delivering a measure of pain, emotional, material, perhaps physical, upon the one deemed responsible. Feel the weight and sharpness inherent in delivering consequence. Let your jaw loosen. Is it acceptable, perhaps even required, to inflict suffering in the name of restoring justice? Can true balance be achieved by adding more pain to the world's tally, even if intended to correct an imbalance? Remember the choice of mercy, the alternative current. Where lies the subtle line between righteous accountability and simple retribution? Does the act of inflicting pain, even justly, leave a residue on the deliverer, on the community? Feel the space around your heart. The question probes the very essence of justice. Is it merely about balancing the scales of harm, or does it reach for something more, perhaps healing, perhaps transformation, a deeper reconciliation that the cold arithmetic of pain cannot achieve? Let your breath be soft. Breathe in, let it go, Wanas. And so, the mind drifts. 74. The conflict of interests. Let the feeling arrive first. A gentle focus inward on your own needs, your personal aspirations, the tending of your own inner garden. Feel the natural, necessary pull towards self-care, self-interest in its healthiest sense. Feel the legitimacy of this inward gaze. Breathe into your personal center. Let your shoulders drop. Then, allow your awareness to expand outward, encompassing the wider circle, the community, the environment, the greater good. Feel the call of this larger reality, its claims, its needs, its pull towards collective well-being. Notice the potential divergence between these two fields, the intimate needs of the self and the broader needs of the whole. Feel the gentle magnetic pull, in both directions. How do these interests sometimes clash? When does tending your own garden inadvertently draw resources needed elsewhere? When does prioritizing the collective ask you to neglect vital parts of your own inner landscape, risking burnout, like the burden of leadership? Is it always a conflict? Feel your feet firmly planted, connecting both inner and outer worlds. Or can pathways be found where personal flourishing contributes to the greater good, where the health of the individual root nourishes the entire forest? The question explores the delicate, shifting boundary between self and other, inviting a compassionate awareness of how these vital interests interact, diverge, and sometimes, beautifully, align. Let your whole body soften. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 75. The quiet exchange. Let the scene rise slowly. Amidst the grand narratives of heroism, sacrifice, and large-scale justice, consider the smaller moments, the quiet exchanges. A simple act of kindness, offered without fanfare, a door held open, a listening ear, a shared moment of understanding, perhaps like the kindness of the generous stranger. Picture such a moment, small and fleeting. Feel the subtle warmth it generates, a gentle ripple spreading outwards. Breathe into this quiet warmth. Let your body relax into this simple scene. Does this quiet exchange, this almost invisible act of goodwill, carry a weight that can sometimes outweigh grand gestures, elaborate plans, or heroic efforts? Can a single, genuine moment of human connection hold more moral significance, more transformative power than ambitious projects that might lack that simple heart? Feel the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. Consider the vast, complex systems we navigate, and then return to the simplicity of one hand reaching out to another. Is the measure of worth found only in large impacts, or does profound value lie hidden within these quiet, everyday exchanges of simple humanity? The question invites a softening of focus, away from the grand stage, towards the subtle, powerful beauty of small kindnesses, weaving the fabric of our days. Let your hands rest gently. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought, echoes beyond reason. There comes a time when questions stop asking to be solved. They hum beneath your breath, like old songs. Let your ribs widen. Let your thoughts stretch without reaching. You are not the solver. You are the echo, the sound after sound, the feeling after reason. 76. The dilemma of forgiveness. Let the feeling arrive first, the possibility of forgiveness, like dawn light touching a wounded landscape. Picture a hurt, a deep fissure caused by another's action. Now, imagine the impulse to forgive, to release the debt, to smooth over the fissure. Feel the spaciousness that forgiveness promises. Breathe into that potential release. Let your shoulders drop. But what if the source of the harm persists? What if the action continues, or the hurtful pattern remains unbroken? Even as the desire to forgive arises, should forgiveness be offered unconditionally, a constant stream washing over the landscape, regardless of whether the rain of harm continues to fall? Feel the gentle weight of your body resting. Or does true forgiveness require a change, an end to the harm, before it can be authentically offered without enabling further pain? Like the choice of mercy we pondered, forgiveness holds immense power. Is its power diminished or made unwise if offered while the wound is still being inflicted? The question hangs softly, exploring the deep complexities of healing and accountability, wondering about the conditions, if any, that make the dawn of forgiveness truly possible. And so, the mind drifts. 77. The moral sacrifice. Begin in a quiet world where your core values stand like clear, solid pillars within you. Honesty, integrity, compassion, perhaps. Feel the strength and clarity these pillars provide. Breathe into this inner alignment. Let your jaw unclench. Then a situation arises, offering a truly beneficial outcome. Peace restored, suffering eased, a great good achieved, but only if you compromise one of your pillars, bend one of your core values just slightly. A moral sacrifice is requested for a desirable end. Feel the tension between the solid pillar and the alluring outcome. Is it ever right to make such a sacrifice, to consciously compromise a deeply held value for the sake of a pragmatic, beneficial result? Remember the burden of leadership, sometimes requiring difficult choices. When does compromise become corruption? Where is the line between flexible wisdom and the erosion of one's moral foundation? Feel your hands resting softly. The question invites a gentle exploration of ends and means, asking if a beautiful destination can ever truly justify a compromised journey, leaving you to feel the subtle weight of that potential bargain. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 78. The choice of withholding. Let the scene rise slowly. You possess a truth, clear and undeniable to you. Honesty, that sharp, clear blade we considered earlier, would compel you to reveal it. Yet, you foresee that revealing this truth would cause significant pain or distress to someone you care about, someone vulnerable. Picture yourself holding this truth like a covered lantern in the dark. Feel the warmth of the hidden light and the weight of its potential impact if revealed. Breathe into the quiet space of knowing. Let your body soften into the support beneath it. When is it better, kinder, perhaps even more ethical, to withhold the truth, to keep the lantern covered? Does the intention to protect someone from harm justify the act of concealment, the choice for silence over transparency? You've heard this before, the hidden truth used as a shield. Where does protective silence cross the line into paternalism or deception? How do you weigh the value of truth against the immediate reality of suffering? The covered lantern pulses gently in your hands, its light contained, asking not for a rule, but for a deep, compassionate listening to the specific situation, the specific heart involved. Breathe in, let it go. And so, the mind drifts. 79. The value of life. Suppose in a quiet world, suddenly thrown into crisis, a storm, a fire, a moment of intense scarcity, you are faced with an impossible choice affecting the survival of others. Resources are critically limited, time is running out, and decisions must be made that favor one life or one group over another. Feel the immense weight, the crushing gravity of such a scenario. Breathe deeply into your core, finding stillness amidst the imagined chaos. Let your shoulders drop, even in the face of this harsh question. How does one decide whose life is more valuable? On what basis can such a terrible calculus be made? Age, potential contribution, existing relationships, random chance. Is there any ethical framework that can truly justify assigning differential value to human lives in extremis? Feel the profound equality suggested by the simple, shared fact of existence. Or are there, in these moments, stripped bare of societal norms, unavoidable, pragmatic factors that must, however regrettably, guide the hand, like the last slice, but infinitely heavier? The question lays bare the limits of our moral systems, inviting not an answer, but a deep, sorrowful acknowledgement of the impossible choices that crises can demand, and the profound value inherent in every single breath. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 80. The right to privacy. Let the moment form gently. Consider the concept of privacy, that personal space, both physical and informational, where the self can exist unobserved, unjudged. Picture it as a walled garden, a sanctuary for the inner life. Feel the safety, the autonomy this sanctuary provides. Breathe into this sense of personal enclosure. Let your jaw relax. Now, juxtapose this with the call for transparency, the need for openness, perhaps for public safety, community knowledge, or accountability. Imagine light seeking to penetrate the garden walls. Feel the tension between the need for private sanctuary and the demand for public visibility. Does protecting individual privacy, shielding that inner garden, sometimes outweigh the perceived need for transparency? Where is the boundary drawn? Think of the shared secret, the conflict between personal confidence and collective benefit. When does the collective's right to know infringe upon the individual's fundamental right to keep parts of their life, their thoughts, their data, hidden from view? Feel your feet firmly on the ground. The question explores the delicate membrane between the individual and the collective, asking how we balance the need for personal retreats with the demands of a shared world, seeking the point where sanctuary meets necessary openness. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought. A still mind gathers light. Stillness doesn't mean silence. It means readiness. A mind unburdened glows with unseen warmth. Feel that warmth in your chest, in your throat, behind your eyes. You don't have to follow thought. Just breathe. Let the light come to you. 81. The ethical dilemma. Let the moment form gently. You find yourself standing at a profound ethical crossroads, perhaps reminiscent of the moral conundrum, where all paths lead to shadow. Here, every available option requires you to compromise a deeply held value. Choosing one path means betraying another principle you hold dear. Choosing another path means sacrificing a different core value. There is no clean choice, no route that leaves your inner landscape undisturbed. Feel the profound weight of this dilemma, the tension of being pulled between equally cherished values. Breathe into the center of this difficult space. Let your shoulders drop, releasing the need for an easy answer. When every path demands a compromise, what then guides your decision? Do you try to weigh the values, creating a hierarchy for this specific moment? Do you seek the path that minimizes the compromise, even if it doesn't feel wholly right? Feel the gentle support beneath you, an anchor in this uncertainty. Or is guidance found not in calculation, but in a deeper listening to intuition, to compassion, to the quiet whisper that suggests which compromise, in this unique context, feels most aligned with your core, even amidst the inevitable dissonance? The starlit paths diverge, each demanding a price, asking how you navigate when the map of values offers no clear route. Let your jaw be soft. And so, the mind drifts. 82. The cost of compassion. Begin in a quiet world where the heart opens with compassion, a wide, generous embrace towards the suffering of others. Feel the warmth, the genuine desire to help, to soothe, to alleviate pain. Let your body soften into this compassionate impulse. Breathe into this open-hearted space. But sometimes, this very generosity, this deep wellspring of empathy, if unchecked, can lead to unintended harm. Perhaps overhelping creates dependency, or shielding someone from necessary lessons hinders their growth, or pouring out too much leaves the giver depleted and unable to offer further care. Feel the potential shadow side of this beautiful quality. Let your hands rest gently. Can there be too much compassion? Can its very boundlessness sometimes create negative ripples, however unintentional? Recall the conflicted benefactor, the strings sometimes attached to help. Where is the line between supportive empathy and enabling entanglement? Feel the steady rhythm of your own breath, a reminder of balance. The question invites a gentle exploration of compassionate action, asking about the wisdom needed to ensure that the desire to help truly serves, without inadvertently causing harm. through its own unchecked generosity. Let your face be soft. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 83. The moral trade-off. Let the scene rise slowly. You face a decision that requires not choosing between right and wrong, but navigating a trade-off between two competing virtues. Perhaps it's the tension between justice and mercy we've felt before, or honesty and kindness, or freedom and security. Both sides of the scale hold genuine moral weight. Honoring one seems to diminish the other. Feel the inherent value in both conflicting virtues. Let your body settle, allowing space for this complexity. Breathe into the point of balance or imbalance between them. How do you weigh these intangible precious qualities against each other in the context of a single decision? Is there a universal hierarchy, or does the relative importance shift depending on the specific situation, the specific lives involved? Feel the gentle weight of your head resting. Can seemingly opposing virtues sometimes find a point of integration, a way to coexist within the choice made? Or does navigating moral trade-offs always involve a degree of loss, a necessary letting go of one good in favor of another? The threads of different virtues lie before you, inviting not a simple knot, but a careful, conscious weaving, acknowledging the value of each strand even as the pattern takes shape. Let your shoulders relax. Breathe in, let it go, and so the mind drifts. 84. The price of security. Suppose, in a quiet world, feeling vulnerable, threatened, uncertain, the allure of security becomes paramount. The desire arises for safety, stability, protection from perceived dangers, both internal and external. Picture strong walls being built, gates being locked, surveillance perhaps increasing, all in the name of creating a safe haven. Feel the deep comfort, the primal relief that security seems to offer. Breathe into this sense of safety. Let your jaw unclench. But what is the price of this enhanced security? Often, it seems to require a compromise of freedom, freedom of movement, freedom of expression, freedom from scrutiny. Feel the subtle confinement that might accompany the safety. Is it ethical to trade measures of liberty, autonomy, perhaps even privacy, that sanctuary we considered, for the promise of greater safety and order? Where does the balance lie? Feel your feet firmly planted on the ground. When does the pursuit of security become oppressive, stifling the very life it aims to protect? The high walls offer protection, but they also limit the view, asking us to consider the true cost of safety and what vital freedoms might be inadvertently sacrificed upon its altar. Allow your breath to move freely within your body's confines. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 85. The burden of care. Let the feeling arrive first, the deep, compassionate impulse to care for others, to tend to their needs, to offer support and solace. Feel the warmth and generosity in this outward flow of care. Let your heart open to this impulse. Breathe into this space of nurturing. But caring takes energy. It draws from your own wellspring. As you extend care outwards, you notice the effects on your own resources, your own well-being. Feel the potential depletion, the cost to your own inner reserves. Let your shoulders drop, acknowledging any weariness. How much should you care for others when that caring significantly impacts you, perhaps draining your energy, affecting your health, or limiting your own life? Is there a limit to compassionate responsibility? Feel the gentle support beneath you, holding you. Or is boundless care the ideal, regardless of personal cost? Recall the choice of sacrifice, the question of its necessity. Where does healthy compassion blur into self-neglectful burnout? The question explores the delicate ecosystem of care, asking how we balance the vital outward flow of support for others with the equally vital inward flow of nourishment and care for oneself, seeking a sustainable rhythm where both can coexist. Let your whole body be held in this moment. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought, breathing beneath the puzzle. Some questions are heavy, some are deep, but none need carry you under. Let yourself float beneath them now. You are not their answer. You are not their witness. You are the breath that holds beneath the weight. You are the stillness beneath the asking. 86. The choice of integrity. Let the feeling arrive first. Integrity, not as a rigid statue, but perhaps like a deep, flowing river within you. Feel its steady current, its alignment with your core values, its persistent movement towards the sea of inner truth. Let your body settle into this sense of flowing wholeness. Breathe with this inner current. Let your shoulders relax, floating on this river. Now imagine the landscape shifts. A path towards outer success appears, bright, inviting, promising arrival. But this path requires diverting the river, channeling it through narrow, artificial banks, perhaps even damming its natural flow slightly to achieve the desired outcome. Feel the potential dissonance between the river's natural course and the demands of this constructed path. Can the river maintain its essential integrity, its clear flow, when channeled towards external success that requires compromise? Remember the moral mirage, how intentions can shimmer and deceive. Feel your feet grounded on the riverbank. Is integrity an unwavering straight line, or is it like the river, finding its way around obstacles while still flowing true to its source? Where does adaptation become deviation? The question explores the fluid, dynamic nature of living with integrity in a world full of tempting detours, asking how the river finds its way, sometimes bending, sometimes flowing straight, but always seeking its truth. Let your jaw be soft, allowing the current to flow. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 87. The dilemma of privacy. Begin in a quiet world where personal privacy exists as a sanctuary, that walled garden we've considered, a space for unguarded thoughts and personal truths. Feel the sense of safety and autonomy within these walls. Let your body relax into this imagined private space. Breathe easily here. Then, from outside the walls, arises the call for public safety, the perceived need for surveillance or transparency to protect the community from potential threats. Imagine the pressure of this external need pushing against the garden walls. Feel the tension between the individual's right to privacy and the collective's desire for security. Let your shoulders drop. Should personal privacy ever be sacrificed for the sake of perceived public safety? Where is the ethical balance point? Remember the price of security, the potential cost to freedom. When does the need to protect the many justify breaching the sanctuary of the few or the one? Feel the gentle rise and fall of your own chest, a private rhythm. The question probes the delicate, often contested boundary between individual rights and collective security, asking how much light we must let into the private garden for the sake of the village beyond its walls. Let your face be soft. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 88. The conflict of belief. Let the scene rise slowly. Within you reside deeply held values, beliefs that form your personal moral landscape, your inner truth. Feel the resonance of these core beliefs. Let your body settle into alignment with them. Breathe into this inner conviction. Now become aware of the surrounding society, its norms, its expectations, its widely accepted ways of being, like the unspoken pact, perhaps, but larger, more encompassing. And you notice a conflict. Your personal values clash significantly with these prevailing societal norms. Feel the friction, the dissonance, between your inner world and the outer consensus. Let your jaw unclench. When such a conflict arises, which prevails? Do you adhere steadfastly to your personal values, even if it means standing apart, facing disapproval, or navigating difficulties within the societal structure? Or do you adapt, conform to the societal norms for the sake of harmony, belonging, or simply easier passage, even if it feels like a betrayal of your inner truth? Feel the steady support beneath you. The question explores the relationship between individual conscience and collective pressure, asking where true allegiance lies when inner conviction and outer expectation point in different directions. Let your shoulders relax. Breathe in, let it go. And so, the mind drifts. 89. The weight of choice. Suppose, in a quiet world, you observe the endless stream of choices made throughout a single day, from the mundane to the momentous. Consider the vast array of decisions, large and small. Feel the constant flow of choosing, like breathing itself. Let your body rest in this flow. Does every decision carry equal moral significance? Does the choice of what to eat for breakfast hold the same ethical weight as a choice involving honesty or harm? Breathe into the space of this question. Let your hands rest softly. Or are some choices morally neutral, simple preferences, while others resonate deeply, carrying significant weight, like stones dropped into the still pool of our conscience? If so, how do we discern the difference? What gives a choice its moral weight, its intention, its potential impact, its connection to our core values? Feel the gentle rhythm of your own heart beating. The question invites a contemplation of scale and significance, asking us to consider the texture of our daily choices and whether all threads in the tapestry carry the same importance in the larger pattern of a moral life. Let your face soften. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 90. The measure of worth. Let the moment form gently. You witness or perform a moral action, an ethical choice made within the intricate, often confusing landscape of our complex world. Feel the presence of this action, this choice made. Let your body be still. How do you assess its true worth, its moral value? In a world full of interconnected systems, unintended consequences like the moral paradox, and ambiguous situations, what measure can truly capture the ethical significance of an act? Breathe into the complexity. Let your shoulders release. Is worth measured solely by the intention behind the action, that inner purity we strive for? Is it measured by the tangible outcome, the good or harm it demonstrably creates? Or does the context, the difficulty of the choice, the pressures involved, the available alternatives play a crucial role in assessing its value? Feel the gentle support beneath you. How do we hold the measure of worth lightly, avoiding simplistic judgments in a world that is rarely simple? The question dissolves easy answers, inviting instead a deep appreciation for the multifaceted nature of moral action, acknowledging that its true worth might be as difficult to grasp as mist, felt perhaps more deeply than it can ever be precisely measured. Let your jaw be soft. And so the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought. The night asks nothing. You are not needed now, not by thought, not by duty, not by the questions that once stirred. The night asks nothing of you, and that is its greatest mercy. So breathe as you are, unjudged, unneeded, undone, and let even the breath soften. 91. The shadow of doubt. Let the feeling arrive first, uncertainty, like a cool mist settling over the landscape of decision. You stand under pressure, needing to choose a path, but the way forward is unclear. Veiled in doubt, facts are missing, outcomes are hazy, clarity is absent. Feel the texture of this uncertainty, the shadow it casts. Breathe into this space of not knowing. Let your shoulders soften. releasing the need for absolute certainty. How should this shadow of doubt influence your decisions, especially when pressure demands action? Should uncertainty lead to paralysis, awaiting for the mist to clear? Even if time is short, remember the dilemma of doubt, the tension between instinct and waiting. Or does responsible action sometimes require moving forward despite the uncertainty, guided perhaps by core values, by careful assessment of probabilities, or by that quiet inner compass we've sought before? Feel the gentle support beneath you, an anchor in the mist. How much clarity is truly needed to take a step? The question explores the relationship between knowledge and action, asking how we navigate ethically when the ground is uncertain and the pressure to move is strong. Let your jaw relax. And so, the mind drifts. 92. The call to action. Begin in a quiet world where you witness a situation unfolding. Perhaps it involves injustice, potential harm, or simply a clear opportunity for good. The moment hangs suspended, pregnant with possibility, calling for action. Feel the potential energy in this call, the implicit invitation to step forward. Let your body be still, aware, yet acting feels difficult, perhaps risky, inconvenient, or simply demanding effort. The impulse arises to remain still, to let the moment pass, to choose inaction. We've felt this before, the silent witness, the lost opportunity. Breathe into the space of this potential inaction. Let your hands rest open. When is this choice, the choice not to act, potentially more harmful than taking a difficult or imperfect action? Can inaction itself be a form of causing harm by allowing a negative outcome that intervention might have prevented? Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Where does responsibility lie when faced with the choice between difficult action and seemingly easier inaction? The question probes the moral weight of omission, asking us to consider the times when silence is complicity and stillness allows harm to flourish, urging a gentle reflection on the power held even in our quietest choices. Let your shoulders drop. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 93. The paradox of mercy. Let the scene rise slowly. We revisit the choice of mercy, that impulse towards forgiveness, towards releasing someone from the full weight of consequence they might justly deserve. Feel the inherent goodness, the spaciousness, the healing potential within mercy's gentle touch. Breathe into this compassionate space. Let your body soften. But consider the paradox. Can this act of mercy, intended to heal or release, sometimes lead paradoxically to injustice? Perhaps forgiving a debt unfairly burdens others. Perhaps releasing someone from consequence allows them to repeat harm. Perhaps mercy shown to one seems deeply unfair to those who suffered the original wrong. Feel the complexity, the potential shadow side of this virtue. Let your jaw loosen. Can the compassionate impulse towards mercy sometimes conflict with the demands of fairness or the need for accountability? Does the focus on the individual receiving mercy sometimes obscure the impact on the wider community or the victims of the original act? Feel the steady rhythm of your own breathing. The question doesn't diminish the beauty of mercy, but invites a deeper look at its potential complexities, asking how we wield the power of release wisely, compassionately, and justly. Considering all ripples, let your face be soft. Breathe in, let it go. And so, the mind drifts. 94. The ethical commitment. Suppose, in a quiet world within, you hold a deep ethical commitment, a core principle you strive to embody unwaveringly, perhaps honesty, perhaps nonviolence, perhaps justice. Feel the strength and clarity of this commitment, like a lodestar guiding your way. Let your body align with this sense of purpose. Breathe into this core commitment. Let your shoulders relax. But the world, as we know, is complex, messy, full of compromises, and conflicting demands? Is unwavering commitment to a single ethical principle always feasible, always practical, always even wise? Think of the ethical dilemmas, the moral trade-offs we've pondered. Can rigid adherence sometimes lead to unintended harm or a failure to adapt to nuanced situations? Feel the gentle support beneath you. Where does steadfast commitment become unhelpful rigidity? And where does flexibility become a slippery slope away from core values? Is it possible to be deeply committed yet also responsive, discerning, able to navigate the gray areas without losing sight of the lodestar? The question explores the nature of commitment itself. Is it a fortress with immovable walls, or a deeply rooted tree whose branches can sway and adapt in the wind? Allow your breath to be easy. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 95. The conflict of desire. Let the feeling arrive first. The presence of personal desire. It might be subtle, a longing for comfort, recognition, pleasure, or strong, a powerful current pulling you towards a specific outcome. Feel the energy of this desire, its natural place within your humanity. Let your body acknowledge this energy without judgment. Breathe into the space of this desire. Let your jaw soften. Now, consider how this personal desire might interfere with a clear moral decision. Perhaps the desire pulls you away from an ethical obligation, tempts you towards a shortcut, or clouds your perception of fairness. Feel the potential conflict between what you want and what feels morally right, like the conflict of interests, but perhaps deeper, more instinctual. How do we navigate when personal desires run counter to ethical principles? Feel your hands resting gently. Can desire be harnessed, understood, integrated, so it doesn't distort moral perception? Or is it an inherent interference that must be suppressed or overcome to achieve ethical clarity? The question invites a compassionate look at the interplay between our deepest wants and our highest aspirations, asking how we hold the tension between personal longing and moral commitment with awareness and grace. Let your shoulders drop. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought, the soft weight of wonder. Some thoughts don't press, they rest, they land lightly, like wonder, like mystery, without fear. Feel your shoulders drop, let your jaw unclench. The world does not need your grasp tonight, just your presence. Let the weight of wonder be enough. 96. The silence of conscience. Let the moment form gently. You stand in the presence of wrongdoing, either your own or another's. You are aware of the dissonance, the ethical breach, yet the inner voice of conscience, that clear guide we sometimes sense, remains silent. The bell doesn't ring, the inner compass doesn't point. Feel the strangeness of this inner quiet in the face of outer discord. Breathe into this silence. Let your shoulders relax. Can conscience truly fall silent? Can that inner knowing become numb, suppressed, or simply absent when confronted with wrongdoing? Recall the cost of silence, but here the silence is within, or is the silence itself a message, perhaps indicating confusion, complicity, or a deeper inner conflict that prevents clarity? Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest. How do we navigate ethically when the inner guide seems to have abandoned its post? Does its silence absolve us, or does it call for an even deeper listening, a more conscious effort to discern the right path without its familiar whisper? The quiet lingers, heavy with unasked questions, probing the nature and reliability of our innermost moral sense. Let your jaw be soft. And so, the mind drifts. 97. The moral judgment. Begin in a quiet world where you observe the actions of others. You see their choices, their flaws, their stumbles on the path. The impulse to judge arises, to categorize their actions as right or wrong, wise or foolish, good or bad. Feel the clarity, perhaps even the satisfaction, that judgment seems to offer. Let your body rest, acknowledging this very human impulse. Now, turn the gaze gently inward. Remember your own imperfect actions, your own flawed heroism, your own moments of doubt or compromise. Feel the texture of your own complex humanity. Breathe into this self-awareness. Let your hands rest open, knowing your own imperfections. Is it ever truly fair to cast judgment upon others? Does our own fallibility disqualify us from assessing the moral landscape of another's choices? Feel the support beneath you. Or is discernment, the ability to recognize harm or ethical breaches, a necessary capacity separate from condemnation? Can we judge an action without judging the whole person? The question invites a humble reflection on the act of judgment itself, asking how we can hold accountability and compassion simultaneously, both for ourselves and for others, navigating this complex world. Let your face soften. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 98. The price of friendship. Let the scene rise slowly. Focus on the warmth and strength of a deep friendship, a bond built on trust, shared history, mutual affection. Feel the comfort and loyalty inherent in this connection. Breathe into the heart of this friendship. Let your shoulders drop, feeling the ease of companionship. Then a situation emerges where your friend stands on morally ambiguous ground. Perhaps they've made a questionable choice, or ask for your support in an action that blurs ethical lines. Loyalty pulls you strongly towards your friend, urging you to stand by them, support them, perhaps even protect them. Feel this powerful pull of allegiance, but another awareness arises, the sense that the moral lines are indeed blurring, that supporting your friend might mean compromising your own values, or even enabling harm. Remember the price of loyalty, the potential conflict with justice. How far should you go for a friend when ethical clarity fades? Feel your feet firmly planted. Does friendship demand unwavering support, even when moral discomfort arises? Or does true friendship sometimes require challenging questioning, refusing to cross certain lines, even at the risk of straining the bond? The question explores the intricate weave of love, loyalty, and personal integrity, asking about the true cost of friendship when moral landscapes become foggy. Let your jaw relax. Breathe in, let it go, and so the mind drifts. 99. The dilemma of risk. Suppose in a quiet world you face a choice that involves significant risk. This isn't just the ethical gamble for a better outcome. This risk carries the potential for substantial harm, not only to yourself, but also to others who might be affected by your decision, perhaps your family, your community, or even strangers. Feel the weight of this shared potential harm, the burden of taking a risk that ripples outwards. Breathe into the core of this precarious choice. Let your body feel grounded, even amidst the uncertainty. Is it ethical to take such risks, even if driven by good intentions or the hope of a significant reward? How much potential harm to others is acceptable when weighed against personal goals or even a perceived greater good? Feel the steady rhythm of your own breath. Does the willingness of others to share the risk change the ethical equation, or does the responsibility ultimately rest with the one initiating the action? This explores the intersection of personal choice and collective consequence, asking how we ethically navigate decisions where our actions might lead ourselves and others towards unforeseen dangers. Let your shoulders soften. Somewhere, beyond all answers, another stillness stirs. 100. The burden of legacy. Let the moment form gently. Become aware of the past stretching behind you, not just your own personal history, but the larger legacies you inherit. Family stories, cultural norms, historical events, the echoes of actions taken by generations before. Feel the presence of this complex inheritance, its roots reaching into your present moment. Let your body rest in this flow of time. Breathe into the connection between past and present. Let your jaw be soft. How much should this burden or blessing of legacy influence your current choices, your ethical decisions today? Should you strive to honor the positive aspects of your inheritance, even if they feel outdated? Should you feel obligated to rectify the harms or injustices passed down, carrying the weight of unseen debts from long ago? Feel the ground solid beneath you, here in the now. Or should your choices be grounded primarily in the present reality, in your own values, looking forward rather than back, seeking freedom from the weight of history? The question invites a contemplation of time's flow, asking how we integrate the echoes of the past into the choices of the present, honoring roots while still choosing our own direction forward. Let your hands rest open. And so, the mind drifts toward another whisper of thought. Your breath is the answer. You searched for answers. Now let them come to you, not as words, but as breath. Inhale. Feel the shape of not knowing. Exhale. That is enough. That is everything. You don't have to understand. You only have to breathe. 101. The final puzzle. Let the scene rise slowly. We stand at the end of a long path, woven from questions, each one explored gently, held lightly, allowed to dissolve like mist. We've walked through dilemmas of doubt and duty, weighed the price of loyalty and the cost of comfort, touched the paradox of mercy and the complexity of forgiveness. Feel the echoes of these many questions settling around you now, like soft dust motes in fading light. Breathe into this vast space of inquiry. Let your body rest deeply into the support beneath it, here at the culmination of the journey. Now, the final puzzle emerges, not as another dilemma, but as a question about the nature of the journey itself. Can morality ever be truly defined, captured in fixed rules or final answers, when every answer seems to gently unfold into yet another question? Feel the openness, the lack of sharp edges in this final query. Let your shoulders release completely. Is the search for a defined moral code like trying to hold water in your open hands? Does the very act of seeking definitive answers miss the point? The ongoing process of reflection, the deepening awareness, the quiet listening to the heart's compass, even when it spins. Notice the gentle rhythm of your own breath, constant amidst the shifting questions. Perhaps morality isn't a destination to be reached, a code to be finalized, but rather a way of traveling with awareness, with compassion, with the willingness to hold the ambiguity, to live within the questions themselves. Let your jaw be soft. Allow the need for answers to dissolve. If the mind circles back, let it sway you. Let it cradle you. Let it fade. No need to answer. Just float. Just breathe. Let the thought fade. Let the breath carry you. Let the night hold you.